at the headquarters of the 15th Army. The Crusaders and the Badek Army will set up a central army, with Kyle as the commander of the Central Army and Devonshire as the deputy commander. Yes, my lord. After the two sat down, Wyland sat in a dignified manner, and the laziness instantly dissipated. Second, our army will set out in half a month, under the leadership of the Legion commander, to attack the central area of Yemen. I heard that the princesses of the Yemen kingdom are quite beautiful. I wonder if you can snatch them back for me. The first half of the sentence was still full of majesty, but the second half of the sentence suddenly changed, so that everyone couldn't react for a while. Looking at the expressions of the generals below, Wyland couldn't help laughing. My lord, aren't you afraid that your wife will know? Hebrew asked curiously regardless of the occasion. Hearing this, Wyland smiled and said, I was inspecting the Badek military camp a while ago. I heard from the soldiers that several princesses of the Yemen kingdom were beautiful. I was just curious and had no other thoughts. In this case, why should I be afraid? Then you. Okay, sit down. Last time, he didn't have the opportunity to participate in the attack on the capital of the Ansa kingdom, which made him a little regretful. This time, it was the turn of the Fourth Army to attack the central area of the Yemen kingdom. He said he would participate in it. There is still a big difference between conquering a capital city and conquering an ordinary city. Go down to train the troops and get familiar with your subordinates. I don't want you to be in a hurry when the battle comes. Yes, my lord, Captain. Everyone stood up, bowed and saluted and answered respectfully. Baron Brian stays and everyone else goes down. Yes, sir. A few minutes later, Wyland, Kyle and Brian were the only ones left in the city lord's hall. Velen, you asked me to command tens of thousands of people. I think I can handle it, but it is very difficult for me to command more than 60,000 people. Brian spoke first, hoping that Wyland could take back the position of the commander of the upper army. Cousin, geniuses are only a minority after all. Everyone has a first time. From the Grey Wasteland Crusade, to the Grand Duke Bo Gonghin's war to seize the throne, and the 7 Years' War between the kingdom and the dwarves, to the current expedition war, I also commanded hundreds of people, thousands of people, then tens of thousands, and now nearly 200,000 people. Go ahead and do it boldly. Anyway, I'll support you from behind. Brian took a deep breath, looked serious, and said in a deep voice, Then I'll try it first. If it doesn't work, don't force it to stay. If it doesn't work, I'll let you swap with Kyle and transfer you to the Central Army. I'll teach you step by step. Okay then. Having said this, Brian felt that if he refused again, it would be a bit ungrateful. After watching Brian leave, only Wyland and Kyle were left in the hall of the city lord's mansion. Have you found the tomb of Silas Ansel? My lord, there are several tombs related to Silas Ansel's disciples, but most of them have been visited by others. It is probably 300 years ago. The things inside may have been lost long ago. Kyle took out a few broken inscriptions and put them on the ground with a helpless expression on his face. Wyland looked at the words on the stone tablets, all of which were indigenous words. He immediately lost interest, leaned back in his chair and said, Forget it, you go to train the army first. Then I will take my leave first. After Kyle left, Wyland ordered people to clean up the stone tablets, and then returned to the study and started to fish. Half a month later, Wyland led an army of more than 200,000 and set off for the Andaman region. On the dirt road, the marching route stretched for more than 200 kilometers, and the troops were in order and dispatched clearly. 20 days later, the army arrived at Karan City in the Andaman region. On the city wall, some nobles from the 1st Legion and the 3rd Army climbed up the wall and looked at the endless army with shock in their eyes. They had long heard that the commander of the 15th Army of the 4th Legion, Baron Axe, was good at commanding the army, especially good at integrating prisoners and driving them to work for him. Seeing is believing. Judging from the size of this army, the number of people is no less than 100,000. I heard that Viscount Kixing treats people kindly. After the 15th Army is stationed, I must visit him. Let's go together, build a good relationship now. Maybe it will be of great use in the future. You guys are good at calculating. Don't you want to go? When did I say that? Then what did you say? Just talking. Hearing the conversation of other nobles, Clever, who was standing on the edge, had a flickering look in his eyes. He was ready to find a suitable time to meet Viscount Kixing alone, on the one hand to thank him for his gifts and help, and on the other hand to seek his help. For some reason, he was targeted by an earl. In the army, the other side did not openly attack him due to the military regulations of the Legion, Commander and the Expeditionary Army, but they did a lot of things to trip him up secretly. He is now weak and cannot compare to the other side, so he can only avoid the sharp edge temporarily. If there is a misunderstanding, it is best to resolve it. If it cannot be resolved, it is also a good opportunity to transfer from the First Legion. In the evening, more than 200,000 people of the 15th Army set up camp 15 kilometers east of Karin City. In the military camp, Wyland directly became a hands-off boss and went into the tent to rest. He divided the troops into the upper army, the middle army, and the lower army for two reasons. One is to adjust the military command structure to facilitate the accurate issuance of military orders. The other is to reduce his own burden and have more time to fish. Before the army was reorganized, he needed to handle all the affairs of the troops, which was very busy. But after the army was reorganized, most of the affairs were handled by Hebrews, Kyle, and Brian. He only needed to spare some time to deal with important affairs. Early the next morning, a large number of nobles from the 1st and 3rd Army came here. For these nobles, Wyland could only greet them personally, entertain them warmly, and bring them closer to each other, regardless of whether there is any interest relationship in the future. Since the other party is here now, it would be good to get to know each other. For 2 consecutive days, Varon was busy dealing with visits from nobles. On the night of December 18th, Wyland lay half lying on the blanket to relieve his mental fatigue. "My lord Viscount Clever is here to visit," Kyle entered the camp and reported. Seeing this, Wyland sat up and ordered, "Invite him in." In less than a moment, Clover entered the camp, bowed slightly and saluted with an apology on his face. "Your Excellency Wyland, please forgive me for visiting late at night." "It's okay, I don't have anything to deal with at night anyway. Please take a seat." Seeing this, Clever sat down on the blanket. "Viscount Cleaver, we last said goodbye. We haven't seen each other for 8 years. Varon took out the luminous wine, poured a glass of it, held it up with vindictiveness and brought it to Cleaver, and then poured another glass for himself. "Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula tabula. Push mode. Thumbs feed 01. Container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. So Wyland, thank you for your help last time, which saved me from the calculations of the nobles around me. This is an ancient book I found in the kingdom of Ansa. I hope you like it." Cleaver took an ancient book from his chest, lifted it up with his fighting spirit, and handed it to Wyland. Wyland took the ancient book and looked at the words on it, a little absent-minded. Diary of Struggle in Magical Technology 1, written by Silas Ansel, for private viewing. Cleaver looked at Wyland's dull expression and asked, "Some concern, Sir Wyland, do you have any questions?" "Nothing." Wyland came back to his senses, put the book into the space ring, and replied with a smile, "Viscount Cleaver, I like your gift very much." "I'm glad you like it." Cleaver breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile. The two chatted with each other, and a bottle of glowing wine soon ran out. Calculating the time in his mind, Cleaver felt that the time had come and took the initiative to speak. "So Wyland, I came here this time to be ashamed to ask you for a favor." "Oh," Wyland put down the wine glass and looked at Cleaver. "I am happy to help you within my ability." "It's like this in..." Cleaver told the conflict between himself and Earl Joshua Marcus, including the reasons he guessed. "Have you taken the initiative to contact him?" Wyland asked. Hearing this, Cleaver nodded and replied, "At first, when I was targeted by Earl Joshua, I wanted to take the initiative to find him and seek reconciliation, but I didn't even see him before I was asked to leave the camp by the other party's guardian knight. Afterwards, I also asked several other friends to ask for an audience with Earl Joshua, but to no avail. The Marcus family," Wyland muttered in a low voice, then turned to look at Kyle. "Do you know what this Marcus family does?" Kyle heard this, thought carefully for a moment, and answered, My lord, this Marcus family is an ordinary earl family, and its family is located in the Pada province. As for this family, there is basically nothing worth talking about in the upper echelons of the kingdom. What about tracing back hundreds of years? Kyle carefully recalled what he knew, shook his head with some regret. My lord, the Marcus family is self-contained, and its sphere of influence is basically limited to the Pada province. It has basically no communication with the Danny province. If Viscount Claver has a conflict with him, it is either because of the feud during the expedition, or because his relatives have conflicts with Viscount Claver. Wai Lin touched his chin, thought for a moment and said, "Tomorrow, you send someone to send an invitation to Earl Joshua, saying that I invite him to be a guest." "Yes, my lord." "Viscount Claver, you will stay in the 15th Army camp tonight. After I sort out the ins and outs of the matter tomorrow, I will help you resolve the conflict between you and Earl Joshua." "Thank you for your help, Lord Wai Lin." Claver stood up and thanked him sincerely. Seeing this, Wai Lin smiled and replied, "Help each other. I hope you won't refuse when I have troubles in the future." "So Wai Lin, I, Claver, am not an ungrateful person. Please feel free to help you wherever I can." "Okay, it's getting late, Kyle. Take Viscount Claver down to rest." "Yes, my lord." After Kyle and Claver left the tent, Wai Lin couldn't wait to take out the Magic Technology Struggle Diary 1 to see what his fellow countrymen had written. "In the 12,111th year of the Beast Calendar, I finally became a 4-seal warrior. After more than 10 years of hard training, I finally gained something. The most important thing is that my research has finally made progress. The musket is my first technological weapon in this world. This world seems to have no raw materials for making gunpowder. I can only use the engraving to extract the energy in the blood crystal to stimulate the iron ball. Unfortunately, the power is very poor. It has a certain lethality to the 1-seal warrior, but it has little damage to the 2-seal warrior and above. It still needs to be improved. It's a pity that there are no mages in this world. Otherwise, I would definitely not have to start from scratch on the basis of magic theory like now. However, in an ancient book, it seems that there are records of professions such as mages. That era seems to be called the Age of Glory. But there are not many records. The church is also very strict in its investigation. Now that the strength is weak, it is better not to delve into the subtleties of ancient history, otherwise it will be detained. If you are labeled a heretic, you will inevitably have to go to the stake. Damn it, I have no money again. Let's see if I can get an advance from Her Royal Highness the Princess. Otherwise, the development of the artillery will be delayed again, and there are also my hungry apprentices. In the 12,116th year of the Beast Calendar, it took 5 years and cost tens of thousands of gold coins. I finally developed the artillery. The materials are too difficult to find. If it weren't for, forget it, I made a promise myself, and I have to do it with tears. The artillery was successfully developed, but unfortunately the materials, marks, and blood crystals always conflict with each other. The energy flow is not smooth, and the barrel often explodes. It's so hard for me. Late at night, I recalled my previous life. At that time, I always naively believed that after traveling through another world, I would be able to develop technology quickly with my clever mind. Now, I just want to laugh at my former self. In the 12,118th year of the Beast Calendar, I finally succeeded in solving the energy conflict between blue iron and blood crystal. Unfortunately, the material still conflicts with the blood crystal. I have to continue my research. I have lost several hairs. It is so hard for me. However, there is good news today. Several of my apprentices can finally work independently. There are free laborers to use. I am so happy. In the 12,122nd year of the Beast Calendar, after 6 years, I finally solved the problem of the artillery. Tonight, I will go to Chris Garden to have a good time and celebrate. When Wai Lin saw this, he wanted to learn more about the story of Chris Garden, but found that he had turned to the last page. Really, it always ends at the most exciting place. Suppressing his inner curiosity, Wai Lin put Magical Technology Struggle Diary 1 aside, leaned back in his chair, and began to sort out the information he had obtained. Silas spent 10 years developing a musket, and another 11 years developing a cannon that could stably fire shells. This guy built a system from scratch with the memory of his previous life and the thinking of this life. He can really be called a genius. As for why only the musket has been passed down, it is still an unknown mystery. However, one thing is certain, Silas had a connection with the eldest princess of the Ansa kingdom at that time. Unfortunately, the king of the Ansa kingdom had a strong temper and burned down the entire palace with a fire. And those ancient books were also buried in the sea of fire. In the morning, in the military camp in the northern part of Karen City, Miller, led by a knight, came to the garrison of Earl Joshua Marca's army. "My Lord Earl is waiting inside, please come in." Miller thanked him, entered the tent, looked at the young man sitting in the upper seat, bowed, presented the invitation, and said, "Lord Earl Joshua, my lord hopes to invite you to come and have a chat. This is the invitation, please accept it." Joshua signaled with his eyes, and a knight standing behind him understood, stepped forward to take the invitation, handed it to his master, and then stepped aside. "Please tell Lord Wylan that I will visit him on time. Tomorrow morning." "Lord Earl Joshua, I will take your words." Miller bowed again and saluted, and then left the tent and left Karen City. Inside the tent, Joshua closed the invitation, put it on the low table, and asked calmly, "Mean, why do you think Viscount Kixing suddenly invited me?" The low-level gold knight standing on Joshua's right heard this and answered, "My lord, Viscount Kixing has a friendly relationship with Viscount Cleaver. He took the initiative to invite you. There is only one possibility, that he will come forward to resolve the conflict between you and Viscount Cleaver." Joshua looked calm, picked up the wine on the table, took a sip, and then asked, "Do you think I should accept Viscount Kixing's mediation?" "My lord, it's all up to you." The low-level gold knight did not give any specific suggestions and pushed the question back. "Forget it, you go down first, let me think about it carefully." Seeing this, the two gold knights standing behind Joshua bowed their heads and saluted, and left the tent. After silently drinking the wine in the glass, Joshua began to think about the gains and losses. Wylan Aches, a famous socialite in the kingdom of Elijah, has many friends, is good at making concessions, and is known as the son of miracle. It is harmful to offend him. He was very confused as to why the other party would stand up for Clever Islet, a viscount with no background or foundation. There was no direct conflict between him and Clever. As for why he was targeted, it was mainly because of the conflict between Clever and the husband of his uncle's illegitimate daughter. Due to his uncle's pleading, he softened his heart and promised the other party that he would teach Clever, the viscount, a lesson. You should not be too soft-hearted when doing things, and the same applies to being a person. Joshua shook his head and decided to accept the step handed over by the other party to resolve this conflict. "Come here." Outside the tent, two low-level silver knights heard the words, entered the tent, knelt on one knee and said respectfully, "Sir, let Viscount Foster come to see me." "Yes, sir." 2 hours later, a rather wealthy nobleman in black clothes came to Joshua's tent carefully. "Cousin," Foster greeted respectfully with a smile on his face. Joshua looked calm, just nodded slightly, and motioned the other party to sit down. Seeing this, Foster did not dare to neglect it at all, and sat on the blanket in an orderly manner. "Tell me, what is the conflict between you and Viscount Cleaver?" Joshua asked expressionlessly. Hearing Joshua's words, Foster's heart tightened, but his expression did not change at all, and he was ready to repeat his previous words. However, Joshua suddenly interrupted him. "I want to hear the truth." His eyes became sharp, staring at Foster closely. Foster's heart trembled. Facing such a sharp look from a golden mid-level knight, he could not resist at all. And he could not even think of resisting. In desperation, he had to give up making up lies and truthfully narrate the conflict between himself and Clever. 10 minutes later, Joshua stared at Foster and said expressionlessly, "In other words, you sent people to rob others' things, and finally they beat you badly." "Yes, yes, cousin." Foster's head was covered with cold sweat, his voice was trembling, and he did not dare to look directly into Joshua's eyes. "I hate people deceiving me. Cousin, I. Looking at Foster, who was hesitating, Joshua took a deep breath and said coldly, "Get out. Come here tomorrow morning. If I don't see you, you will bear the consequences." Yes, cousin." Foster saw this and said hurriedly, and then quickly left the tent. His uncle's family was complicated, and the illegitimate daughter was his sweetheart. If it weren't for family affection, he really wanted to chop this guy to death. Forget it. With a long sigh, Joshua stood up, left the tent, and went to prepare gifts. In any case, he was the one who started this matter. On the other side, Foster returned to the barracks and vented, and then a fear surged in his heart. He was not a fool. His simple cousin suddenly called him over to ask this question. It must be that Claver found some means of checks and balances. Damn it. That damn guy. After his cousin's questioning, he didn't dare to trip him up again, but thinking of his lost property, he was a little unwilling. Now that things have come to this, what does it matter if he is unwilling? What he should do now is how to remedy it. The next morning, Joshua looked at Foster, who had arrived outside the tent early, then looked at the 10 carts of supplies behind him. Without saying anything, he left Kylon City with 2 guardian knights and more than 100 guards, and went to the 15th Army camp outside the city. An hour later, Joshua arrived at the camp of the 15th Army and entered the camp under the leadership of a team of knights. Outside the central tent, Wylan and Viscount Claver were waiting in front of the camp gate. "My lord, I'm here," Kyle came to Wylan and reminded him. Seeing this, Wylan stopped thinking about it and prepared to welcome Joshua's arrival. After a while, a blue-haired young man turned over and dismounted, came to Wylan and greeted with a smile. "So Wylan, it's my honor to meet you for the first time. Earl Joshua, welcome to your arrival, please follow me." The 2 high-ranking silver knights standing in front of the tent lifted the curtain and bowed their heads. The 2 talked and laughed, walked side by side and entered the tent. Claver followed closely behind them and entered the tent. As for Foster, he did not follow them, but stayed outside the tent waiting for his cousin's summons. In the tent, Wylan sat in the main seat, Earl Joshua sat on the left, Viscount Claver sat on the right, and Kyle stood behind Wylan. "Earl Joshua, I invited you here today. I believe you know very well that I want to mediate the conflict between you and Viscount Claver." Wylan said straight to the point without any politeness. "Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x250 target type mix." Seeing Wylan being so candid, Joshua did not think about anything else, but chose to tell the whole story in detail. There is no conflict of interest between the 2 of them, nor is there any dispute between the 2 families. There is absolutely no need to cover up the other. On the contrary, if we can be honest with each other, we may be able to alleviate conflicts and misunderstandings between each other. After listening to Joshua's explanation, Varen frowned slightly, turned to look at Cleaver sitting on the right, and slowly asked, "Viscount Cleaver, according to what Count Joshua said, the cause of the matter seems to be Viscount Foster. I am going to ask Earl Joshua to call him in. The 2 of you can communicate face to face and try to resolve this misunderstanding. What do you think?" Clover was silent for a moment, his eyes scanning Joshua back and forth, and finally he nodded heavily and said in a deep voice, "I am willing to follow your advice." Varen nodded, then turned to look at Joshua and continued to ask, "Earl Joshua, do you agree with my proposal?" Joshua nodded without hesitation and replied, "I agree." After receiving affirmative answers from both parties, Varen immediately called a guard and ordered him to go and deliver the order. Not long after, Foster walked into the camp. First saluted respectfully to Varen, then turned to his cousin Joshua and saluted again. After the salute was completed, he came to the left side, sitting next to Joshua. "Okay, now that the real owner is here, you 2 can start. As for Earl Joshua and I, we will just be the audience." After finishing speaking, Wylan took out 2 bottles of luminous wine, placed one on the low table, and sent the other to Joshua, gesturing for him to drink it himself. When Claver and Foster saw this, they began to argue and discuss everything from cargo plundering and commercial affairs conflicts to some things that happened during the Expeditionary War. Wylan and Joshua did not interrupt during the whole process and just watched quietly. Half an hour later, Claver and Foster reached a preliminary settlement, ending the conflict with Foster's compensation of 60,000 gold coins, 500 sets of knight armor, 50 Qingyang horses, and 300 low-level magic crystals. After the two signed the agreement, Varen put down his wine glass, looked at Joshua, and asked, "Earl Joshua, what do you think of Viscount Foster's compensation to Viscount Cleaver?" Joshua put down his wine glass and said calmly, "Your Excellency Lin, this is an agreement reached between the two of them. I have no opinion on it." After speaking, Joshua stood up and bowed to Cleaver. "Viscount Cleaver, I'm sorry for making things difficult for you during the expedition. I see that your troops are insufficient. In 3 days, I will transfer the 1st Battalion to the servant army came under your command and sent 300 red snow horses to express my apology." Cleaver stood up and declined. "Your Majesty, this conflict is mainly between me and Viscount Foster. You were also deceived. I accept your apology, but 300 red snow horses are too much. It's valuable, I hope you can take it back. I don't want to be like this. In my opinion, the main responsibility lies with me." Joshua looked directly into Clover's eyes. His tone was calm, his attitude was firm, and he had no intention of giving in. Looking at the expressions of the two of them, Varen coughed lightly and began to advise. "Viscount Cleaver, Earl Joshua, I think you can accept the kindness. If you can't overcome the hurdle in your heart, you can treat him as a friend. So does your investment." Regarding this step, Viscount Cleaver hesitated on the surface, bowed his head and thanked. "Thank you, Earl Joshua." Joshua nodded and said in a calm tone, "If you encounter difficulties in the future, you can come to me." Afterwards, Joshua said goodbye, and Wylan tried to persuade him to stay a few times. When he saw that he was determined to leave, he took out 12 bottles of luminous wine as a gift and gave it to him. After seeing off Earl Joshua and Viscount Foster, only Varen, Kyle, and Cleaver were left in the camp. "Your Excellency Lin, thank you for building a bridge on the front line. I would like to." Before Clover could finish speaking, Varen directly refused. "You should accept the things that Earl Joshua and Viscount Foster give you and use them to develop your own territory and strengthen your own power. If you really want to thank me, just wait until you find an opportunity. Try to make a fortune and don't forget me." Upon hearing this, Viscount Cleaver smiled and replied, "I will." After a friendly exchange, Cleaver bid farewell to Varen, took 10 carts of supplies, and left the 15th Army barracks. After watching the other party go away, Varen asked Kyle, "Has our Viscount Cleaver changed anything recently?" "Lord, if you want to talk about changes, there really are changes," Kyle replied as he recalled the information collected by the Shadow Guard in his mind. "Oh." Wylan became interested and asked, "Tell me about it." Listening to the report from the 3rd team of the Shadow Guard, when attacking the capital of King Anza, Viscount Cleaver accidentally found a secret passage leading directly to the northern city of the Kingdom of Anza, providing the 1st Legion with the opportunity to capture the capital of King Anza. A great convenience. After hearing this, Wylan's head was full of questions, and he asked with some confusion, "Why haven't I heard about this?" "My lord, it is said that the commander of the 1st Legion, Commander Cadlian, suppressed it. Except for very few small nobles who knew about it. Only the senior officials of the 1st Legion knew about it, and it did not spread widely. It's really strange. Logically speaking, with this credit, Cleaver shouldn't be targeted by Joshua. Today, after close observation, he is obviously not a simple-minded person. My lord, Viscount Foster may be hiding some secrets." Kyle approached Wylan and whispered in his ear. "It's possible that the other party either joined an organization that cannot be revealed, or was assigned by others. Earl Joshua may have been used as a knife. But this knife is a bit soft and did not really hurt Viscount Cleaver. Otherwise, he would not have only proposed mediation, but not turned it into a revenge action." "My lord, do you want me to investigate it myself?" Kyle asked calmly. After thinking for a while, Wylan shook his head and said, "Forget it, that's their 1st Legion's business. We should not interfere too much. Let's leave it at that." "Yes, my lord." It has to be said that this son of the plain is really unfortunate. Wherever he goes, there are people targeting him, but this also gives him the opportunity to invest. Adding icing on the cake is often not as good as sending charcoal in the snow. Clive is a grateful person. He is not afraid of his investment going down the drain. Go and call Hebrew and the others, and call my cousin and Adrian, and hold a private banquet tonight to relax. Then how many dishes should be prepared? You are the chef, you decide. I will just prepare and wait to eat." "Okay." Looking at the lazy look of his master, Kyle replied helplessly. On January 1, 9756 of the glorious calendar, at night, in the tent, Wylan lay alone on the bed, waiting for the arrival of destiny. Time passed slowly, and at 8 o'clock in the evening, a pleasant voice echoed in Wylan's ears. "There is a half-plane that has been sealed for 50,000 years under the palace of Carax, the capital of the kingdom of Gemin. The key to open it is magic glory. The flame will last forever. The half-plane, I just don't know if it is as big as the Cecilia half-plane. For this half-plane, he is not going to control it himself, and it is more advantageous to let Kyle control it. In this way, he can directly hand over various matters, such as transporting troops and collecting finances, to Kyle, and he does not need to spend too much energy on this." After making up his mind, Wylan closed his eyes and began to rest. 7 days later, Wylan received an order from the commander of the 4th Legion, Rotend, and ordered the troops to march into the northwest province of the Gemin Central Army, the province of Rai. In addition, the 3 soul-level arcane masters supported by Moravia were also assigned to the upper army, the middle army, and the lower army by Wylan to deal with the enemy's strongmen. Less than half a month after entering the central area of Gemin, good news came frequently. On the morning of January 11, the upper army broke through the city of Zikai, defeated the 60,000 troops of the kingdom of Gemin, killed more than 5,000 enemy soldiers, and captured more than 30,000 people. In the afternoon of January 14, the lower army defeated the 80,000 troops of the kingdom of Gemin in the Duolong Basin, killed more than 4,000 people, and captured more than 53,000 people. On the evening of January 17, Kyle led more than 60,000 people in the middle army. In just 6 hours, he captured the city of Cruz and the northwest gate of the city of Lei, killing more than 10,000 enemy soldiers and capturing 20,000. At noon on January 21, outside the city of Grand, Brian led a part of the upper army of 40,000 people to defeat the 30,000 garrison troops and 50,000 militiamen of the kingdom of Gemin, killing more than 8,000 people in battle and capturing 30,000. On January 27, the upper army and the lower army joined forces, totaling 120,000 troops. They attacked Lai City at 9 a.m. and broke the city at 5 p.m., killing more than 20,000 people and capturing more than 80,000 people. The capital of Lai province fell. 100 miles away from Lai City, Wylan flipped through the battle report in his hand. And the more he read, the more unreal it became. It seems that the elite troops of the German kingdom were lost in the battle on the Western Front, and the remaining troops were transferred to the capital to defend German City. Wylan put down the battle report and sighed. Kyle nodded when he heard this. Compared with the German kingdom's Western Expedition Army, the garrison troops in Lai province in the central district of German were simply vulnerable and could be said to collapse at the touch of a button. "Lord, we have too many captives. It's time to deal with this problem. Release the young men who were forcibly conscripted on the spot. Ordinary captives with more than 1 year of military service will be used as slaves and escorted to Cruz City for centralized custody. Professional captives, regardless of gender, age, will be recruited into the army to make up for the losses of various units. The excess number will be organized into a separate army, and you will be the first to command it." "Yes, Lord." For the next half-month, the 15th Army stopped its offensive, waiting for the order from the 4th Legion on the one hand, and training the army and replenishing soldiers on the other hand to prepare for the attack on Gemin City. On the morning of February 18, 9756, in the glorious calendar, the city of Lava was breached, which meant that the entire central area of Gemin, except for Gemin City and the surrounding areas, had fallen. On the morning of February 19, a Griffin Knight came to the 15th Army camp in Lei City with a military order. "Captain Wylan, this is the military order from Marquis Rotend, asking you to go to Dongyi City to attend the Legion meeting on February 24th. The Griffin Knight entered the tent, bowed and saluted, and presented the military order. Wylan motioned Kyle to take the military order, and then said, "Please tell Marquis Rotend that I will go to Dongyi City on time to participate in the Legion meeting. Captain Wylan, I will convey your meaning to the point." After that, the Griffin Knight left the tent, drove the Griffin, and returned to Dongyi City. In the tent, Wylan looked at everyone and said calmly, "Clean up the Lai province again and eradicate the remaining resistance forces in the Gemin Kingdom." "Yes, sir." Then Wylan waved his hand and asked everyone to leave. 3 days later, Wylan and Kyle left Lai City. This time, the two flew directly to Dongyi City without bringing guards. Half an hour later, the two arrived in Dongyi City and, led by a knight, came to a house in the city to rest. 2 days later, Wylan came to the Lord's mansion of Dongyi City, came to the conference hall, found his seat, sat quietly, and waited for the meeting to begin. In less than a moment, the commander of the 4th Legion, Marquis Rotend, and the deputy commander, Earl Blood Moon, entered the conference hall and sat in the main and secondary seats. "I have met the commander and the deputy commander." Seeing this, Marquis Rotend raised his hand and pressed it down, indicating that everyone should take a seat. After everyone sat down, Marquis Rotend said, "Everyone, according to the order of Commander East, our 4th Legion is responsible for the attack on the capital of the German Kingdom. In less than a month, we have eliminated the resistance forces in the 6 provinces of the central area of German, and German City has become a trapped turtle in the jar of our 4th Legion. This time, the commander of this legion will I command the battle to attack the capital of the German Kingdom, so I need to know the number of troops under your command." At this point, Marquis Rotend looked at Wylan and said, "Captain Wylan, let's start with your 15th Army." "Yes, Commander." Wylan stood up and answered respectfully, and then began to report the number of his 15th Army. The 15th Army has 230,000 troops under its command, including. Hearing Wylan's answer, the others widened their eyes. They only knew that the 15th Army recruited a lot of vassal troops as cannon fodder, but they didn't expect that there were so many people, almost as many as the entire 4th Legion Expeditionary Army on the side. "Captain Wylan, how is the combat effectiveness of your vassal army?" Marquis Rotend looked directly into Wylan's eyes and asked in a deep voice. Seeing this, Wylan said confidently, "My Black Rock Army, 1,000 Castle Army and Baddock Army can go head-to-head with the Holy Army, but as for the Expeditionary Army, there is still a big gap." "Very good." Marquis Rotend nodded and praised, waved to Wylan to sit down, and then asked about the situation of the 16th Army. 10 minutes later, after the commander of the 20th Army finished his report, everyone had a rough understanding of the number of vassal troops under the 4th Legion. The 15th Army had the largest number of vassal troops with as many as 190,000. The least was under the command of Earl Bloodmoon, with less than 20,000. Therefore, the 4th Legion has 210,000 expeditionary troops, 150,000 crusaders, and 480,000 vassal troops, totaling 840,000 troops. Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x250 target type mix. For Marquis Rotend, who had served as a commander, commanding 1,000,000 troops was no problem. When the German city defense layout was placed on the wooden table, everyone perked up, staring at the map, waiting for the Legion commander to assign combat tasks. According to the surrendered generals of the German Kingdom, the German Kingdom's capital garrison consists of 4 parts, namely 150,000 German Kingdom troops, 100,000 Noble Coalition forces, 130,000 garrison troops, and 250,000 cannon fodder forcibly recruited, totaling 630,000 people. Among them, German City is stationed with 200,000 troops, and 8 acropolises are stationed with more than 400,000 troops. This offensive is divided into 4 directions, namely the east, northwest, southwest, and southeast. The 15th Army is a separate army, marching from the northwest to the German kingdom's capital satellite city Rostock from the city of Leh. Earl Bloodmoon will lead the 17th and 19th armies to attack the satellite city of Annaba from the east. The 16th and 18th armies will join forces, with Earl Gulick, commander of the 16th Army, as the main general, and Earl Russell, commander of the 18th Army, as the deputy general, to launch an offensive from the southwest. In the southeast, I will lead my own army, plus 60,000 people from the 20th Army, to attack the satellite city of Tregii. Each unit will launch an offensive on March 3rd. I hope you will not slack off, so as not to miss the opportunity. Yes, Legion Commander, everyone stood up and answered. Seeing this, Marquis Rathend motioned everyone to sit down and start discussing, perfecting the offensive plan, ensuring that the siege offensive is foolproof, and formulating a contingency plan for the army's defeat, including siege offensive, support speed, strategic important directions and secondary directions, etc. Unknowingly, 3 hours passed quietly. After the meeting, Wylan, at the invitation of Earl Bloodmoon and his uncle-in-law, a total of 3 people, had a small gathering for one night. The next morning, Wylan returned to his residence and took Kyle to visit Dongyi City for a day, and did not return to Lai City until March 1st. After returning to the military camp, Wylan immediately summoned the generals of various departments and explained the combat mission. On the morning of March 3rd, 9,756 in the glorious calendar, the 15th Army left 6,000 troops in Lai City, and the rest of the troops all set out to march towards Rostock, the satellite city of the capital of the German kingdom. In the palace of German City, many nobles gathered in the hall and had a fierce quarrel with each other. Duke Truvia, why is there no news from the army in the east? And why didn't your people launch an offensive against the army of the alien god on the periphery? A skinny old man stared at the middle-aged man in a red robe and asked loudly. The middle-aged man looked calm and said, General Thorne, the East Territory is close to the Angoya Empire, and most of the nobles have marriage relations with the nobles in the Angoya Empire. Although I am one of the representatives of the East Territory nobles, my influence is extremely limited. Forcing them to gather their troops is already my limit. I can't do anything more. You are talking nonsense. Everyone knows that your daughter is. Okay, General Thorne. Seeing this, the old king sitting on the throne hurriedly spoke out to stop him. Hearing this, Thorne's face flushed, closed his mouth, stepped aside and stopped talking. Duke Truvia, I want to know how the noble coalition in the East Territory is gathering. The old king looked at Duke Truvia, his face gloomy, and asked, without the kind tone of the past. Seeing this, Duke Truvia bowed and said, Your Majesty, the Eastern Territory Nobles Coalition has assembled 400,000 troops. They must have set out now and will arrive in the central area in a few days to defend the capital, defeat the army of the alien god, and recover the lost territory. How long will it take? Your Majesty, it will take some time to deploy the army, dispatch food, and allocate weapons. I guarantee that within 2 months, the Eastern Territory Nobles Coalition will arrive in the central area. Looking at the vague words of Duke Truvia, the old king was very angry, but he could do nothing. The other party has the support of the Angoya Empire, and his eldest daughter is the wife of Tinais Angoya, the prince of the Western Territory of the Angoya Empire, which makes him a little cautious. Duke Truvia, I hope the Eastern Territory Noble Coalition can arrive soon. You must know that once the central area falls, the Eastern Territory will not exist for long. Your Majesty, don't worry. After I go back, I will speed up the integration of the Eastern Territory Noble Coalition. Go. Your Majesty, I will take my leave. Looking at Truvia's back, the old king of the German kingdom felt helpless. Although he was the king and held the supreme power of the German kingdom, he could only succumb to the tyranny of the Angoya Empire. For the Angoya Empire, the fragmented German kingdom was more in line with their interests. Half of the territory fell, all of which were areas where he could directly influence. Just thinking about it made him feel powerless. Minister Claudia, a gray-haired old woman, walked out of the queue, stood in the center of the hall, bowed and saluted, and said respectfully, Your Majesty, please give your orders. Has the Angoya Empire responded? Your Majesty, the Angoya Empire has not yet made a clear statement. I guess the Angoya Empire is deeply trapped in the Yawan city-state kingdom and may not be able to support the kingdom. Alas, the old king sighed. Minister Claudia, inform Elite that until the war is clear, let him stay in the capital of the Angoya Empire and don't come back. Yes, your majesty, the old woman replied respectfully. Dong dong dong. The drums sounded and everyone looked out of the hall. Not long after, a soldier in armor entered the hall, knelt on one knee, saluted the old king of the Gemin kingdom and respectfully reported, "Your Majesty, the alien god army has moved." From which direction? The old king held the handrail tightly and asked. The soldier replied, "Your Majesty, the enemy army is coming from the east, northwest, southwest, and southeast. The number of troops in the northwest, east and southeast directions is no less than 200,000, and the alien god army in the southwest is less than 150,000. Notify the generals of each department to come to the palace to see me." "Yes, your Majesty." The 4 guards standing outside the hall heard the words, answered loudly, and then left quickly. In the evening, the generals of the various departments of the Gemin kingdom gathered in the palace hall to listen to the king's instructions. Under countless promises, the generals of each department gained confidence and began to imagine the scene after defeating the alien god army. On March 9, 30 kilometers outside Rostock, the 15th Army of more than 200,000 soldiers set up camp, stretching over 100 kilometers. Inside the city, Rostock defender Ivli climbed up the city wall and looked at the dark mass in the distance, feeling a great pressure. "Uncle, we need to make plans early." A young knight came behind Ivli and reminded him in a low voice. Looking at the scene in the distance, Ivli said nothing. The king's order to him was to defend the city of Rostock for half a month, but facing an army of 200,000 people, he could not hold it for even 5 days. Ivli put his hands on the battlements and looked at the moat below, which was 500 meters wide. There were countless Barbary piranhas in the water, a kind of gregarious monster that could kill everyone in just 3 minutes. A 3,000-kilogram beef cow was devoured cleanly. The order goes down. From now on, the armor must never leave the body, the weapons must never leave the hands. And each city wall must maintain 2,000 soldiers, no matter day or night. The city of Rostock is under complete lockdown. Except for the military, no one else is allowed to leave their residences. Anyone who sees suspicious persons will be shot to death. Notify the Church of the God of Beasts to be ready to activate the magical shield at any time to prevent the enemy's strong men from attacking Rostock City. "Yes, General." The messenger officer beat his chest in salute and quickly left the city wall. After stopping to watch for a moment, Ivli put his hands behind his back, glanced at his nephew, and said in a deep voice, "Come to me in the study after 11 o'clock in the evening." "Yes, uncle," the young knight responded. In the barracks of the 15th Army, Varen looked at the information in his hand, which recorded in detail all the information about Rostock City Guard Alif Means, including his family background, fighting methods, and leadership characteristics. The Means family has been inherited for 300 years and exists dependent on the army of the Kingdom of Gemin. Ivli is the current head of the Means family. His family was involved in the rebellion of the eldest Prince Dabaman 40 years ago. The previous head of the family and his eldest son committed suicide to prove their innocence, but the family was still hidden for more than 30 years and was reactivated 5 years ago. "Tell me, let's see, is it possible for this person to surrender to us?" Kyle received the information about the Means family from his master, took a glance at it, and said with some uncertainty, "It should be possible, but we still need to test it." "Then it's up to you. If you can capture Rostock City without spending a single soldier, this is the best choice. My subordinate understands." Late at night, Kyle separated into a clone, attached his mind to his body, and then used transformation spells to transform into a gray bird and fly to the city of Rostock. The most powerful among the shadow assassins is only Silver High, who is not yet able to perform such a task, so he can only do it by himself. In addition, he also wanted to test the effectiveness of the combat skill multiple uses, with one thought to see if there was anything that needed improvement. The gray bird flew to the wall. looked at the dozing soldiers, stayed for 2 minutes, and then flew into the city. After flying around the city of Rostock, the gray bird arrived at an ordinary building based on the deployment of troops and the aura of the strong men in the city. The gray bird flew to the window, turned into a leaf, and attached to the potted plant. It observed the master assassin hidden in the dark and listened to the conversation between the two people in the room. "Uncle, it is only a matter of time before German city falls. For the sake of our family, we have to leave here as soon as possible. To put it lightly, except for me, you, and Paulette, the rest of the family are under house arrest in the royal capital. If we have any rebellious behavior, it will be when their heads are missing." Ilif looked at nephew, he said in a deep voice. The young knight clenched his fists and continued to advise. "Uncle, if you stick to Rostock City, the family will eventually be destroyed. As long as we escape now, the family still has a chance of survival. As for the clansmen in the city, I believe they can understand. I am the leader of the clan. I cannot ignore my clan members. This is what I promised your grandfather." Ilif directly rejected his nephew without thinking. "Uncle, can't you see the situation clearly?" The young knight was unwilling to give up and yelled at Ilif. Ilif looked at his crazy nephew and said expressionlessly, "Okay, don't let me hear such words again. Otherwise, even if you are my nephew, I will behead you in public and use your head to stabilize military morale." Seeing his uncle's sharp eyes, the young knight was shocked. There were people around him, and then he quickly lowered his head and admitted his mistake, not daring to say anything more. "Okay, let's go down and rest." Ilif patted the young knight's shoulder 3 times, softened his tone, and said, "Yes, sir." The young knight bowed and saluted, and then left the study. Kyle, who turned into a leaf, watched the two of them parting ways unhappily. He was not in a hurry to reveal himself, and secretly observed every move of the master assassin. From Ilif's tone and attitude, Kyle could feel that the other party had discovered that someone was spying on him, and deliberately pretended to hate iron and steel in order to protect his nephew. As for the sense of belonging to the kingdom of Jemen in his heart, it requires further testing. After seeing off his nephew, Ilif came to the map to study for 2 hours. He wrote down the areas that needed improvement in the city's defense on paper. With a tired look, he walked through the inner door on the side and entered the room to rest. Half an hour later, Kyle felt the assassin's aura disappear, moved his body slightly to let the moonlight shine on the leaves, and then continued to wait. In the next 2 hours, the master assassin came back 3 times to observe whether Ilif would conspire with his nephew in the middle of the night. When he saw the other person sleeping on the bed, his inner doubts dissipated, and he left Rostock City and went to the royal capital to resume his life. Outside the city, Kyle's real body opened his eyes and looked at the assassins leaving Rostock. He subconsciously wanted to summon the spear of Putlank, but when he thought of the plan to persuade them to surrender, he resisted the urge to act. "It's time to act." After saying that, Kyle closed his eyes again and projected his consciousness onto his clone. The leaf slowly changed its form under the moonlight, turning into a black bird. Its figure fell into illusion, passed through 2 stone walls, and came to Ilif's bedroom. On the bed, Ilif felt a strange breath and suddenly opened his eyes. A black bird was hanging upside down on the beam and staring at him. "Who are you?" Ilif secretly gathered his strength, ready to escape from the bedroom at any time. Kyle landed on the floor, shed his black bird appearance, revealed his true face, and asked politely, "General Ilif, I'm sorry to bother you so late at night. On behalf of the 15th Army of the 4th Corps of the Expeditionary Force, I want to express my sincere greetings to you." "What a big deal, you just sent an 8-SEAL assassin into the city casually. Aren't you afraid that I will leave you here?" Ilif stared at Kyle, with a sinister look on his face and a threatening tone. "It's just a clone. If it's gone, it's gone." Kyle had a smile on his face, but his tone was very cold. "If you destroy my clone when the city is broken, Rostock will be blood-bathed. I guarantee that no one will leave the city alive." Hearing the other party's words, Ilif's expression changed drastically and he said with a smile, "Sir, let's sit down and talk." "I'm happy to do so." Looking at Ilif's kind smile, without the initial murderous look, Kyle chuckled. "As expected of someone who can break out of the siege of a ruined family, I'm afraid few people have this mentality." At Ilif's invitation, Kyle sat opposite the other party. "Sir, what do you want to see me for?" Kyle was not angry at Ilif, who asked knowingly, and said with a smile, "General Ilif, my master knows the deeds of your family, especially your story, and can't help but have a heart of love for talent, and wants to guide you to join the Order camp and become a member of the New World." Hearing Kyle's words, Ilif only believed half of it. The other party's purpose of recruiting him was very clear: to obtain the greatest benefit at the least cost. And as for the heart of love for talent, it was just the other party's words. "Sir, if I choose to serve you, what can you give me?" Ilif looked directly into Kyle's eyes, threw off the shackles on his body, and got straight to the point. "General Ilif, I like smart people like you. If you are willing to surrender the city, my master is willing to let you serve as the commander of a detachment, commanding 30,000 people, and promises to fight for a piece of earldom for you in the new country after conquering the capital of the Kingdom of Jemen. Sir, the conditions you mentioned are really tempting, but how can you guarantee that your master can fulfill his promise to me?" Ilif did not keep him in suspense and directly stated his doubts. "My master has a strong identity background, so you don't have to worry that we will break our promise to you." Hearing the other party's words, Ilif fell silent. He knew better than anyone whether the Kingdom of Jemen would perish. Strong army is the foundation of the country's existence. Now most of the kingdom's elite troops have been lost in the west and south. If the Angoya Empire does not send troops to support it, it is only a matter of time before the Kingdom of Jemen perishes. The capital will fall in 2 or 3 months at the shortest and half a year at the longest. As for the noble coalition in the East Territory, it was not that he looked down on those noble armies. Although there were also capable troops, compared with the tough folks in the West Territory and the South Territory, the East Territory had been peaceful for a long time and had not seen a large-scale war for 1,000 years. How many capable troops were there? This was an unknown mystery. If he had a choice, he would like to leave here before the broken ship of the Jemen kingdom sank. But his people were under house arrest in the capital, so he did not dare to make a choice at will. If he took a wrong step, he might die and his clan would be destroyed. After thinking for a long time, Ilif struggled in his heart, raised his head and looked at Kyle and said in a deep voice, "Sir, I have a condition." "Please say it." "As long as you can bring my family out of the capital safely, I am willing to surrender the city. As for your promises, I don't need them." Kyle looked directly at the other party and asked solemnly, "Are you sure?" "I promised my father that I would protect my mother and brother with my life. This is my promise. Even if I betray my faith, I will not let my father down," Ilif said in a low voice, word by word. After thinking for a moment and summarizing the pros and cons, Kyle nodded and agreed. "Okay, I promise. I will come to you again in 3 days. If you change your mind, I will crush your soul bit by bit." "I understand." Ilif lowered his head and answered. When he raised his head again, there was no trace of the other party in the room. Looking at the moonlight outside the window, Ilif put away his inner thoughts and went back to bed to rest. In the morning, Kyle came to the central tent and told his master all about the negotiations last night. Wylan supported his chin, thought for a moment and said, "Are you sure you can bring the people out?" "Master, there are no spellcasters in this world. I only need to turn the people of the Mines family into animals, and then I can bring all the people out in a swagger." "Be careful. If you encounter danger, put your own safety first," Wylan said after hearing it. "Master, don't worry. If I want to escape, no one can stop me," Kyle said very confidently. Looking at Kyle's expression, Wylan couldn't help but say with some evil taste, "What if there is a legend?" "Master, if there is a legend, do you think this area still exists?" "Ha, that's right. If there is a legend in the German kingdom, the German central district must have been beaten into a wasteland, and these millions of lives will no longer exist. In any case, you must pay attention to safety." Wylan looked at Kyle and reminded again. "I understand." After watching Kyle leave, Wylan asked the guards to deliver the siege plan to Devonshire so that he could complete the details. At noon, Wylan walked out of the tent and began to inspect the troops with the guards. The tents stretching for hundreds of kilometers are stationed with more than 200,000 troops. More than 3,000 soldiers from the Ice Sword camp serve as law enforcement forces. The entire military camp is in good order. Sir Fruman, the commander of the 1,000 Fortress Army, stepped forward and saluted. Wylan patted Ziohong to calm it down and then asked, "General Freeman, what's the matter?" "Sir, our army has dug a cave for hiding soldiers in the valley." "Soldier cave?" Wylan looked puzzled and then said to Freeman, "Lead the way." "Yes, sir." Freeman led the way with his guards and left the military camp. Lin followed closely with his guards, without any doubt in his heart. Since there is a cave for hiding soldiers here, why didn't the kingdom of Gemin move it away? Could it be that all the people who knew about this matter died? Half an hour later, Lin arrived 60 kilometers away from the Badek military base. Freeman stood at a low cave entrance and said respectfully, "Sir, this is the entrance to the cave for hiding soldiers. The passage is 8 kilometers long. According to my observation, it was built no more than 60 years ago." "What's the situation inside?" Lin stood at the entrance and asked Freeman. "Sir, there are 12,000 blue iron armors, 35,000 iron armors, 15,000 longbows, 1,000,000 feather arrows, 20,000 long swords, 5,000 short swords, 32,000 long spears, and in addition, these weapons are enough to arm 50,000 troops. Why are they placed here?" Lin looked at the deep cave entrance and asked curiously. Freeman heard this and replied respectfully, "Sir, there are only a booklet of material statistics and 12 dried bones in it. There is no other source of information. The origin of these things is still unknown. However, according to the report of the officers from the Kingdom of Gemin, this may be the place where the eldest prince of the Kingdom of Gemin hides weapons. As for how credible it is, it still needs to be verified. Seal it here temporarily. After we capture the capital of the Kingdom of Gemin, we will naturally know who hid it here." "Yes, sir." Wellin patted Freeman on the shoulder and then returned to the barracks with the guards. In the city of Gemin, Kyle disappeared, passed through the city wall, and entered the city. Under the shadow of war, the streets were full of depression. Walking on the street, under the drizzle, looking at the soldiers coming and going, Kyle's heart was not fluctuating at all. According to the information provided by Ilif, Kyle went straight to the northwest of Gemin City. Compared with the strict control of the residential area, the noble area near the palace is still bustling with people, and a large number of noble children are having fun. "Disperse, all disperse." 2 knights waved their whips and drove the people on the street. Seeing this, Kyle stepped aside and prepared to see who it was. After a while, a carriage slowly drove in from a distance, accompanied by more than 200 guards, all of whom were women. Beside the street, whether nobles or wealthy businessmen, all bowed their heads to salute to show respect. Kyle leaned at the entrance of the alley, looking at the woman in the carriage with some surprise in his eyes. It must be said that this royal princess of the Gemin kingdom is really beautiful, and she actually made him feel a little possessive. In the carriage, the 7th princess of the Gemin kingdom frowned, feeling that someone was peeping at her. She turned her head to the right, but did not find any suspicious people. "Your Highness, is there anything wrong?" a 7-seal female knight standing on the right side of the carriage asked. "Nothing." The 7th princess of the Gemin kingdom sat up straight and let the convoy continue to move forward. This time she will go to the Lum's military camp in the West City district to visit the troops on behalf of her father, boost morale, and inspire the army. If the eldest brother drove his father off the throne, the Gemin kingdom might be a different scene. Unfortunately, there is no if in history. The eldest brother failed, and many generals who were good at fighting were either killed or exiled. Alas, she touched the short blade in her sleeve. When the city was broken, she would end her life with the adult gift given by her eldest brother, so as not to be captured by the enemy and die in humiliation. When the convoy left the street began to be lively again. Kyle followed the crowd and walked northwest. While walking, Kyle saw the last carnival before the fall of the country, but perhaps it was not the case in the eyes of these nobles and wealthy businessmen. An hour later, after passing through several street areas, Kyle came to a house near the city wall. Outside the street, 2 teams of soldiers patrolled alternately. In front of the gate of the house, 8 soldiers stood opposite each other, firmly guarding the exit. Kyle came to the center of the road and stood there openly, looking at the plaque above. There was a seal hidden inside. According to what he learned from the surrendered general of the German kingdom, This should be an early warning device made by a strong man at the level of the Archbishop of the Church of the God of the Beast. Once there is one more or one less person in the courtyard, the alarm will definitely be triggered. Defending against your own people is the same as defending against thieves. If he was a general under the king of the German kingdom, he would definitely not have much loyalty. After thinking for a moment, Kyle raised his hand, condensed a purple light spot, and shot it into the 12 patrolling soldiers. The next moment, the 12 soldiers' eyes became fierce, and they drew their swords and slashed at their colleagues on the side. The two sides drew their swords and slashed at each other, and the sound of fighting rang out. In less than a moment, an army of more than 100 people arrived here. An officer saw this scene and shouted loudly, "Stop it, everyone!" The soldiers infected by the purple aura turned a deaf ear to him and even attacked the officer. Seeing the approaching sword, the officer took the long sword with his bare hands, stabbed it into the opponent's chest with his backhand, and killed the madman who dared to rebel. The officer threw away the dagger in his hand and ordered loudly, "Kill them all." The more than 100 soldiers standing behind the officer looked hesitant, looked at each other, and looked at their colleagues, and no one wanted to step forward. "You all want to die." Hearing the officer's words, the soldiers standing in the front row gritted their teeth, rushed up, and began to surround and kill the patrol soldiers. A few minutes later, all 30 patrol soldiers stationed outside the mine's family's residence were killed, and no one survived. After the soldiers were killed, the purple light spots also dissipated. The officer came to the gate and looked at the plaque that was cut into 2 pieces, especially the seal stored inside, and his heart was full of anger. "Go report this to the general. And the rest of the people will seal the scene and not allow anyone to approach this place." "Yes, sir." A soldier quickly left this place and ran to the end of the road, and the others scattered around and sealed this place. Kyle leaned against the wall and watched them act quietly without taking the next step. The plaque was destroyed, so it would be easy to act at night. Just take the Ilif people out and demonstrate it again, as long as no one finds it for a short time. Half an hour later, an elegant middle-aged man came to the front of the mine's family's house, looked at the corpses on the ground and looked at the damaged plaque and said to himself, "There is a ghost fishing in troubled waters. Tell me what you saw." "Yes, General," the officer replied respectfully and then told everything he saw and heard. After a while, the middle-aged man squatted beside a soldier's body, put his hand on his chest, and carefully checked the internal situation, but found nothing unusual. "When you came here, did the Means family move?" "General, no. When I came here, the door was still closed, and there was no sign of opening. It should be that the group of rebels wanted to divert attention and take the opportunity to commit treason." "Okay, clean up here." The middle-aged man waved his hand and warned, "You should know what to say and what not to say." "General, I understand." After watching the middle-aged man leave, the officer ordered his men to carry the body for burial and clean up the blood on the street. On the other side, the middle-aged man did not return to the barracks directly, but went straight to the palace. He rose to power by betraying the eldest prince. Knew better than anyone how much those remnants wanted the kingdom of Jemen to perish, how much they wanted the king to die, and to avenge their relatives and monarchs. In the evening, the middle-aged man came out of the palace with a murderous look on his face. After returning to the barracks, he mobilized more than 200 soldiers and went to the 3rd district of the noble district. "Go knock on the door." The officer following the middle-aged man heard the words and knocked on the door. In less than a moment, the door opened. The young man appeared in front of everyone with a calm face and not much fear. "General Eo, what do you want to do?" "According to the instructions of His Majesty the King, there are rebels here. I will stay here tonight to prevent the rebels from causing harm to you." Hearing the words of the middle-aged man, a trace of haze flashed in the young man's eyes, but he finally opened the door and let the other party in. At night, Kyle entered the courtyard and first confused the more than 200 soldiers stationed there, making them indulge in illusions, and then began to collect people from the Means family. For every person collected, Kyle projected one person in his fantasy. Half an hour later, looking at the birds in the bag, there were a total of 87. When passing by the middle-aged man, Kyle planted a fire explosion in his body so that he could set off fireworks when attacking Gemin City. After doing all this, Kyle walked through the gate and walked out of Gemin City. At dawn the next day, Kyle returned to the barracks and turned the 87 birds back to human form one by one. What is this place? Am I not reading? Why am I here? Well. Silence. Everyone heard this and shut up. Seeing this, Kyle said calmly, "This is the camp of the 15th Army of the 4th Legion of the Expeditionary Force, which is the camp of the alien god army you mentioned. Now stay here well. Anyone who escapes without permission will be killed without mercy." When the people of the Mines family heard this, their hearts trembled. After that, Kyle stopped talking nonsense and waved his hand to let the officers take these people away. If Ilif fulfills his promise, the Mines family will survive. If he does not keep his promise, these people will be used as sacrifices. Kyle reached out to stop a woman and took off the red silk scarf on the baby's neck as evidence to see Ilif tonight. In the central tent, Wylan watched Kyle return safely and said with a smile, "After conquering the capital of the kingdom of Gemin, I will treat you to a kind of fine wine, but it has a strong aftereffect." "My lord, I am looking forward to it." Kyle heard the words and replied with a smile. Afterwards, Kyle told about what he saw and heard in the city. When he heard about the 7th princess of the kingdom of Gemin, Wylan's face was full of curiosity, and he asked, "Is that woman really as beautiful as you said?" "My lord, there are only a handful of people who can compare with that princess in terms of appearance. I can't think of anyone else except Miss Anastasia." "Your words have aroused my interest. After the city is broken, I really want to see how beautiful the 7th princess of the kingdom of Gemin is." In the next few hours, Wylan and Kyle began to discuss the knowledge of the law of life. Mainly Kyle narrated, and Wylan listened. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Kyle ended the lecture and left the tent, preparing to go to Rostock to meet Ilif. In the tent, Wylan lay on the blanket, recalling the explanation just now in his mind. Although he understood it, he still had difficulty in applying it. After thinking for a while, Wylan had an idea in his mind, summoning the Life Knight, and then synchronizing the memory of the knowledge of the law of life in his mind to it. Seeing the paladin lost in thought, Wylan smiled. "It's really me." Late at night, Kyle's clone turned into a black bird and came to Ilif's study again. Feeling the assassin master, Kyle turned into a leaf and waited at ease. Looking at Ilif, who was writing furiously and trying to improve the city defense, Kyle had to admire his professionalism. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Ilif lay on the boat to rest as usual. In the middle of the night, the assassin master left as usual, but there was no previous trial process. But he left Rostock City directly and returned to the capital to report to the king of the kingdom of Gemin. Receiving the information from the original body, Kyle transformed into a black bird again, passed through the wall, and came to Ilif's bedroom. On the bed, Ilif opened his eyes, sat up, looked at Kyle in front of him, did not speak, but just stared at the red scarf in his hand. "What do you think? Can you defeat the intermediate beast master of the beast god church?" Ilif moved his eyes away from the red scarf, looked up at Kyle, and said in a deep voice. Yes, Kyle nodded. Ilif made a choice in his heart after hearing this, and said, "At this time 3 days later, I will order my subordinates to open the north gate. The one with the red scarf on his left arm is my man. They will help you strangle the noble army in the city. General Ilif, see you in 3 days." After saying this, Kyle handed the red scarf to Ilif's hand, and his figure gradually faded and disappeared. Ilif put the red scarf in front of his nose and sniffed it gently. This was the one he tied around his eldest grandson's neck 3 months ago, and there was still a trace of incense that could calm the mind. "Your Majesty, don't blame me. If you hadn't been on guard against the Mines family for 40 years, I wouldn't have made this choice. 40 years ago, my father and eldest brother committed suicide to prove their innocence in order to save the family. Perhaps due to the contributions made by the Mines family or to appease people's hearts, the Mines family survived. But it also began to be monitored for 40 years. Although the Mines family and other 13 hidden families were reactivated, the old king still guarded against them like thieves and suppressed them from time to time. Once bitten by a snake, You will be afraid of the rope for 10 years. It is really chilling to use them and let them go. If there was no crisis of national destruction, he might have been a loyal minister and guarded the family safely. Unfortunately, there is no if. Since the other party has offered a price. Don't blame him for being cruel. 3 days later, the Black Rock Army and the Badak Army kept their armor on their bodies and swords in their hands, staying in the tent to sleep, waiting for orders from above. On the city wall of Rostock, Ilif inspected the wall as usual. After 3 days of adjustment, he transferred all the more than 5,000 people under his control to the north gate for garrison. Standing on the city wall, Ilif looked into the distance and began to wait for the right opportunity. At 2 o'clock in the middle of the night, the assassin master who was secretly monitoring left Rostock City as usual and returned to Jemen City to report intelligence. 20 kilometers away from Jemen City, a soul-minded mid-level arcane mage silently chanted a spell to imprison this space. The low-level assassin of the Holy Seal fell out of the shadows, his body stiff, his limbs weak, and he was shocked when he looked at the strong man in front of him. Puchai! A golden spear pierced through his chest, his soul was torn apart, and the extreme pain came, but no sound was made in the air. In less than a moment, the low-level assassin of the Holy Seal died silently in the wilderness. Master Bartlett, thank you very much. It's my job. If you want to thank me, please exchange more spell theories with me. The Soul Intention Intermediate Arcanist put away his staff and came to Kyle in an instant, his eyes full of desire for knowledge. At first, when the teacher asked him to come to the 15th Army, he was very resistant, but now he doesn't want to leave here. Kyle took off the head of the low-level assassin of the Holy Seal and replied with a smile, I have the same idea. It is more effective to have a collision of ideas than to think hard alone. On the city wall, Ilif looked at the purple light in the distance and waved his hand to signal his nephew to start. The action. The young knight understood and came to the city wall with his guards, asking the soldiers to open the city gate. As the earth shook, a large number of troops approached Rostock. An officer handed over a red ribbon and said respectfully, General. Ilif raised his left arm and asked the officer to tie a red ribbon for him. Then he drew his sword and said loudly in the moonlight, At this moment, the army will rise. More than 1,000 soldiers stationed on the city wall took out red scarves and tied them on their left arms. On the streets of the city, more than 4,000 defenders tied red scarves one after another. In less than a moment, thousands of soldiers of the Black Rock Army arrived at the foot of Rostock. Under the leadership of the rebels, they passed through the north gate and entered the city. Enemy troops are entering the city. Enemy troops are entering the city. The shouts resounded throughout the military camp. A large number of soldiers put on single clothes, picked up weapons, left the tents, and looked at the enemy troops rushing in from all directions. They were confused for a while. Killed. Under the moonlight, thousands of troops rushed into the East City military camp. All the Germans who did not wear red scarves were within the range of slaughter. Shouts, screams, and the sound of weapons colliding resounded over the military camp. The soldiers did not know the generals, and the generals did not know the soldiers. In a very short time, the command system completely collapsed. A large number of soldiers fled in a hurry, unable to distinguish between enemies and friends, and when they were not conscious, they cut anyone they saw. General, we defeated a 10,000-man military camp of the German kingdom, with more than 3,000 people. It can be said to be a great victory. An officer cut off the enemy's flag, took down the flag, handed it to his own general, and complimented. You have to remember that it was General Ferrui's good leadership that allowed us to defeat the enemy so easily. The young general folded the flag and stuffed it into his armor, reminding the officer beside him. General, you are right. As more than 40,000 Black Rock Army soldiers entered the city, the entire Rostock city was filled with flames and shouts of killing. The old and weak in the city hid in their rooms, praying that the enemy would not break in, and praying that their husbands would return safely. In the church of the god of beasts, a large number of church knights and beast masters gathered in the hall, looking at Archbishop Mutilin in unison, waiting for her decision. Archbishop, the city is in chaos. and a large number of nobles have abandoned their soldiers and are scrambling to flee. A church knight with blood on his face entered the hall, knelt on one knee, and reported respectfully. Archbishop, the enemy has entered the city, and the divine shield has lost its effect. There is no need to defend Rostock City. We should withdraw to Gemen City as soon as possible to preserve our manpower. A bishop came to Mutilin and whispered. Mutilin heard this and looked around. Except for some younger church knights, most of the clergy had fear and anxiety on their faces. It is an open secret that the alien god army has ordered the clergy of the beast god church to kill without mercy. If they stay here, they will die sooner or later. For most people, who wants to die if they can live? Hearing the approaching footsteps, Mutilin summoned a low-level war beast of the Holy Seal, took all the clergy into his stomach, and then put the war beast into the seal, and his figure disappeared in the temple. 10 minutes later, the gate of the beast god church was broken open, and Carlyle led more than 1,000 soldiers into the temple. General, there is no one on the east side. General, there is no one on the west side either. General, the bedding is still warm. The people from the church just left. Do we need to chase them? Seeing this, Carlyle turned to a soul-minded mid-level arcanist behind him and asked, Sir, what should we do next? The soul-minded mid-level arcanist glanced at the statue in the temple and ordered, Evacuate this place. The temple of the god of beasts should be handed over to the people of the Life Church. If you deal with it rashly and offend the gods, you will definitely bring disaster. Yes, sir. Then Carlyle led his troops to evacuate the temple and went to other places to consult enemy personnel. As time passed, the sun rose, and the first ray of sunlight shone into Rostock City. There were Black Rock Army soldiers slaughtering in the city, Badak Army soldiers besieging and killing outside the city. Most of the 50,000 defenders in Rostock City died at the hands of the Black Rock Army and Badak Army, except for the more than 5,000 people who followed Ilif in the uprising, and only more than 3,000 people were captured. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Wieland rode on a red phosphorus horse and led the army into the city. Under the north gate, Wieland looked at the noble flag flying on the top of Rostock City and was very satisfied. This siege achieved the greatest results at the lowest cost, which was a great victory. Ilif Mines, the surrendered general of Rostock City, pays homage to Lord Wieland. Ilif knelt on his knees, raised his sword high, and said loudly. Behind him, more than 4,000 German kingdom soldiers who had rebelled knelt on the ground and bowed their heads. Wieland turned over and dismounted, stepped forward to help Ilif, a low-level St. Seal warrior, up. This was the first time he had subdued a native strongman of the St. Seal level since he came to the Nangessia continent of the Metagia plain, which was a good start. General Ilif, from today on, you will be the commander of the Mines army. In addition to these 4,000 brave warriors, I will add 15,000 warriors to the Mines army within half a month. I hope that under the guidance of the crown of the goddess of life, you can find the right path. After saying this, Wieland returned Ilif's sword to him. Ilif took the sword, inserted it into the scabbard, bowed his head and replied, Thank you for your gift, my lord. Miller, take General Ilif to reunite with his family. Yes, lord. Miller beat his chest and saluted, answering respectfully. Ilif thanked Miller again, and then followed Miller with an excited look to the military camp. Wieland briefly reviewed the more than 4,000 generals of the Mines army, and then waved his hand to let the army continue to enter the city. In less than 5 days, the 15th Army took Rostock City without any effort. In the palace of Gemen City, the old king heard the report from the guards below and held the armrests of the throne tightly to suppress his anger. Your Majesty, Ilif rebelled, opened the north gate, and led the alien army into the city. Tens of thousands of brave warriors were leaderless and were completely annihilated by the enemy army without any martial ethics. Only a few warriors withdrew to the palace. These damned traitors, I dare not trust them. Hearing the king's insults, some generals in the hall showed frost on their faces, lowered their heads, and dared not speak, so as not to bring trouble to themselves. Send the order down, immediately arrest the Mines family, take them outside the palace and behead them, hang their heads on the outer city wall, and chop their bodies into pieces to feed pigs. Yes, your majesty. The two guards answered loudly, then turned and left to convey the king's order. In the Lord's mansion of Rostock City, Wylan received an order from the 4th Legion to attack the satellite city of Iquique. Iquique City, built on the mountain, is easy to defend and difficult to attack. The garrison has more than 20,000 soldiers. The general guarding the city is named Harvey, an 8-seal knight. He is from the court garrison of the Kingdom of Yemen. His eldest son followed the 4th prince of the Kingdom of Yemen to the Angoya Empire. Come here. The 2 silver intermediate knights standing outside the door entered the hall, knelt on one knee, and waited for instructions. Go and invite General Ilif, the commander of the Mines Army, and General Ferui, the commander of the Black Rock Army. Yes, my lord. After the 2 silver intermediate knights left, Wylan stood up and stretched. 5 days had passed since the capture of Rostock City, and the other 3 directions had already achieved their goals. The 15th Army suffered the least loss, with only 500 people killed. The 16th and 18th Armies suffered the most losses, with more than 13,000 people killed, most of whom were vassal soldiers. For this attack on Iquique City, Wylan planned to let Ilif, a low-level warrior of the Holy Seal, serve as the commander. The Black Rock Army's commander, Fei Rui, assist him. He would also arrange a mid-level soul arcane master to serve as the military supervisor. If Ilif was found to have second thoughts, he would be killed on the spot. Although Wylan expressed his trust in Ilif on the surface, he was still very vigilant in his heart. Dead spies were not uncommon in the war history of the Kingdom of Ilia. Only after he had withstood enough tests would he feel at ease to use Ilif. In less than a moment, Ilif and Fei Rui came to the city lord's mansion, saluted Wylan, and sat down on the chair. General Ilif, how many soldiers does the Mines Army have now? Wylan looked at Ilif, who was sitting in the first position on the left, and asked. Ilif stood up and replied respectfully, Sir, after 5 days of reorganization, the Mines Army has absorbed more than 2,000 professionals from Rostock City, plus the 500 professional captives you transferred, and now the Mines Army has 11,253 registered soldiers. As expected of a military family, the efficiency of reorganization is so strong. Wylan smiled and praised. Ilif bowed his head and replied, You are too kind, sir. If it weren't for the military merit system you implemented, I wouldn't have been able to integrate an army in such a short time. Don't be modest. I still recognize your ability, otherwise I wouldn't have surrendered you. Waving his hand to signal Ilif to sit down, Wylan took out the military order issued by the commander of the 4th Legion, Marquis Rodent, and said straight to the point. I asked you two to come here this time because I have an important task to give you. Sir, please give me your orders. The 2 men answered with respect in their eyes and in a firm tone. Seeing this, Wylan began to speak. According to the order of the Legion, our army's next target is Iquique City. I believe that you, General Ilif, are very familiar with the defensive layout of this city. Sir, when I was the Deputy General of the Defense of Yemen City, I deployed the defense of Iquique City by myself. But after a few days, the garrison stationed in Iquique City may have changed the defense deployment, but the changes in a short time are limited. I am confident that I can capture this city within 5 days as a proof of my loyalty to you. Ilif said with a serious face. Seeing that Ilif had expressed his attitude first, Wylan nodded with satisfaction and then continued. For this attack on Iquique City, I plan to have you as the commander. The Black Rock Army's Chief General Fei Rui will assist. The Black Rock Army's Deputy General Carlyle will serve as the Battlefield Probability Executive Officer, and Master Bartlett will serve as the accompanying mage. This detachment is composed of the Mines Army and the Black Rock Army, with a total of more than 60,000 people. I hope General Ilif can give me a surprise. Ilif said without hesitation. Please rest assured, my subordinate will take down Iquique City even if he risks his life. The Black Rock Army's Chief General Fei Rui stood up and replied, The same is true for me. Then I wish you two a victorious return. Ilif and Fei Rui took the military order and left the city lord's hall. After handling military affairs, Wylan opened the half-plane channel and walked straight in. In the half-plane, Wylan looked at the flourishing tree of life, breathed fresh air, and felt unprecedented comfort. Shah, looking up at the horizon, dozens of griffins appeared in the air, landing around the Tree of Life. Lining up, waiting for Wyland's touch. Wyland sat on the grass, waved to the first female griffin to come over, and gently stroked the hair on her head. "We don't want that homeless griffin." The female griffin shook her head subconsciously when she heard her master's words. "Ha ha ha, it seems that you love your spouse deeply. Maybe he is enjoying it there." Wyland touched the chin of the female griffin and teased with a smile. "Sha sha sha." Hearing the protest in the other party's tone, Wyland just smiled gently and didn't talk about her spouse. In a sense, Zing and his two spouses grew up under his watch. Although he was almost thrown into the iron pot by himself, didn't that happen? A few months have passed, and there is no sign of Zing coming back. I don't know if he really went to enjoy his life. I just hope that he is not as fat as a ball when he comes back, otherwise I will have to lock him up in a small dark room and let him starve for a few months. When he thought of riding a fat griffin out, Wyland felt that he could not afford to lose face. On April 3, 9756, of the glorious calendar, the Mines Army and the Black Rock Army were combined into a detachment led by Ilif, leaving Rostock and heading for Iquique, 60 kilometers away. 3 days later, with the joint efforts of Ilif and Bartlett, the Archbishop of the Church of the God of the Beasts in Iquique was beheaded. The divine shield was broken, and the wall that blocked the army became a small gully which was easily crossed. In less than half a day, Iquique fell. Under Ilif's persuasion, nearly 10,000 defenders surrendered their weapons. More than 3,000 nobles and their guards fled the city, and some soldiers took off their armor and hid in the residential area. About 4,000 people died in the siege and clearing battles. After entering Iquique City, Ilif first sent someone to report the battle situation to Wyland in Rostock City, and then collected all the property, food, weapons, and various training resources and sealed them in the warehouse, and sent his trusted generals to guard them. As a smart man, Ilif had a clear position in his heart. He could lead troops, massacre the city, and communicate with generals of the same level, but he must not reward soldiers without authorization and win over the hearts of the lower-level soldiers. This is a taboo in the army. In the Rostock City Lord's mansion, Wyland looked at the report of the shadow assassin, and then looked at the battle report sent by Ilif, and had new thoughts in his heart. On April 15, 9756, of the glorious calendar, 8 satellite cities of Gemin City fell, and the expeditionary army of more than 800,000 surrounded Gemin City, a capital with a population of more than 2 million. In the palace, the old king who had been waiting for the coalition of nobles from the East Territory completely extinguished his inner thoughts. He was furious every day and executed several male and female servants from time to vent his anger. In the palace, whether it was slaves or guards, they were all terrified, fearing that the next moment would be their death. In the city of Gemin, various forces were linked to each other's interests, either evacuating or surrendering, and few died in the battle. On the morning of April 16, the 4th Legion held a military meeting. Wyland sat in the second seat on the left, listening to the judgment of the Legion commander, Marquis Rodin, on the overall situation, and combined with the strategy of the headquarters to issue combat orders. Most of the eastern and southeastern territories of the German kingdom are in the hands of the Germans. According to the instructions of Commander East, the attack on German City needs to be a combination of slow and urgent. The offensive must be fierce, but the city cannot be broken. At the same time, the messengers sent by German City should be selectively killed to give the King of German Kingdom hope, so that he can mobilize the living forces to the capital, so that other troops can annihilate them in one battle. The siege is divided into main attack and secondary attack. Which unit will be responsible for the main attack and which unit will be responsible for the secondary attack? I will give you orders. You are not allowed to attack German City without authorization. Yes, sir, everyone answered. 2 hours later, the meeting ended. Wyland left the tent and flew directly back to Rostock. The 15th Army's more than 200,000 troops are mainly stationed in Rostock and Iquique. There are 130,000 troops in Rostock and 80,000 troops in Iquique. In addition, some towns between Rostock, Iquique, and Gemin also stationed a small number of troops, ranging from hundreds to thousands, as warning troops to prevent Gemin from mobilizing a large army to attack the city. After returning to Rostock, Weiland ordered the generals of various departments to convene a military meeting. The main strategic policy for this siege is to attack, but not break. In the hall of the city lord's mansion, when everyone heard Weiland's words, most of them had puzzled looks on their faces, wondering why the superiors had such an idea. Every time we attack a city, the Legion will issue a military order, and I will dispatch an army to go out. Since the superiors have this idea, we cannot go all out in the siege. When the decisive battle comes, we should focus on preserving our strength. Yes, sir. In the next half an hour, Weiland adjusted the following military units. The Central Army was still stationed in Rostock. The Upper Army was stationed in Equeek. The Lower Army was stationed in a town between Rostock and Equeek, with the two cities and one town forming a horn with each other. On April 18, 9756 of the glorious calendar, the 4th Legion deployed more than 300,000 troops to launch the first assault on Gemin City. At the north gate of Gemin City, the commander of the Upper Army, Brian, commanded the army to attack the city. More than 9,000 people from 3 battalions of the 1,000 Fortress Army were the first siege troops. They carried the iron bridge and pushed the siege vehicle. With the weakened divine shield of the royal capital, they launched a charge towards the palace wall of more than 20 kilometers of the northern city wall. The houses near the outer side of the northern city wall had long been turned into ruins. Most of the wood and stone materials were moved into the city and used as rolling stones to block the enemy's siege. On the hill in the distance, Weiland stood on the hill looking at the siege battle in the distance and couldn't help but sighed. It seems that my cousin is still quite talented. Master, do you want to go somewhere else? Kyle turned his head to look at his master and asked. Go. Weiland answered, go to the east gate to see how my uncle-in-law commands the siege. After that, more than 20 knights went to the east gate of Gemin City. As the capital of the kingdom of Gemin, Gemin City is 28 kilometers long, 25 kilometers wide, covers an area of 700 square kilometers, and has a population of about 2.3 million. It is the commercial and political center of the kingdom of Gemin. According to legend, this place was originally a hilly area. Under the leadership of the founding monarch of the kingdom of Gemin, it took 30 years to flatten 88 dangerous peaks of 500 meters, 337 peaks of 300 meters, 969 peaks of 300 to 100 meters, 677 hills between 150 meters, and 893 low hills below 50 meters, turning this 60,000 square kilometers of hills into a plain. The plain is conducive to reproduction, but it also becomes a place for the two armies to fight. Under the planning of the subsequent generations of monarchs of the German kingdom, the defenders of Gemin City had no advantage in defending the city, but the attackers also had no advantage in attacking the city. It all depended on the combat capabilities of both armies. On the city wall, a large number of beastmasters drove the magic beasts to assist the kingdom army in defending the city. Countless nuns and priests used seals to treat the injured soldiers. The injuries were so serious that they could only end their lives in the praise of the god of beasts. Weiland walked around the city wall and looked at the war scene at the north gate. It was quite regular and even a little messy. It can be seen that his uncle's military talent was really not good. No wonder the army size given to him by Aunt Mia Lai was only a few thousand people. After standing and watching for a while, a female knight in red armor flew to Weiland, bowed and saluted, and said respectfully, Master Weiland, the Earl invites you to come to a gathering. I know, Weiland waved his hand and answered. After the female knight left, Weiland patted Xiaohong and asked him to run. A few minutes later, Weiland arrived at the viewing area and saw the aunt sitting under the pavilion drinking tea with a frown on her face. Aunt Weiland dismounted, came to the pavilion and greeted her. Earl Blood Moon came back to his senses, turned his gaze away from the battlefield, looked at Weiland, smiled, and said gently, Sit down. Seeing this, Weiland sat down. What do you think of your uncle's command of this battle? Earl Blood Moon asked straight to the point after pouring a cup of hot tea for Weiland. Wylan looked at the situation on the battlefield, pretended to think, and answered, "Auntie, do you want to hear the truth or a lie?" "What about the truth? What about a lie?" Earl Blood Moon asked with a curious look on his face. Seeing this, Wylan did not keep the secret and answered, "To be honest, my uncle can only be a general, not a commander." "It's a lie. If you form an army of all women, my uncle may perform exceptionally well." "Ha ha ha, you kid, whether it's the truth or a lie, you're expressing the same meaning." Count Blood Moon shook his head and said with a smile, "You are right. Vitlis can only be a general, not a commander. One reason is related to his personality, and the other is me. Since I married him, I have been handling all the affairs of the Blood Moon territory. After your cousin came of age, he took care of it. Your uncle is like a mascot. He rarely touches the political and military affairs of the territory. After so many years, even if he has talent, it is difficult to show it." Hearing the words of his aunt, Wylan knew very well that she was talking about his uncle on the surface, but secretly advising him that he should not leave the political and military affairs for a long time. Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. Wylan bowed his head and said yes. Then sat quietly on a wicker chair and watched the siege battle. 2 hours later, the golden sound sounded, and the siege troops began to retreat. Under the city wall, flesh and blood limbs were intertwined with each other, and the brick walls were stained red with blood. There were more than 5,000 corpses, most of them were Gemin people, and a few were Ansar people. After the siege, Varen stood up and said to Earl Blooddew, "Auntie, I'm going back first." "Go ahead." After saluting, Wylan returned to the North City Gate with his guards. In the camp, life priests rushed back and forth to treat injured soldiers. Under the gentle healing light, most of the 1,000 Fort Army soldiers became more devout in their belief in the goddess of life. After passing through the camp, Wylan came to the central tent. When the 2 guards on guard saw the person coming, they raised the curtain and bowed their heads in salute. In the camp, all the generals stood up and saluted to show their respect. Wylan came to the main seat and waved for everyone to take their seats. Kyle stood behind Varen, looking at everyone with an indifferent look in his eyes. Most of his mind was immersed in the construction of combat skills. He only retained part of his perception of the outside world to receive the integrated meeting information. "Sir, in today's first battle, the army dispatched more than 80,000 soldiers. 327 were killed, 183 were seriously injured, and 697 were slightly injured. Most of them have been healed by priests. In terms of extraordinary materials, it consumes 586 intermediate magic crystals, 133 high-level magic crystals, 7,983 enchanted feather arrows, and 36,660 armor-breaking feather arrows." 3. After Brian finished his report, Varen waved for him to sit down. Compared with the more than 4,000 people killed on the East Wall, the losses in personnel and materials during the siege of the North Wall were within acceptable limits. According to the plan designated by the Legion headquarters, the city will be attacked every half-month. During these half-months, the upper army will be stationed here. After half a month, the lower army will take over from you and carry out the second siege mission. "Baron Brian," Varen looked at his cousin and said. Brian sat up straight with a serious face. "Sir, please speak." "The main purpose of siege is to stabilize the city and prevent the enemy from sneak attacks at night. You can follow your own ideas when it comes to planning the camp, but you must think it through again and again, consult with your subordinates more, and don't be arbitrary." "Yes, my lord," Brian replied loudly. Afterwards, Varen ended this simple meeting. After leaving the military camp, Varen stepped forward to hug Brian and whispered in his ear, "Cousin, this is an opportunity. Take advantage of it. If anything happens, send someone to me." "I see." After letting go of Brian, Varen got on his horse and took Kyle and the guards back to Rostock City. Time passed slowly, and millions of soldiers and civilians in Germanman City spent more than 4 months in anxiety. In the palace, the old king was sitting on the throne. He was dozens of years older than 4 months ago. In the main hall, compared with the crowds in the past, there are now fewer and fewer generals to fight. Half of them died in the battle to defend the city, and half died in the night attack on the enemy outside the city. Harold, an intermediate knight of the Holy Seal, walked out of the queue, leaned down to salute, and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, please give me your orders." The old king opened his cloudy eyes and asked, "How many troops are there in the capital?" "Your Majesty, there are still 230,000 garrison troops in the royal capital. I have issued the third recruitment order. All men and women over the age of 13, except for those who have lost limbs and are about to die, are eligible for recruitment. It only takes half a month to obtain 400,000 militiamen, and with the magical shield of the royal capital, it can hold off the enemy for at least 3 months. Okay, you go down, yes." "Your Majesty," after Harold retreated. The old king looked at the foreign minister again and asked, "Claudia, what's going on with the Duke of Truvia, Your Majesty?" According to the report of General Albert, who desperately entered the royal capital, the coalition of more than 400,000 Eastern nobles led by the Duke of Truvia was defeated by the Ability God's army in the Musati region, and was defeated in Mainich. The region encountered an ambush in the Misili plain, and 2/3 of the army was destroyed, with only 100,000 troops retreating to the Wolf region. Cough, cough, cough. There was a look of defeat in the old king's eyes. A few months ago, he would have cursed loudly, but now he didn't have that temper. "What news has come back from the southeast?" The old king took a deep breath and asked again. Claudia looked at the king's face, considered her words, and reported, "Your Majesty, most of the nobles in the southeast have surrendered. The only nobles with chivalry have lost their families under the siege of these shameless people. Destroy." "How many places in the southeastern region belong to the kingdom?" The old king's face was surprisingly calm, and his eyes were rippled, making it impossible to see his true inner thoughts. "Your Majesty, there has been no news from the southeastern territory since half a month ago. It may have fallen. Does the Angoya Empire have any intention of sending troops?" Claudia combined the information she knew, sorted out the language, and then reported, "Your Majesty, according to the letter sent back by the fourth prince, the Angoya Empire has accumulated a large number of troops on the western border, but there is no sign of sending troops. Maybe the war in the north is more intense than imagined, and the Angoya Empire cannot afford to fight on 2 fronts. Ha, I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it. That traitor was right. I really became the king of the kingdom of Gemen." The old king suddenly laughed out loud. His laughter was filled with endless desolation and bitterness. His face was full of pain and helplessness, and his eyes revealed deep despair. Everyone in the hall lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at the old king's eyes, reducing their sense of existence. 40 years ago, most of them were witnesses of the rebellion of the eldest prince, and the scene of the eldest prince's death at that time was still vivid in their minds. "Do whatever you want to do." After saying that, the old king slowly stood up from the throne, walked down the stairs, and left the hall from the main gate, leaving behind a lonely and desolate back. After a long time, the ministers and generals in the hall left one after another. Whether they shared weal and woe with the kingdom of Gemen or chose to live in a different tree, only they themselves knew. In the church of the god of beasts in Gemen City, the pope of the god of beasts in the kingdom of Gemen felt the boundless killing atmosphere, looked at the young faces of the temple knights, nuns, and beast masters in the hall, and sighed. 4 months of siege and 8 siege battles drained the last of the beast god church of the German kingdom. I wonder what the old man Samuel, the Pope of Ansa, felt at that time. Thinking of his old friend who had returned to the kingdom of the beast god, the Pope of the beast god church of the German kingdom felt extremely lonely. September 25, 9756, in the glorious calendar. Early mornings. Outside the north gate, 200,000 troops lined up on the plain in groups of 1,000 men. The flags fluttered in the wind, and the army advanced steadily with the sound of drums. The 4th Corps of the Expeditionary Force, which commanded more than 700,000 troops, came out in full force and would not stop until they captured the city. On the city wall, the German kingdom army and the militiamen who were forcibly recruited looked at the endless enemy camp, and fear rose again in their numb hearts. "General, today is coming to an end." An officer opened his cracked lips. His tone was fearful but more of a relief. For more than 4 months, 135 days, most officers and generals lived in anxiety and despair. As for the lower-level soldiers, they had no idea how many times they had been rotated. The soldiers who first climbed the city wall to participate in the battle to defend the city had long been buried somewhere, perhaps becoming the feces of a certain monster. Wylin stood on the command platform, watching the 2 military flags fluttering in the wind, and gave orders. "Attack!" In the front, more than 18,000 people from 6 battalions of the Badak army carried 300 iron bridges and pushed 64 siege vehicles, advancing towards the northern wall of Jemen city. More than 20,000 archers bent their bows and shot arrows at the city wall 6 kilometers away from the front army. More than 1,000 mages cast spells together and launched magic attacks on the magic shield. 150 high-level magic cannons and 800 intermediate magic cannons frantically absorbed the magic energy in the magic crystals and tilted energy balls towards the magic shield. In the central army camp, 8 large magic suppressors were activated, emitting space fluctuations, competing with the magic shield of Jemen city at the law level. On the 28-kilometer wall of Jemen city, more than 30,000 soldiers defending the city carried iron shields to block the enemy's enchanted arrows, armor-piercing arrows, fire-feather arrows, and other arrows. They could only watch the enemy approaching the wall. Several sieges had already consumed the city's defense supplies. Now only the weapons in their hands could resist the enemy's attack. As the iron bridge was built, the siege vehicle was pushed across the moat. Under the city wall, 64 magic circles were activated to absorb the magic energy in the magic crystal. The light dissipated, and 64 earth slopes appeared on the battlefield. On the city wall, at the call of the officers, most of the militia were pushed to the front line of the city wall and used as the first batch of cannon fodder. As for the veterans who had experienced several sieges, they served as temporary supervisors and were responsible for killing the fleeing soldiers. "Follow me." An Ansa officer drew his sword and led hundreds of Jemen soldiers to charge up the earth slope. Under the promise of fields, slaves, and money, most of the German soldiers of the Badak army had fierce eyes and swung their weapons at the soldiers defending the city of Jemen. Facing the professionals, the militia pushed to the front slaughtered them all in just a few minutes. Stepping on the bloody pieces of flesh, the 2 armies began to fight. There was no safe place on the 28-kilometer city wall. Blood flowed down the stone steps, and countless defenders were sent to the city wall to fight a bloody battle with the Badak army. Seeing the front line being pushed back, Wylin ordered the remaining 4 battalions of the Badak army and the 3 battalions of the Black Rock army, a total of more than 20,000 people to supplement. Half an hour later, the magic shield protecting the city of Jemen was shattered. Without the suppression of the magic, the restraints on the soldiers of the Badak army and the Black Rock army disappeared instantly, and the combat power of the heyday broke out. Faced with the increasingly fierce enemy, the soldiers defending the city began to disintegrate on a large scale. No matter how the officers tried to stop the fleeing by killing, it was still useless in the face of the general trend. Ilif, the chief general of the Mine's army, came to the wall of the north gate, smashed the gate that was not strengthened by divine magic with one punch, and opened the entrance to the city. More than 10,000 soldiers passed Ilif's figure and attacked the city of Jemen. At the same time, the east gate, the south gate, and the west gate were broken at the same time. And hundreds of thousands of troops poured into this ancient capital that has existed for thousands of years. Order the commander of the army to take over the troops and kill the enemy troops who are trying to escape from Jemen outside the city. Yes, Lord. After that, Wylin rode on the red phosphorus horse and led more than 3,000 soldiers of the Ice Sword camp to Jemen city. On the left side of the army, Hebrew was stunned when he heard the words of the messenger officer. He was still thinking about entering the city to challenge the strong and gain military merit for his master. But he was appointed as the commander of the army, responsible for leading more than 100,000 000 troops outside the city to block the enemy troops retreating from the north gate. Where is the master? So Hebrew, the Lord has led his troops into the city. Looking at Hebrew's face, the herald answered and then added, Sir, the Lord said that if you dare to disobey the military order, he will hang you on the flagpole for 3 days. I know. Between executing the military order and hanging the flagpole, he chose to execute the military order. Although he had never been hung on the flagpole. It must be a bad feeling. In the city of Jemen, hundreds of thousands of troops of the 4th Legion poured into the city, and in units of hundreds of people, they wiped out the German kingdom army. The streets, alleys, merchants and nobles' luxurious manors and courtyards were all reduced to battlefields. Corpses were scattered all over the road, blood gathered in depressions, and many shops were blood-bathed. Wylan rode on a red phosphorus horse, looking normal, and headed towards the palace of the Kingdom of Jemen. For these vassal troops, since the moment the city of Jemen was conquered, looting and killing would not stop until the defending army was cleared out. 100 meters away, dozens of soldiers led by an officer rushed into a merchant's house. As the sound of chopping and killing subsided, a woman's screams rang out. Those are the troops of the 16th Army. Wylan looked at the marks on the armor of several soldiers guarding outside the courtyard and said. Kyle nodded and replied, My lord, those are indeed the vassal soldiers of the 16th Army. There are other marks on them. They should be under the direct command of a certain earl. A woman ran out of the alley with fear on her face. She wanted to get close to the red phosphorus horse, but was stopped by 2 soldiers from the ice sword camp. At this moment, more than a dozen soldiers rushed out of the alley. When they saw these well-equipped soldiers in front of them, the arrogant look on their faces immediately disappeared, replaced by a face full of respect. One of the 3-in-1 warriors took a few quick steps forward and said in fluent common language, My lord, I have met you. Wylan glanced at the pale-faced woman and asked, Who is that woman? The 3-in-1 warrior quickly replied respectfully, Your lord, when I was attacking a manor, I found that this woman was abusing a maid. According to military regulations, women with bad morals can be dealt with at will. Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300. x250 target type, mix. Okay, take this man away. Wylan waved his hand and said to the 3-seal warrior. By observing the other party's expression, Wylan could judge that the other party was not lying. In addition, this woman has delicate skin and gorgeous makeup. It is obvious that she was born in a wealthy family. Since she has bad behavior, she will be executed according to the military regulations formulated by the commander of the 4th Legion, Marquis Rodent. In the helpless struggle, the woman was dragged into the alley by 2 soldiers with despair in her eyes. The cause in the future, the result today and this end, can't blame others. After dealing with this trivial matter, Wylan continued to move forward with more than 3,000 people from the ice sword camp. Standing outside the palace gate, Wylan could clearly hear the shouts and killings coming from the palace. Wylan turned over and dismounted, handed Ziohung to a guard, and led thousands of people from the ice sword camp into the palace. The first time he stepped into a national palace as an invader, Wylan felt a strange emotion in his heart. The steps between the 2 palace walls were full of corpses, including the bodies of the German kingdom's palace garrison troops and the expeditionary soldiers, entangled with each other. In the sky, several strong men were fighting. Looking up, Marquis Rodent was overwhelming the Pope of the Beast God Church of the German kingdom with an absolute advantage. Even though the other party had 3 mid-level Holy Seal beasts to help, he still had no power to fight back. Count Blood Moon stood in the air and trapped 3 mid-level Holy Seal knights in the magic wall to test new spells. Beside him, Vitlis folded his arms across his chest, quietly watching his wife's performance and preventing anyone from attacking. Each of the other soul masters faced 1 or more native strongmen of the Holy Seal, using the other party as a touchstone. Using the extraordinary professions of the other world to verify their combat skills or spells. Wylan on the ground had no intention of fighting at all. As for Kyle, he just wanted to be with his master. After crossing the second palace wall, hundreds of palace guards rushed towards them. The leading officer was a four-seal warrior, shouting slogans of loyalty and rushing towards Wyland fearlessly. 120 Ice Sword Battalion soldiers rushed forward under the leadership of a squadron leader. Facing the Ice Sword Battalion, whose soldiers were at least bronze warriors, there was no surprise at all. In less than 10 minutes, more than 300 palace guards were beheaded. Looking at the officer who died with his eyes open, Wyland glanced at him indifferently and walked straight to the side hall. How beautiful are the princesses of the Gemin Kingdom. It's just right to take this opportunity to see them, and by the way, to investigate the location of the half-plane and block the entrance in advance. Every time they arrive at a side hall, the Ice Sword Battalion soldiers will rush in to clear out the palace garrison troops, and then they will welcome their own lord in. After passing through 6 side halls, Wyland looked at the map he picked up, and then looked at the blood-stained sign on the side. He should be in the middle of the left side of the palace. After passing through a few areas, he should be able to reach the residence of the royal women of the Kingdom of Gemin. This step-by-step approach to the goal made Wyland feel a little interesting. Along the way, Kyle looked at his master's actions and was very confused. Was his master interested in women or looking for a place? Based on past experience, it is more likely that his master is looking for a place. But it is not ruled out that his master also has the idea of appreciating beautiful things. In the Karak's palace, the 7th princess of the Kingdom of Gemin, Risana, stood quietly in front of the mirror, staring at herself in the mirror, listening to the sound of fighting in the distance, with a calm expression, pulling out the short blade in her hand, recalling the voice and appearance of her eldest brother as if it was yesterday. "Brother, my father is going to accompany you, and I will be there soon. Your Highness." Risana closed the short blade, tied it around her waist, looked at the female knight standing in front of her with a serious face, and asked in a deep voice, "Where are the enemies?" "Your Highness, an enemy army of about 3,000 people is heading towards the Karak's palace, and 3 more side halls will arrive here." The female knight answered with respect in her expression. "How many of my guards are left?" "Your Highness, the Karak's guards should have 300 people, and the actual number is 300. Risana was silent for a moment and asked, "No one left?" "Your Highness, no one left." The female knight answered, "If it weren't for you, they would have died in the slums of the capital." Risana sighed softly and said, "No one left, so die with me." After that, Risana took the knight's sword and walked out of the Karak's palace with a calm face. Standing on the steps, the palace, which used to be so peaceful and terrifying, has become a battlefield. Half of the palace was engulfed in fire, and palace guards were fighting with the enemy in every corner. In less than a moment, the gate of Karak's palace was broken open, and hundreds of Ice Sword Battalion soldiers entered the palace and rushed forward. 300 Karak's guards drew their swords and rushed towards the enemy. Under absolute strength, a large number of Karak's guards were killed. The 2 7-seal female knights standing behind Risana watched their subordinates being slaughtered. As soon as they took the first step, they saw a flash of light, and their bodies were blown to pieces. 300 Karak's guards were slaughtered, and the snow-white palace walls were dyed blood red. Wyland entered the palace, looked at the sign in the distance, and compared it with the map in his hand and said, "This is it." Hearing this, Kyle reached out and grabbed Risana, who was about to commit suicide. Wyland handed the map to his subordinates and turned to look at the royal princess in front of him. She was indeed as beautiful as the rumor said. There was a sense of sadness and determination in her eyes, which added a touch of beauty. "Do you want to live or die?" Wyland looked at the royal princess in front of him and asked. Hearing the other party's words, Risana answered without hesitation, "Please let me die." At this moment, several beautiful women were taken to the Karak's palace by the soldiers of the Ice Sword camp. Looking at the dozen women crying bitterly, Wyland had an idea in his mind and asked, "Do you want them to die or live?" Risana looked at her 2 sisters, and a group of royal women looked up at Wyland and answered, "Compared to humiliating them and damaging the royal family's face, I want them to die." The women kneeling on the ground heard Risana and cursed. Compared with death, they would rather live in humiliation. After hearing this, Wyland shook his head and said, "How decisive." An officer saw the lord's gesture and ordered his subordinates, "Kill." The knife flashed, and 13 beautiful heads rolled to the ground. Looking at the dead tribesmen, Rosanna closed her eyes in some pain. The next moment, under the gaze of everyone, Rosanna stabbed the short blade into her chest and ended her life. On her deathbed, Rosanna looked up at the sky, as if she saw her elder brother coming to pick her up. Looking at this scene, Wylan opened his mouth and ordered, "Take this princess down and bury her." "Yes, sir." Afterwards, Wylan asked the Ice Sword camp to garrison in the Karak's palace and several surrounding palaces. 3 days later, the unrest in the city of Gemen was completely quelled. So far, the war that lasted for 20 months ended, and the kingdom of Gemen was completely destroyed. Warm reminder: if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will handle it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. On October 1, 9756, in the glorious calendar, at the headquarters of the 4th Army, Marquis Rodent looked at the application from the commander of the 15th Army with a little curiosity in his eyes. "Right, why do you think our Viscount Kixing wants to garrison this royal capital?" Middle-rank Soul Knight standing next to him heard Marquis Rodenter's inquiry, took the application document, scanned it quickly, then put the document back on the desk, and replied, "Master of the family, this Viscount Kixing, he likes to study humanities and history, and he's also known as the Son of Miracle. His subordinates speculate that the other party may have discovered some ruins in Gemen City." "Do you think he discovered something?" Marquis Rodent leaned on his chair and asked curiously. The middle-level Soul Knight thought for a moment and replied, "Master, it may be a treasure somewhere, or it may be an underground ruins, but the value will definitely not be too great." "You are right. If the value of something discovered is too great, our Viscount Kai Xing will not hide it. If there is anyone in the 4th Legion who is best at communicating in a profit-driven way, he is second. No one. People dare to be number one." "Master, what do you mean?" Marquis Rodent looked at Wright, who only spoke half of the words, shook his head and said with a smile, "I don't dare to offend the Duke of Moravia. Besides, the Akers family and the Rodent family have been friends for generations, and I can't do it for a little bit. Petty profit ruins the family's reputation. Go and tell Viscount Kai Xing that the other troops of the 4th Army will evacuate Gemen City within half a month." "Master, do you need me to mention this matter in a subtle way?" "Right," a middle-level Soul Knight asked in a low voice. "No need." Marquis Rodenter said, "Viscount Kixing is a smart man. He will naturally know the purpose of my sending you. There are some things that you can just pretend to be confused. But let him not make too much noise." "Yes, master." Right, the middle-level Soul Knight bowed and saluted, then exited the study and headed to the 15th Army Station. In the study, Marquis Rodent took out a pile of documents from the space ring and pulled out the document recording the military exploits of the 15th Army. He opened it and looked at it. There were only 2 nobles recorded on it. One was Varon Akers, Viscount of Kixing. One was Ridge Baron Brian Akers. With more than 600 battle achievements, this kid is really fierce, but he is still slightly inferior to the first-generation Eagle Earl. I also checked the statistics of the military exploits of several other armies. Due to the large number of people, the military exploits distributed to each noble were much less. After looking through it, Marquis Rodent put the battle record file back into the space ring and began to check various matters such as the death data of the expeditionary soldiers, the number and type of trophies collected, and the formation of the surrendered troops. 2 hours later, Varon sent away the confidants of Marquis Rodent. "I owe a favor. I don't know when I will need to pay it back," watching Mitt go away. Wylan sighed and couldn't help but sigh. Kyle stood behind Varon and said calmly, "Lord, I have a hunch that maybe it won't be long before the favor you owe Marquis Rodent will be repaid. What's the basis?" Varon turned to look at Kyle and asked curiously, "Intuition." Kyle answered after hearing this, "Never mind." Wylan waved his hand and turned around to enter the camp. As time went by, a large number of troops were transferred out of German City by the Marquis of Rodent to garrison in other regions. Half a month later, Varon stood on the wall of Gemen City, watching the last troop leave, preparing to take action tonight to take out that demiplane, so as to avoid long nights and nightmares. Late at night, the huge palace was surrounded by thousands of soldiers. More than 5,000 people from Greg's 4th Battalion and Imogen's 5th Battalion stood guard outside the palace walls, preventing anyone from approaching the palace. In the palace, more than 3,000 people from the Ice Sword Battalion were patrolling around the Karak's palace, guarding the surroundings and strictly executing Varen's orders. Not even a fly was allowed to enter the palace. In the palace of Karax, Varen asked the guards to guard the door and only took Kyle into the palace. Varen didn't tell anyone about the demoplane, not even Kyle. The fewer people who knew about this kind of thing, the better. Under Kyle's gaze, Varen first activated his senses to detect the surrounding situation and ensure that no one was secretly watching. Then he used Woodheart Channel to inject magic power into the plant and let it grow downward. 10 minutes later, when the passage reached a barrier, Wylan stopped transmitting magic power, opened the leaves at the top, and got in. Seeing this, Kyle followed his master into the passage. Along the spiral passage, Wylan looked at the dots of light on the inner walls of the plants and felt very peaceful inside. 10 minutes later, after passing through the rock wall, the two of them arrived 150 kilometers underground from the palace. Standing in the room made of plant inner walls, Varen looked at the magic barrier still in operation under his feet. And for a moment, he didn't know how to break it. At the same time, Kyle stared at the magic barrier at his feet, feeling very shocked. Whether it is the kingdom of Anza, the kingdom of Gemin, or the continent of Nangetia, or perhaps the entire Metagia plane, there is no trace of magic. It's hard to believe that there are traces of magic underground. What's even more surprising is that my master can actually find this place accurately. How about it? Can you break it open? Wylan looked at Kyle with an expectant look in his eyes. Kyle knocked on the magic barrier with his hand and said with some uncertainty, "My lord, try mine." "It's okay, you take your time," Varen said softly, and then the Viscount walked aside and knocked on the inner wall of the plant to make a recliner grow out of it. Then he lay down on it without hesitation, waiting for Kyle to break the magic enchantment. Seeing his master's actions, Kyle was no longer surprised. He sat cross-legged on the magic barrier, tentatively transferred magic power, and began to study how to break the magic barrier. I don't know how long it took, and after trying hundreds of times, I finally broke the magic barrier on the 366th test. Looking at the second layer of magic barrier, Kyle rubbed his swollen head and continued to study. With the experience of breaking the first layer of magic barrier, I only tried a dozen times to break the next 3 layers of magic barrier. After breaking through the last layer of magic barrier, Kyle sat on the rock wall, preparing to restore his magic power first. At this moment, Wylan was lying on the recliner, sleeping soundly. 2 hours later, after absorbing enough magic power from the space crack, Kyle stood up, came to his master, and woke him up. Wylan slowly opened his eyes and looked at Kyle's expression, a little embarrassed on his face. "This is just the right place to sleep, just now." Hearing his master's excuse, Kyle laughed and said, "My lord, the 4 layers of magic barriers have been broken. It opened so quickly, as expected of you." After saying that, Wylan operated the Muxin channel to continue extending downward. 3 minutes later, after passing through the 800-meter-thick rock wall, the two people left the Mu Zin passage and arrived at a magnificent hall. Stepping on the white stone slab, various extraordinary organs in the body began to operate spontaneously, absorbing magic power and transforming it into fighting spirit. Varen and Kyle looked at each other in unison, and then looked at the white stone slab, their eyes full of shock. Neither of them spoke, their entire bodies and minds immersed in the white stone. 10 minutes later, Wylan felt that the fighting spirit and magic power in his body had increased a little. 10 minutes standing here is worth 2 hours of hard training. If only I could do it in the future. Wylan touched his chin and murmured to himself. Kyle, who was observing the slate, couldn't help but twitching at the corner of his mouth when he heard his master's words. His master's perspective on thinking about problems was always so tricky. Feeling the strange look in Kyle's eyes, Varen coughed lightly and said righteously, "I'm just talking." Varen then stood watching as Kyle studied the white slate. Half an hour later, Kyle stood up and said, "My lord, the white slate still needs to be studied. I am not sure yet about the source of its magic power and whether it has this effect in other places. There's no hurry, let's get the demoplane first. After saying that, Wyland strode towards the depths of the hall. Looking at the back of his master, Kyle gave up thinking for the time being and followed quickly. In the center of the hall, a space door floats in the air. Varen stood 100 meters away, looked at the space door, turned to Kyle and said, "Go." Hearing this, Kyle stopped, his face full of confusion. "Stop looking and go quickly." Varen patted Kyle on the shoulder and said earnestly, "After you obtain this demoplane, I will leave matters such as transferring supplies to you." "I see," Kyle replied respectfully, without speaking any words of loyalty. After spending more than 30 years together, the two no longer need words to express their friendship. After watching Kyle enter the space gate, Varen directly took out a blanket from the space ring and spread it on the ground. He also picked a lot of fruits from the druid's book, then lay on the blanket, waiting for Kyle's triumphant return. His things are naturally his, and Kyle's things are also his. As for whether he will feel like he has lost a plane and a half, for Varen, it does not exist at all. Lying on the recliner, looking at the crystal lantern on the top of the hall, eating fruit, feeling the increase in strength, Wyland rarely began to deduce the direction of the battle. After lying there for an unknown amount of time, Wyland suddenly sat up and patted his head. Why didn't I tell him the key? Thinking of this, Wyland put away the recliner, came to the door of the space, and walked in without hesitation. After passing through the space door, Kyle stabilized his figure and looked around. He was surrounded by thousands of meters of towering trees, and every plant contained rich magic power. What is this place? With this doubt, Kyle flew to the top of a 1,000-meter-high giant tree and cast his gaze into the distance. Everything as far as the eye can see is covered with plants. The next moment, Kyle differentiated into thousands of silver-level clones and began to explore the surrounding environment while searching for the heart of the demoplane. After an unknown amount of time, Kyle took back the scattered clones and flew towards the north. After passing through hundreds of kilometers of jungle, a tree stump with a diameter of 100 meters came into view. A stone tablet stands in the center of the tree stump, with unknown words engraved on it. Landing on the edge of the tree stump, Kyle stretched out his hand and was about to touch the magic shield covering the tree stump, but was bounced away by a powerful force. After retreating dozens of kilometers in the air, Kyle stabilized his figure, with horror and fear in his eyes. He looked down at the magic aura remaining in his palm. It contained a kind of malice, but it did not cause harm to him. Instead, it stayed for a quarter of an hour and then dissipated automatically. It seems I'm not its target. After coming to the conclusion, Kyle returned to the tree stump, stood 100 meters away, and carefully observed the condition of the magic shield. After half an hour of observation, Kyle differentiated into a silver intermediate fighting spirit clone and used it to contact the magic shield. When the silver intermediate Dukai avatar came into contact with the magic shield, a big mouth suddenly appeared and was about to swallow it in one bite. Then he rolled his eyes and stared at Kyle with greed in his eyes. Due to the rules, Greedy Mouth stayed for a few minutes before reintegrating into the magic shield. 100 meters away, Kyle looked at the scene in front of him and wanted to retreat. The greedy big mouth is infinitely close to the legend, but with his current strength, he is still unable to confront the opponent head-on. At this moment, Wyland, who was flying around in the sky, sensed the terrifying aura coming from the distance, and hurriedly flew away with an anxious look on his face. A few minutes later, Varen came to the sky above the tree stump, looked at Kyle who was meditating, and landed next to him. Aware of his master's aura, Kyle opened his eyes, stood up from the ground and said, "My lord, you are here. Are you okay?" Wyland looked at Kyle and asked with concern in his tone. Kyle smiled and replied, "I'm fine. I'm glad you're okay. I thought something happened to you because of that terrible breath just now." Wyland breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at the tree stump covered by the magic shield, with a solemn look in his eyes. This half-plane has been ownerless for 50,000 years. As for who the previous owner was, the fate guide did not mention it. "Cave," Wyland said softly. Then the magic shield in front of him began to fluctuate violently. 3 huge human faces flew out of the tree stump, floating in the air, staring closely at the two people standing 100 meters away. Wylan raised his head and looked at the three faces quietly. Each face was missing a part. The left face had no eyes, the middle face had no ears, the right face had no mouth. As time passed, the three faces began to swell and gradually approached Wylan, as if to swallow him. Seeing this scene, Wylan lowered his head, closed his eyes, and vibrated the magic power in his body, forming a powerful wave, and conveyed information to the outside world in the purest language. Kyle, standing behind Wylan, felt the magic power fluctuations on his master, contacted the magic power fluctuations with his own magic power, and read a sentence from it. The glory of magic, the flame will last forever. Kyle looked at the three faces and subconsciously said this sentence. After receiving the information from the magic fluctuations, the three faces slowly disintegrated in reluctance and turned into three crystals. The next moment, the magic shield shattered and scattered into starlight. Wylan stopped transmitting the information and looked at the three crystals. From left to right, they were green, red, and blue. With a thought, he took the three crystals in front of him and used his mind to perceive the situation inside. Green represents blindness, red represents deafness, and blue represents aphasia. Three kinds of rule knowledge are recorded here. After saying this, Wylan sent the three crystals to Kyle. Seeing this, Kyle already understood the actions of his master. Without hesitation, he put the three crystals in front of him into the space ring. After this war is over, the master must first learn the knowledge of the law of life, and then learn these three kinds of rule knowledge. Law, the underlying logic of the operation of the world. Rule, a system that includes laws, but also other strange powers. Without disturbing Kyle's thoughts, Wylan jumped onto the stump and walked towards the stone tablet step by step. Looking at the words on it, every stroke revealed the power of the law. Its operating rules was similar to the magic text, used by the arcane master, but without the translation template. Wylan could not read the information recorded on it. When Kyle stepped onto the stump, the stone tablet sank. Under the gaze of the two, the starlight scattered by the magic shield gathered towards the location of the stone tablet, forming a human figure. In less than a moment, a black-haired young man appeared on the stone tablet. The constantly distorted light and shadow told Wylan and Kyle the identity of this person, a strong man who existed in the past. The next moment, a spell enveloped the two, and a mysterious and complex text appeared in their minds out of thin air. The black-haired young man watched the two quietly, waiting for them to receive the magic text. Half an hour later, Kyle woke up, saluted the black-haired young man, and then stepped aside, waiting for his master to wake up. After an unknown amount of time, Wylan digested the magic text called La Libertad, opened his eyes again, and looked at the young man from the past in front of him with respect. The legendary high-level wizard who died in the battle of breaking the world 50,000 years ago, Messer New Girona Immingham Aberdovi. Please sit down, both of you. The black-haired young man smiled and used the power of the past to intervene in reality, making two chairs grow out of the tree stump and let the two sit down. Wylan and Kyle looked at each other, then sat on the wooden chair and looked up at the black-haired young man standing on the stone tablet. You two are not from this plane. Hearing this, Wylan was a little at a loss, not knowing how to answer. Kyle was secretly accumulating strength. Once the other party made trouble, he would fight to the death to send his master away. Haha, don't be nervous. Who you are, where you come from, and what you are going to do are not important to me. As you can see, I died 50,000 years ago. What stands in front of you now is just a remnant soul, attached to the carrot steel. When the time characteristics in the steel dissipate, it will be the time when I return to eternal silence. The black-haired young man smiled, and his gentle words made Wylan and Kyle put down their guard on the surface. Sir Messier, as you can see, we come from other planes and are invading this plane at the moment. Wylan answered while observing the other party's face. After Wylan finished speaking, the black-haired young man asked again, are there still spellcasters now? Sir, at least in the places I have been, I have not found any spellcasters, and there is no career path that directly uses magic. Even my knight and I studied the local natives and found. It took half an hour for Wylan to tell Kyle about his previous speculations about the rules of giants and bloodline factors. It's time, it's fate. They succeeded, but they also failed. The world was downgraded, the laws were missing, but it also avoided the fate of being torn apart and swallowed. Hearing the black-haired young man's sentimentality, Wylan and Kyle both shut up and did not ask each other the reason. Realizing that the time characteristic of the carrot steel was accelerating, the black-haired young man stopped recalling, looked at the two and said, "Metajia Plain, this is the name of our world. 50,000 years ago, when the world was promoted to the 7th energy level, it attracted the attention of other worlds. During the 1,000 years of war, the gods and star masters of our world died one after another. Under the instigation of the god of 7 emotions, a large number of legendary strongmen betrayed the world and even wanted to get a share of the corpse after the death of the world consciousness. Under the proposal of a genius, the world collapse plan was put on the table. Let the world downgrade, change the underlying rules, and bet that the other party will not devour the broken world and pollute the laws of our world. When I saw you, it means that we bet right." The two listened to the black-haired young man's story and completely forgot the existence of time. As time passed, the figure of the black-haired young man began to dim. Knowing that his residual soul was about to dissipate, the black-haired young man ended his story, looked at the two people, and said in a deep voice, "This demoplane is called Messier, named after me. I cultivated it after I entered the legend. Just like my child. When my residual soul dissipates, the heart of the demoplane will reappear. I don't know where you learned the key, but since you know it, it means that the world consciousness tacitly approves this move. I hope you treat it well. This farewell is forever, but knowing that the plan is successful, I have no regrets in my death. Please, both of you." The next moment, the remnant soul of the black-haired young man exhausted the last bit of power and completely dissipated. With a click, the stone tablet carrying the remnant soul cracked and gradually collapsed under the gaze of Wylan and Kyle. At this time, the heart of the half-plane appeared in the stone tablet, slowly rising to the sky, floating there quietly, as if waiting for the two to receive it. "Kyle, watch your performance." Wylan stood up and said to Kyle, then walked out of the range of the tree stump, so as not to disturb Kyle from fusing the heart of the half-plane. Kyle flew into the air and stood in front of the heart of the half-plane. He first carefully checked it, and after confirming that there was no problem, he began to fuse the heart of the half-plane. He was covered in colorful light, and suddenly a monkey on a colorful cloud appeared in Wylan and was. Time passed by, and half an hour later, Kyle still had not completely merged with the heart of the demoplane. Seeing this, Wylan simply took out a recliner from the space ring, and then lay on it comfortably, waiting at ease. As time passed, Kyle opened his eyes, stroked his chest, felt the heart of the half-plane hidden in his soul, and digested the knowledge in his mind. The area of the Messier half-plane is about 90,000 square kilometers, with 3,788 kinds of potion plants. But because the half-plane has been closed for a long time, the magic power cannot be replenished, and most of the potion plants have degenerated into ordinary plants. However, it is a great blessing to be able to obtain this half-plane, plus the 3 crystals that record the rules and knowledge, and the stone slabs outside the space door. This trip can be said to be fruitful. After landing on the stump, Kyle turned around and looked at the sleeping master. He did not disturb him, but closed the space door first, and then opened the half-plane channel, leaving the Messier half-plane, preparing to return to the ground before waking up the master. At this moment, Wylan, who was immersed in his sleep, had no idea that he was temporarily abandoned, and perhaps he would not care if he knew. Passing through the half-plane passage, Kyle floated in the air, stretched out his hands, and stripped the white slates one by one and put them into the half-plane. The whole process was extremely careful. If these white slates could be embedded in the Star Moon Castle, he would not have to supervise the master's cultivation every day, so that he could have more time to study other things. During the expedition war, he found that he had not learned enough and his strength was not strong enough, so he had to race against time to improve himself. When the last white slate was put into the half-plane, Kyle did not find the source of the white slate's magic power. Then he observed it several kilometers underground. Except for the soil, there were stones. No magic power or carriers for storing magic power were found. After thinking for a long time, Kyle decided to put this matter aside for the time being, and then differentiated 12 golden intermediate clones, preparing to strip off the decorations on the walls of the hall. Quoting what his master said, "These things have existed for tens of thousands of years without decay, and they must be rare good things. It will definitely not be a loss to take them back." After an unknown amount of time, Kyle looked at the bare rock wall and was very satisfied. He then returned to the Karak's palace along the wooden core passage. Standing in the hall, he waved his hand to destroy the wooden core passage, and then grabbed a large piece of soil from the half-plane to fill the hole. Outside the gate, Miller saw Kyle walking out of the hall and hurriedly greeted him and said, "Hello, sir." Kyle looked at the cloudless blue sky and asked, "How many days have passed?" Hearing this, Miller hurriedly replied respectfully, "To reply to your lord, today is November 5, 9756 in the glorious calendar. It has been 13 days since you and the lord entered the Karak's palace." Although he had many questions in his heart, Miller knew very well that there were some things that he could not inquire about. If he wanted to continue to hold the position of captain of the guard, he must learn to be cautious in his words and deeds. Kyle asked again, "Is there any unrest in the city?" Miller replied, "Sir, there have been 3 riots in the city in the past 13 days, but they were quickly suppressed by the Black Rock Army. The leader of the riot has been imprisoned in the dungeon, waiting for the Lord's disposal." "Okay, go down." "Yes, sir." Miller lowered his head and replied, then left the Karak's palace with 20 guards and went to wait outside the palace. After the guards left the palace, Kyle took out 2 white stone slabs from the Messier demiplane and laid them on the ground, then squatted on the ground, put his hands on the stone slabs, and began to observe. As time passed, the white stone slabs began to feed back magic power into Kyle's body. "It's really strange. Can these stone slabs absorb magic power directly from the gaps in space?" With doubts, Kyle put the 2 white stone slabs into the space ring, ready to find Master Bartlett to discuss it after enough time. But how to ensure that the matter is not leaked is another problem. But if he didn't figure out the rules of the white slate, he was afraid that it was a bait that would pollute the user's soul at some point. This was not uncommon in the past, recorded in the Angel's Heart, and was even a common method used by some conspirators. If you want to use the white slate, you must figure out its details. Otherwise, you would rather abandon it than put your master in danger. Looking up at the sky, Kyle disappeared in the Karak's palace and appeared in a manor. In the Messier demiplane, Kyle came to his master and looked at his sleeping posture, which was very ungraceful. However, he was no longer surprised. Feeling the gaze of others, Wyland suddenly opened his eyes, sat up, looked at Kyle in front of him with some confusion in his eyes and subconsciously asked, "How long have I slept?" "Master, if nothing unexpected happens, you slept for 11 days. Kyle silently estimated and gave a conservative number. Hearing this number, Wyland woke up instantly and suddenly remembered what he was doing. He looked at Kyle and asked apologetically, "How is it? The fusion of the heart of the demiplane went smoothly." "My lord, the process of fusion of the heart of the demiplane went smoothly. From now on, the Messier demiplane belongs to you," Kyle said with a smile and a gentle tone. "In this case, we should go out and dismantle those white slabs and take them out. First, try on the ground to see if there is any automatic cultivation effect." Thinking of this, Wyland couldn't help rubbing his hands. "My lord, it has been moved." Kyle pointed to the stacked white slabs on the side and answered. Looking in the direction indicated by Kyle, Wyland's heart moved and suddenly realized something and asked tentatively, "Where are the wall tiles?" Kyle's expression remained unchanged, still so gentle, and said, "Master, I brought them all back." Hearing this, Wyland immediately sat up and asked impatiently, "Well, where am I now?" "Master, go out from here, and you will reach your study in the city of Gemin." Wyland nodded, sighed in his heart, and muttered with some dissatisfaction, "Really, yo? You didn't know to wake me up the first time after you merged the heart of the half-plane." As he said, he complained in a low voice and walked quickly towards the half-plane door, ready to return to the real world. Kyle stood there, looking at the back of the master, smiled and shook his head. For him, it was also a good experience to make the master have no experience. As for the white stone slab, Kyle did not mention it, and Wyland did not take the initiative to ask. He did not say it now, indicating that there was a problem with the white stone slab. Once it was studied clearly, he would naturally tell himself. Warm reminder. If you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will handle it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. In the next few days, Wylin gradually replaced the troops stationed in the palace. For the initiators of the riot, they were burned directly in the central square to warn all forces in the city of Jemen. In early December, the expeditionary army stationed 1,000,000 troops in the west of the kingdom of Jemen, led by the legendary knight Bradley Silves, to guard against the westward expedition of the Angoya Empire. As expected, the top leaders of the expeditionary army have set the tone. Before the expeditionary army of the kingdom of North Isi invaded the mainland of the Angoya Empire, the expeditionary army of the kingdom of Ilia would not advance eastward. In mid-December, Wylin got the news from his aunt that the kingdom of Jemen would be split into two countries like the kingdom of Ansa, and the split would begin in February next year. In this attack on the kingdom of Jemen, the vassal army played a great role. In order to reward the vassal army for their heroic fighting, the expeditionary army headquarters intended to grant the native generals the title of nobility as a reward. So far, the expeditionary army has not issued any documents, but since the aunt told me about this, it must be almost certain, and the issuance of the order document is just a matter of time. In order to fulfill his promise, he needs to fight for the title of Earl for Ilif means. Although he can choose to forget it and pretend that it never happened, Ilif, as a surrendered general, dare not say anything, but since he has made a promise, he must fulfill it. Unless he cannot fulfill it, then he can only let the beneficiary of the promise disappear. However, Wylin will not do this unless it is absolutely necessary. He thinks he is not a good person, but he still has to have a bottom line unless he has to break the bottom line. Come here. Outside the study, two silver-level mid-level knights heard the voice of the Lord. Pushed the door open, knelt on one knee and said respectfully, "Lord, please give your orders." "Go and find Kyle." "Yes, sir." In a manor outside the city, Kyle sat aside, reading the green crystal that recorded the rules of blindness, converting it into common language and recording it on parchment, while paying attention to the current status of Master Barrett's research to prevent him from making crazy moves. From yesterday morning to this afternoon, Barrett was still energetic and used various methods to study the white slate. So far, he can be sure that the white slate is 2 in 1. One side is positive, exists in the real world, and serves as a medium for magic output, and the other side is negative, exists in an unknown area, and serves as a medium for magic input. As for how magic is sent to the positive side, this is exactly what makes Barrett puzzled. This thing was made by a legendary high-level wizard. With his current strength and vision, it is extremely difficult to study it thoroughly, but this is also an opportunity and an important step to be promoted to a high-level soul arcanist. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a silver intermediate knight entered the manor, attached to Kyle's ear, and told him the Lord's order. "Master Barrett, I have something to go out for, so I'll trouble you here." Kyle put away the green crystal, stood up from the chair, came to Barrett and said. Barrett, who was immersed in research, waved his hand to show that he knew. Seeing this, Kyle separated 1/3 of the magic power and fighting spirit in his body to form a low-level soul clone and let it guard here. The white stone slab is very important, and he can't let it disappear from his sight. The gold-level clone is at risk of being blinded, so he can only leave his life clone behind. After doing all this, Kyle's figure disappeared in the manor. Barrett glanced at the clone beside him, said nothing, and continued to study the white slate. Barrett understood that the other party left a clone to monitor him out of caution, but he still felt uncomfortable. However, the white slate was his after all, and there was only one piece. If he had to leave for something, he would definitely take the thing away directly, or set up a space cage to imprison the white slate and the researcher inside. Outside the study, Kyle knocked on the wooden door and entered the study after getting permission. "My lord, what do you want to talk to me about?" Wylin put down the documents in his hand, leaned back, and said with a smile, "The higher-ups are going to confer titles on some native generals as nobles of the new country. I want you to be responsible for investigating the generals and officers of the 4 armies, Black Rock Army, 1000 Fortress Army, Badek army, and mine's army. I have only two requirements. The first is loyalty and the second is the camp. You are responsible for the re of the selection system, and I will not interfere. Seeing this, Kyle asked, "My lord, does Ilif Mines need to be punished? If he has not done anything out of line, don't worry about him. Just fulfill the promise we made at the beginning." "I understand, my lord." When Kyle was about to leave the study, Wyland suddenly remembered that there was a batch of weapons in the cave outside the city. He immediately stopped Kyle and added, "You will pick out the weapons with high value. For those ordinary weapons, you can find a manner to store them first. After the nobility is canonized, they can be rewarded to win people's hearts." Yes, watching Kyle leave, Wyland lowered his head and looked at the documents, continuing to think about how to openly plunder the wealth of various forces in Gemin City. In early March of the 9757th year of the glorious calendar, it had been more than 3 months since the 15th Army stationed in Gemin City. In these more than 100 days, the various forces in Gemin City experienced what it meant to cut meat with a blunt knife in order to continue the family. They could only compromise continuously. As for the families that dared to resist, they were slaughtered as early as the beginning of the city's destruction. In mid-March, under the auspices of the expeditionary commander, the German kingdom was split into 2 principalities. The 10 regions of the North Sea region, Kurik region, Babel region, Katif region, South Sea region, Barbados region, Yashansong region, Andaman region, Kama region, and South Border region were used to establish the Principality of Barsalam. The name was derived from the name of the 3rd Pope of the Church of Life in the Kingdom of Ilia. The remaining 11 regions of the original German kingdom established the Principality of Noise. The name was taken from a high-level temple knight of the Soul Will of the Church of Life in the Kingdom of Ilia, who saved hundreds of thousands of lives in a big city at the cost of his life during the other demon disaster. In the study, Wyland looked at the names of the 2 principalities. He didn't need to think about who occupied the dominant area in the split of the German kingdom. However, these had nothing to do with him. How the high-level game was going was not something he should consider, nor did he need to consider it. In addition, the order documents for conferring the title of nobles to the Duchy of Neuss for the outstanding native generals and officers were issued simultaneously. What he should consider most now is how to use the 200 titles allocated to the 15th Army by the expeditionary force. 3 earls, 45 viscounts, 152 barons. Let me see how to divide them. Wyland took out the roster written by Kyle from the drawer and began to check the names. In early August of the glorious year 9757, the Kingdom of Northern Issy annihilated the 1.5 million northern expeditionary forces of the Angoya Empire and completely occupied the Yahuan city-state kingdom. When the news spread among the Ilia expeditionary force, everyone knew that the offensive against the Angoya Empire was about to begin. Starting from January 1, 9753, this expeditionary campaign has lasted for 56 months. The expeditionary forces of the Kingdom of Apfeng, who believe in the goddess of harvest, have broken through the free kingdom of Tadend, the emirate of Dorlunla, and the kingdom of Raman, and are heading straight for the mainland of the Vira's united empire. The army of the god of courage destroyed the Grand Duchy of Zilig, the kingdom of Edri, and the empire of Brianna, made the Duchy of Convo and the Free City-State Alliance of Alberta surrender. Now it has turned to a defensive posture, preparing to expand to the west and north after consuming the occupied areas. At the headquarters of the Expeditionary Army of the Kingdom of Ilia in Nak City, the commander of the Expeditionary Army, Duke East, the chief wizard of the Expeditionary Army, Duke Moravia, and Saint Anastasia of the Church of Life of the Kingdom of Ilia sat around the round table and started today's topic. The royal family of the Kingdom of Teton secretly sent envoys across the Ansa-Teton Sea, hoping to convert the whole country to become believers of the goddess of life. What do you two think about this? Duke East placed a letter of credence with a gold border on the round table and spoke slowly. Duke Moravia sat calmly on the suspended chair. His mind was no longer in the conference room. Saint Anastasia gently raised her hand, and the letter of credence from the Kingdom of Teton came to her hand. When she opened the first page, The first sentence was honorific. It was obvious that the king of the kingdom of Teton put himself in a very low position. Watching Saint Anastasia reading the letter of credence, Duke East did not interrupt her, but sat quietly on the chair, devoting part of his mind to planning the strategic plan to attack the Angoya Empire. There are 4 people in the decision-making level of the Expeditionary Army. Bradley Silves guards the eastern border of the Principality of Noise. The chief wizard, Duke Moravia, stays in the floating city every day and ignores worldly affairs. The saint only cares about spreading faith. In this way, most of the affairs need to be handled by him. After a long time, Saint Anastasia put down the letter from the kingdom of Teton, opened her red lips, and said in an elegant and tactful tone, "To obtain a country by non-war means is in line with the holy scripture of life." Duke Moravia, what do you think? After getting the saint's affirmation, Duke East looked at Duke Moravia again and asked for his opinion. Upon hearing this, the Duke of Moravia opened his eyes and answered, "I agree with the proposal of the saint. I agree too. Now it's the issue of the 3 principalities." Duke East crossed his hands on the round table, looked at the 2, and then said, "Duke Moravia, Saint Anastasia, who do you think is the most suitable to be the envoy to the kingdom of Teton?" Saint Anastasia raised her head and made a silver bell-like voice. "The grandson of the Duke of Moravia, the Deputy Minister of Logistics, the commander of the 15th Army of the 4th Legion, Viscount Kixing Wylan Axe, I think he is very suitable. Whether it is the Stovia region or the Bexihai region, or the Gemen Central region where he is currently stationed, civilians in their territories have the highest degree of belief in the goddess of life and the fastest naturalization speed. In my opinion, if he is sent as an envoy to the kingdom of Teton, it can quickly integrate the kingdom of Teton and cleanse the pagans in its territory." After hearing this, Duke East nodded in agreement, and then looked at Duke Moravia again, wanting to hear his opinion. Seeing the 2 people looking at him, the Duke of Moravia replied helplessly, "If you are not afraid that the boy will go to Teton Kingdom to lie down and play under the guise of an envoy, then I have no objection." Spacewalker, according to the report of the Inquisition, during the period when Viscount Kixing served as the Deputy Minister of Logistics, he only received excessive war supplies once and did not violate military regulations at other times. And his performance during the war was remarkable, and it seems that there is no phenomenon you mentioned. Saint Anastasia had a curious look on her face. This miracle child was appointed by the Pope as the Deputy Minister of Logistics. From the beginning of the war, she had been observing him intentionally. If you let this boy go on a mission to Teton Kingdom, it is better to set the standard for completing the task and promise rewards, otherwise this boy will not work hard. From the expressions of the 2 people, the Duke of Moravia has read the candidates for the envoy. As long as he is tough, he can make the 2 change their minds, but there is no need to do so. It's just an indigenous kingdom. If they dare to pit their grandson, they will be destroyed directly. It's not a big deal. Then the ambassador to the kingdom of Teton will be Viscount Kixing. I believe that our miracle child will definitely bring us surprises. When the 3 signed their names on the order document, it meant that this order came into effect. 3 days later, in the central area of German in the Principality of Neuss, Wylan was sitting in the study and being lazy. After several months of continuous governance, the central area of German was thriving. Compared with the rule of the original German kingdom, most Germans have accepted the new identity of Neuss people from the bottom of their hearts, and their faith in the goddess of life has become more devout. Dong dong dong. Hearing the knock on the door, Wylan sat up and said, "Come in." Outside the study, Kyle heard the voice of his master, pushed the door open, came to the desk, and put a command document on the table. Wylan looked at the document from the expeditionary headquarters, opened it and checked it, and his expression was a little confused. Looking at Wylan's face, Kyle asked curiously, "My lord, what happened? Are you going to prepare to attack the Angoya Empire?" "No." Wylan closed the order document, lay weakly on the table, and said unhappily, "Commander East ordered me to go to the Teton Kingdom as an ambassador." The Teton Kingdom, the kingdom across the Ansa-Teton Sea. Kyle recalled the information in his mind and said curiously, "Yes, it is that country." Perhaps seeing that the Ansa Kingdom and the Gemen Kingdom were destroyed one after another. The Angoya Empire was also in danger. It was ready to surrender to the expeditionary force in exchange for its own power to be retained. "What is the reward given by the headquarters?" Kyle asked. Wylan did not speak and handed over the order document. Kyle took the order document and opened it to check. Completing the task was rewarded with 50 military merits, which was not as much as killing 2 native strongmen of the St. Seal level on the battlefield. "My lord, there are some rewards that the Expeditionary Army headquarters won't give you. You can get them from the Teton Kingdom." This woke Wylan up from his dream. Wylan sat up, his eyes lit up, and he said, "You are right. Since the Expeditionary Army headquarters won't give you any, then go to the Teton Kingdom to get them." Thinking from another angle, being an ambassador doesn't seem to be a bad thing. In early October 9750, 7 of the glorious calendar, Varen temporarily handed over the more than 200,000 troops of the 15th Army to the Hebrew commander and asked Brian, Greg, and Devon Hill to assist him. This time on his mission to the Teton Kingdom, Wylan only planned to bring an escort of 24 people to prevent unnecessary losses if the Teton Kingdom went back on its word. Outside Gemin City, Varen took out the Star and Moon float ship from the demoplane. 24 guards, including Miller, boarded the floating ship in an orderly manner. Under the North City Gate, Kyle touched his disciple's head and said, "Seraphina, this trip will last from 3 to 4 months to 1.5 years at most. Remember to study those 3 books thoroughly. I want to take the exam when I get back." "Teacher, what test do you want to take?" Seraphina blinked and asked boldly. "You will be tested in places you are not familiar with," Kyle said in a serious tone. As soon as she finished speaking, Seraphina's heart felt cold. She knew that the teacher would definitely say this, and she would not have asked if she had known it. "Study hard, or I'll lock you into a demoplane." Upon hearing this, the silver-haired girl hugged Kyle directly, buried her head in his chest, and promised, "Teacher, don't worry, Seraphina will never dare to be lazy." Looking at the disciple wiping snot on her body, Kyle finally gave up the idea of beating her up. "Master Hebrew, please supervise Seraphina." Kyle turned to look at the excited Hebrew and asked. Hearing this, Hebrew nodded immediately and said with a serious face, "Don't worry, if this girl dares to be disobedient or lazy, I won't hang her up and beat her severely." As soon as these words came out, everyone around him was ashamed. Regarding Hebrew's words, everyone present knew very well that he was definitely not joking. Kyle lowered his head, looked at the pitiful Seraphina in front of him, and comforted softly. "As long as you are not playful, it will be fine, you know." "But teacher, I—" However, before Seraphina could finish her words, Kyle interrupted her. "Work hard, I'm leaving first." After saying that, he gently patted Seraphina on the shoulder, then turned and left. Feeling the teacher's warm embrace disappear, Seraphina was about to cry without tears. She had known that she would not come, but now she is fine. As long as she is found to be lazy, she will be hung up and beaten. On the Star and Moon float ship, Kyle came to the cab and started the float ship, with the destination being Knuckles City. Before heading to the Teton Kingdom, Varen also needs to go to the Expeditionary Force headquarters to collect the token and pick up the Griffon that has not returned home. Otherwise, Miller's delivery speed will be greatly reduced next time. As the Xingyu aerostat disappeared from the horizon, the top generals of the 15th Army returned to the city one after another and returned to their respective army garrison locations. Outside Knuckles City, Varen landed the Star and Moon float ship next to a hill, and then took Kyle to the headquarters of the Knuckles City Expeditionary Force, entering the city. Wylan looked up at the floating city standing in the sky. He didn't know what Xing was doing now. He just hoped that he wouldn't eat it into a ball under the leadership of a team of guards. Varen passed through heavy security and arrived at the Expeditionary Force headquarters, outside the palace. After receiving Duke East's permission, Varen passed through the front guarded by 4 golden intermediate swordsmen and entered the hall. Looking around, the interior decoration style is simple and natural, which is the most typical layout style of the western part of the kingdom. Varen Akers, commander of the 15th Army of the 4th Army, has met Commander East. Varen came to the center of the hall, put his right hand on his chest, and bent down to salute to show respect. Duke East looked up at Wylan, disappeared from the seat, and appeared 6 meters away from Wyland's position and said, "Viscount Kixing, follow me first." "Yes, Commander." Varen straightened up, followed Duke East, left the main hall and came to a side hall. Outside the hall, 4 maids stood on the left side holding 4 items. From left to right, they were a dress, shoes, sword, and a seal with a purple border. "Wyland, you can take these things away later." "Yes, Commander," Varen answered, completely unaware of the change in Commander East's name for him. Following Duke East, Varen entered the side hall. "Sid." Seeing this situation, Varen sat in front of Duke East with some restraint. A maid came forward, first poured a cup of black tea for Duke East, and then poured half a cup of black tea for Varen. After doing all this, she left the side hall. Looking down at the half cup of tea in front of him, Wyland had already had the experience of drinking with his grandfather. He didn't dare to take a big sip, so he picked up the teacup and took a sip. The next moment, the surface of the skin showed a red temperature, and various parts of the body were frantically absorbing huge amounts of blood energy, converting it into fighting energy and storing it. Seeing this scene, Duke East nodded slightly, then took a sip of red tea and said slowly, "It was Saint Anastasia's suggestion to send you as ambassador to the Teton Kingdom this time. Your grandfather, I also agree. As for me, I also think you are the most suitable candidate." After hearing what Duke East said, Varen said in a humble tone, "Your Excellency, the expeditionary force is full of talents. I think I have some ability, but it is still not enough. There is still a lot to learn, but you, Anastasia Saintya, and my grandpa values me so much, I will not let you down. Be modest and prudent, neither arrogant nor impetuous." Duke East praised a few words and then got to the point. The Kingdom of Teton has a land area of about 8.86 million square kilometers and a population of 630 million. The mainstream belief is the god of storms, but this alien god has been killed by the mermaid and the god of song girls. So this kingdom can be regarded as a country without a main belief. After arriving in the Kingdom of Teton, you can first negotiate with the Sililese royal family and let them call on the nobles in the country to kill the clergy of the Church of the God of Storms. After purging the clergy of the alien church, you can encourage the Kingdom of Teton to organize an army to attack the Grand Duchy of Brella. If the Grand Duchy of Brella can be destroyed, I guarantee you 100 military merits as the commander of the expedition. If you fail but severely damage a country, you will still have 50 military merits. After hearing this, Wyland thought for a while and asked, "My Lord Duke, I hope you can allow me to command my troops in the operation to destroy the Grand Duchy of Brella. After purging the clergy of the heterodox church, I will order your troops to be sent to the Kingdom of Teton." "Thank you, my lord." For military merits, he doesn't want too much. He wants the 100 military merits promised by the Duke of East, and he also wants the heads of the strong men of the Duchy of Brella. Warm tips. If you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to let us know. We will handle it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. After walking out of the headquarters, Varen and Kyle reunited and flew directly to Flowing City. After landing at the port of the floating city, a magic puppet controlled by the tower spirit broke away from the work order and came to the two of them. He leaned down and saluted and said respectfully, "Master Wyland, please follow me." Kindness. Under the guidance of the magic puppet, the two walked towards the central mage tower. Compared to 2 years ago, the layout of the floating city has changed a lot, but I don't know if these buildings were moved according to certain rules or if Grandpa deliberately changed them. On the first floor of the central mage tower, as soon as Wyland stepped into the mage tower, he saw a white creature turning towards him. He stretched out his hand to stop the unknown creature, and upon taking a closer look, Wyland was immediately shocked. "You're really eating yourself into a ball." Looking at the star whose shape had changed, Varen found it difficult to connect it with its previous image. "Shasha. Shasha. Shah." Zing rolled his eyes and made random gestures with his 2 front paws. Considering his size, he looked very funny. "Okay, let me see what surprise you have for me." Wyland crossed his arms and looked at the fat star, wanting to see how it would explain. With the owner's permission, Zing climbed up to Kyle and tugged at the corner of his clothes, with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Seeing this situation, Kyle smiled helplessly, stretched out his hand and placed it on Xing's head, and said silently, "Plasma energy transformation." With the help of soul-level spells, Xing began to digest the huge amount of magic energy in his body. With every breath, the magic power stored in the star's body quickly decreases by 1 point like a tide, and its external body size also shrinks by 1 point. In less than half an hour, looking at the emaciated Xing in front of him, Weilin suddenly understood why this guy had eaten into a round ball. But how did it know that Kyle knew this kind of magic? As time goes by, minute by minute, Xing's strength continues to rise. Colorful rays of light flashed on the star's body, and every time it took a complete breath, its size began to expand. Kyle, taking another deep breath, Xing's body shook violently, and a powerful aura suddenly erupted from it like a volcano erupting. Wei didn't know how much time had passed, but under Wei Lin's perception, Xing broke through the shackles of his bloodline, passed the silver level, and was promoted to the gold level. 3 minutes later, Xing opened his eyes, looked at Kyle with golden eyes, and knelt on the ground to express his gratitude. After completing this, Xing stood up, looked at his body, and found that he was 7 meters long. Then it looked at its master. In comparison, the master looked so small, even only a little bigger than its own paw. Xing used his consciousness to control his body and began to shrink in size, eventually returning to his original size. It walked briskly to Weilin and circled him several times, its face filled with pride, looking forward to the master's praise. "Call the master and tell me," Weilin said softly. "His lord, his man." Star tried to imitate Varen's voice, but due to the language barrier, he could only utter hisses and slurred words. However, this innocent look makes people laugh. "Squat down," Weilin ordered. Xing immediately lay down obediently on the ground and actively stretched his head towards Weilin's chest. Weilin stretched out his hand and gently stroked the crown feathers on the star's head. The touch was very soft and smooth, and each feather was filled with rich magic power. The next moment, Weilin thought and took out Xing's 2 partners from the demiplane. Feeling his spouse, Xing's eyes were filled with excitement, and a restlessness arose in his heart. But when he thought about where this place was, he resisted his inner impulse and prepared to return to his master's demiplane to do business. In order to surprise its owner, it ate and drank wildly in the floating city to accumulate strength for advancement. Noticing Xing's actions, Weilin smiled helplessly, took out common language general knowledge, and said, "Study hard and strive to become a literate griffin." Xing lowered his head and looked at the book in front of him, his eyes sparkling with wisdom. He opened his mouth and swallowed the book into his stomach. Then he lay down on the ground and protected his head with his wings. Hazara. Looking at Xing's actions, Kyle couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, the Duke of Moravia, who had hidden his figure, couldn't help laughing. This mutated griffin was indeed his grandson's mount, but this lazy method was a bit low-level. Varen stared at the star, silent. Not receiving any reprimand from his master, Xing opened his wings to a slit and looked at the indifferent master, feeling an ominous premonition suddenly arise in his heart. "It seems you are really hungry." A smile suddenly appeared on Weilin's face. He took out 3 piles of 3-meter-high discarded experimental records from the space ring and said kindly, "Come, eat slowly, there are many more here." Xing looked at the 3 piles of waste paper that appeared in front of him and subconsciously stepped back a distance, but was caught back by Weilin the next moment. "Do you want to be a griffin with culture, or do you want to be a griffin with culture?" Shashrasha. When Sihab Hua this. After talking and gesturing, Xing made the right choice. Seeing this, Weilin nodded with satisfaction. If this guy wanted to be a cultured griffin, he could prepare the best food for this family for 3 meals a day and make it a cultured griffin with books in its belly. "Study hard for me, and try to say a complete sentence next time." Shashasha. Xing nodded repeatedly, but he didn't dare to eat books again. With the character of his master, if he dared to eat books, he would definitely do what he said. Although he could steal the food of his spouse, it was a gold-level griffin now, and he couldn't lose face. A good griffin is one who corrects his mistakes. Weilin took out a book, Common Language General Knowledge, and a box of luminous wine from the space ring. When the box of wine emitting strange light was taken out, Xing's eyes flashed with greed, and his saliva couldn't help but flow down. It hadn't tasted fine wine for a whole year and 2 months, and it had almost forgotten its taste. "These are rewards for you. There are 12 bottles in total. Drink sparingly." Wylan stroked Xing's crest feathers and whispered. However, at this moment, Xing only had the box of glittering wine in his eyes, and he didn't hear what his master said at all. Wylan looked at its appearance, shook his head helplessly, and then directly sent the books, Luminous Wine, the Drunkard, and the other 2 female griffins into the demoplane. Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01 container. Tabula below article feed placement, below article feed target type, mix. Grandpa, you've been watching for so long. You should come out too. Wylan looked at the empty hall and said. Seeing this, the Duke of Moravia appeared with a faint smile on his face. You came to me today because you have thought of the 3rd condition. Well, I haven't thought about it yet. This time I came to you purely to get the homeless griffin. Wylan spread his hands with sincerity in his eyes. Grandpa, as an ambassador, I still have to meet the envoy of the Teton Kingdom. You continue your unfinished research, and I will leave first. After saying that, Wylan gave Kyle a look. Kyle understood, took out a white slate and put it on the ground, and then quickly followed. After Wylan's back disappeared from his sight, the Duke of Moravia waved his hand to put away the white slate. The white slate, he had learned about this from Barrett. If Wylan did not take the initiative to find him, he would pretend that this matter did not exist. If he asked for help from him, he would let him use the 3rd condition. But he didn't expect this kid to be so smart and put things here to tempt him, an old man. Forget it. Let's wait until this kid comes to ask for help. The Duke of Moravia turned around, opened the door of the half-plane, walked in, and prepared to study it roughly first. On the other side, after leaving the floating city, Wylan followed the address given by Commander East and went straight to the northern city of Nax City. Outside the 7th Public Security Management Office, 2 soldiers standing guard outside the Public Security Office saw the 2 people falling from the sky. They were stunned at first, and then they beat their chests and saluted and said respectfully, "My lords, what do you want?" "Go and find your captain. I have something to ask him." Wylan looked around and said lightly to the soldier on guard, "Please wait for a moment, sir." The soldier bowed his head and saluted, then quickly entered the Public Security Management Office to inform the captain. In the Public Security Administration Office, a young man sat at the desk, staring at the girl opposite him, and kept telling himself that he only had this one relative left. "Lisa, I'll ask you again, where are Preet and the others?" The young man took a deep breath and asked slowly. "Brother, I really don't know." The blue-haired girl answered stubbornly. She would never betray her friends. "Huh." The young man took a deep breath and stood up. His height of 1.9 meters, coupled with his strength as a 3 India warrior, formed a kind of pressure invisibly. "Tell me, if I catch Preet, he can still live. If other public security officers catch him, not only will he die, but you can't escape either." The young man stared at the blue-haired girl in front of him with a gloomy face and said in a cold tone. The blue-haired girl bit her lips tightly, and a trace of stubbornness and fear flashed in her eyes. But she still shook her head firmly and responded, "Brother, I said I don't know, don't force me." In this matter, she agreed with the idea that her brother was a national traitor. If helping the invaders to oppress fellow countrymen is not treason, then what is it? This idea was told to her by Prit when she first met him, and he was also the one who introduced her to the resistance organization. Thinking of the heavy responsibility she was carrying, the blue-haired girl became more determined. The young man clenched his fists, feeling a little disappointed in his sister, and shouted, "Plit is an exiled noble. They are just a bunch of bugs. If you were not my sister, I would have handed you over long ago. Stay at home now. If you dare to sneak out, I will break your legs." The blue-haired girl said confidently, "Brother, you dare not." Hearing his sister's words, the young man was directly laughed out of anger, raised his hand and slapped her, and said in a low voice, "Don't force me, otherwise I can only ask those wizards to clean your memory." In the blue-haired girl's horrified eyes, the young man did not stop and said to himself, "For me, it doesn't matter whether you are an idiot or not. As long as I am alive, your future husband will not dare to treat you badly." "No, you." My patience is limited, don't let me do this. Meeting the cold eyes of her brother, the blue-haired girl trembled all over, collapsed on the floor, her eyes dull. She couldn't believe that the brother who always doted on her would say such a thing. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The soldier pushed the door open, glanced at the blue-haired girl with lifeless eyes, and reported with his head down. Captain, 2 adults are visiting. The young man heard the words, took up the long sword, glanced at his sister, and scolded with his head down. Stay here and wait for me to come back. After that, the young man strode out of the door. Outside the 7th Public Security Administration, Wylan leaned against the wall, watching the civilians coming and going. They basically communicated in the common language. As for the Nangestia language, it was rarely used. It is expected that in a few years this language will completely disappear. My 2 lords, I am Carter, the captain of the 7th Public Security Administration team. I apologize for neglecting you. May I ask if there is anything I can do for you? The young man came to Wylan and Kyle, bowed and saluted, and asked respectfully, Where is the merchant from the Teton Kingdom? Wylan looked up and down at the young man in front of him. He had a handsome appearance and several scars on his arms, but he did not hide them. It seemed that he had risen to the top through military merit. My lords, the director of the Public Security Bureau ordered that he want to see. Before the other party finished speaking, Kyle took out the order document issued by the headquarters and handed it to the other party. Looking at the exclusive expression on the surface, Carter immediately returned the order document, stood sideways, and made a gesture of invitation. Please come in, both adults. Seeing this, Wylan nodded slightly, put his hands behind his back, and entered the 7th Public Security Administration. Kyle put away the order document, came to Carter's side, patted him on the shoulder, and reminded him, There are more than a dozen people in a house 2 kilometers north of here who are discussing how to kill you. According to their plan, they are going to poison you through your sister. After saying that, without giving the other party time to react, Kyle followed his master and entered the 7th Public Security Administration. At this moment, Carter, who was bent over, changed his face drastically, waved his hand to call the soldiers, and ordered him, You let Deputy Captain Eller take a team to catch the rebels on Minsk Street. Yes, Captain. Looking at the back of the soldier leaving, Carter took a deep breath, put the matter aside for the time being, and quickly followed. The most important thing now is to serve the 2 big men well. Other things can only be dealt with after the 2 big men leave. Under Carter's leadership, Wylan came to the residence of the merchants of the Teton Kingdom. In the courtyard, 3 white-haired young men were sitting on the stone seat, telling what they had seen and heard, and how the expeditionary force would intervene in the politics of the kingdom after the kingdom surrendered. The sound of the door opening startled everyone in the courtyard. The guards standing around all turned their eyes to the gate, holding the scabbard in their left hands and the hilt in their right hands, with alert eyes. The 3 people beside the stone seat stopped talking, turned their heads and looked at the gate, with curious expressions on their faces. Wylan was the first to enter the courtyard. Seeing the Teton people with different clothing styles, plus all of them with white hair, he was very curious. His eyes wandered around, observing everything around him. Kyle followed closely, entered the courtyard, stood behind his master, with a calm expression and focused eyes. As for Carter, the captain of the 7th Security Management Team, after the 2 big men entered the courtyard, he gently closed the door and stood guard outside the door himself. 2, may I ask who you are? The leading Teton youth already had a guess in his heart, but out of the most basic etiquette, he still pretended to be puzzled and asked in a friendly tone. I am the ambassador appointed by the Expeditionary Army. You can call me Viscount Kixing. Wylan heard the more familiar common language, and a kind smile appeared on his face. And he answered, Hi, Ambassador. My name is Roger Prescott, the 3rd son of the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Teton. I am very happy to meet you here. The white-haired young man in the lead put his right hand on his left shoulder, bowed his head and saluted, saying respectfully. The Teton people in the courtyard saluted one after another to show their respect. Seeing a group of white-haired people saluting him, Wylan suddenly felt very strange. After the 2 sides exchanged greetings, Wylan and Roger sat on the left and right sides of the stone table, and the others stood beside them. Roger, do you have the administrative area map of the Kingdom of Teton. "High Ambassador, please wait a moment," Roger said apologetically, and then ordered his subordinates to go to his room to get the map for the other party to see. In less than a moment, the deputy envoy beside Rogier came to the stone table with a parchment map, spread out the map of the Teton Kingdom, and then retreated behind Rogier. "Your Excellency Ambassador, this is the administrative map of our Teton Kingdom. There is a central region and 29 local regions. The land area is 8.86 million square kilometers. It is divided into 5 regions, namely the north, east, south, southwest, and west, with the capital as the center." Teton Kingdom. Under Rogier's explanation, Wylan roughly understood the current situation of the Teton Kingdom. There are 3 main forces in the entire kingdom: the royalist faction headed by the king, the noble faction headed by the great nobles, and the storm faction headed by the Church of the God of Storms. Under the 3 major factions, there are many small forces that rely on the 3 major factions for survival. Due to the disappearance of the God of Storms, the Storm faction gradually showed a decline among the 3 forces and was eroded by the Royalist faction and the Noble faction. "Emissary Rogier, what is your position?" Faced with Wylan's inquiry, Rogier smiled slightly and answered, "Your Excellency the Ambassador, I am loyal to the entire country." "Ha-ha, a very clever answer." Wylan looked at the white-haired young man in front of him and had the answer in his heart. He thought this guy belonged to the Royalist faction, but he didn't expect the result to be unexpected. It's just that the other party dared to tell him so openly, and I don't know what the plan is. However, there's no rush now. Anyway, there's still half a month before I go to the Teton Kingdom, and Rogier will definitely contact me during this period. The 2 of them staggered this topic and began to chat about the customs of various places in the Teton Kingdom. When Wylan learned that 95% of the Teton people were white-haired, he actually felt excited. As the sky gradually darkened, Wylan stood up with a faint smile on his lips and said goodbye. "Emissary Rogier, I will come to Nax City again in 3 days. If you are confused, you can go to the Opera House on Minsk Street to find me. Your Excellency Ambassador, take care." Rogier stood up, his eyes flashing with gratitude, and said goodbye. After saying goodbye to Rogier, Wylan and Kyle left Nax City and returned to the Star Moon airship. "Master, when we talked about the hair color of the Tetons just now, your emotions fluctuated greatly." On the deck, Kyle turned his head and looked at Wylan and began to talk. "It is indeed very volatile." Wylan did not hide it and answered openly. "Who would have thought that there would be such a country across the sea? I am really curious about what the women there look like." Hearing his master's undisguised answer, Kyle's mouth twitched slightly, and he shook his head gently, and then stopped talking about this topic, turned around and entered the Messier Demiplane, ready to test new spells. Watching Kyle's departing back, Wylan reflected on himself for a while, then called Miller over and started playing chess under the moonlight. At night, Nax City, the 7th Public Security Administration, in the small courtyard on the left. Rogier called the 2 deputy envoys into the room, and the 3 of them sat by the window, drinking and discussing important matters in the moonlight. "Brother Rogier, why did you tell the ambassador today? If the other party arrives in the Teton Kingdom and informs the king of this matter, won't the organization's plan fail?" The young man sitting on the right had a worried look on his face, frowned, and his tone was full of doubt. Rogier did not answer immediately, but picked up the wine glass and drank the wine in the glass, then sighed and said slowly, "This is also a helpless move. If we follow the organization's previous plan, our chances of successfully seizing the kingdom's power are too slim." He put down his wine glass, looked into the distance with a serious look, and continued to explain. "For the expeditionary forces from another world, as long as they believe in the goddess of life, join the Order camp, and obey their orders, then no matter who manages the Teton Kingdom, it doesn't make much difference to them. So this is an opportunity for the organization and His Highness, and perhaps the only opportunity." Rogier's eyes flashed with a firm light, and he said without question, "Your Highness, I will take the initiative to explain after I go back. How about you 2 follow my orders for the time being?" Rogier's eyes swept over the 2 deputy envoys, with a hint of imperceptible coldness in his eyes. After a long time, the young man sitting on the left raised his wine glass, his eyes were a little hesitant, and then replaced by a firm look. "Brother Rogier, I hope we don't fight." The young man on the right raised his wine glass. His face was a little melancholy, and finally sighed. Seeing this, Rogier smiled, poured himself half a glass of wine, and raised his glass to clink with the two. The three glasses clinked together, making a crisp sound, representing that the three people reached a consensus. Roger was the leader of this action, and the other two assisted. Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. 3 days later, in the Lislick Grand Opera House on Minsk Street, Wylan and Kyle came here and spent 5 gold coins to ask for a private room on the 2nd floor. When going upstairs, Kyle told the steward that if a white-haired young man named Rogier came to the Grand Opera House, he could take him directly to the private room. Under the guidance of the maid, Wylan came to the private room numbered 515. Pushing the door in, there were 3 plates of fruit and 6 bottles of different kinds of wine on the table. "Sir, you can ring the bell when you have something to deal with, and someone from the Grand Opera House will come to help you." The maid put her hand on her abdomen, bent her body slightly, and said respectfully. Wylan looked around and saw that the layout was very distinctive. Then he nodded to the maid, indicating that she could go down. "Sir, I hope you have a good time here. Goodbye." After that, the maid bowed and saluted, first opened the window used for watching stage opera, and closed the door before leaving. Wylan picked up a good-looking fruit, took a bite, sat on a wooden chair, and admired the stage. Kyle checked the surroundings first, cast a few warning spells, and then sat on the left to watch the singing and dancing quietly. "Look at that woman, she is good-looking and dances beautifully." Wylan pointed to the woman in a red dress on the stage and said with interest. Hearing this, Kyle cast his eyes on the woman, nodded in agreement, and said, "My lord, it is indeed good. It seems that this place is so attractive for a reason." "Haha, that's right. The people are beautiful and the dance is good. I am looking forward to the next opera." Wylan picked up a glass of fruit wine, drank half a glass, leaned on the backrest, and watched the dance attentively. Half an hour later, the dance ended. As the red-dressed woman left the stage, the first floor of the Grand Opera House burst into warm applause and cheers, and some even wanted to spend hundreds of gold coins to dance with the other party. "Knock, knock, knock. Here we are." Kyle stood up from his chair, walked to the door, opened it, and saw Rogier and 2 deputy envoys arriving as scheduled. "Good afternoon, sir." Rogier lowered his posture and saluted Kyle first. Kyle nodded, waved to the maid leading the way, and then welcomed Rogier and the other 2 in. The stage opera began. Wylan reluctantly withdrew his gaze, waved to close the wooden window, and signaled Kyle to deploy a magic barrier. A magic barrier quietly appeared, covering the 5 people. Wylan adjusted the direction of the chair to face the wooden seat and signaled Rogier to take a seat. After thanking him, Rogier sat down opposite Wylan, and the 2 deputy envoys stood behind him. Kyle picked up an unopened bottle of fruit wine, poured a glass for his master first, and then poured a glass for Rogier. After that, Kyle came behind Wylan and stared at him quietly, facing the gaze of the blond young man. Rogier suddenly felt a strong pressure, both psychologically and physically. "Deputy Ambassador Rogier, I want to know who you work for." Wylan stared at the other party and said straight to the point. Hearing this, Rogier was stunned, then reacted and replied calmly, "Your Excellency Ambassador, the person I am loyal to is a member of the royal family. As for who it is, please forgive me for not being able to tell you now. Father is kind and son is filial, or father is kind and daughter is filial." Wylan knocked on the left side twice and asked, facing the other party's sharp eyes. Rogier knew in his heart that if he didn't give some basic information, the other party might not talk to him anymore. "Your Excellency Ambassador, it's the second one." Rogier's face changed, pretending to make a choice, and said to Wylan, "It's really interesting." Wylan smiled. Not long ago, he learned about an incident of father and son being filial in the Kingdom of Gemen more than 40 years ago. Unexpectedly, the Kingdom of Teton is about to stage a father and daughter being filial. Thinking of this, Wylan had a thought of wanting to participate, but he quickly rejected it. He was interested, but if Rogier could not convince him, he would sell it to the current king of the Kingdom of Teton. Commander East had already set the tone, asking him to integrate the military forces of the Kingdom of Teton, purge the clergy of the Church of the God of Storms and its affiliated forces, attack the Grand Duchy of Brella, and offer his allegiance to the expeditionary force. Rogier looked at the silent Wylan and was shocked, but since the other party did not speak, he could only continue to wait. After a long time, Wylan looked up at Rogier and said in a deep voice, "Rogier, if you can convince me, I can help you. You are a smart man, and you must understand that the expeditionary army only wants the Kingdom of Teton. As for who rules this country, it is not important to the expeditionary army. Even a dog can be the king. If you can't convince me, then I'm sorry. When we arrive in the Kingdom of Teton, I will hand you over to the current king of the Kingdom of Teton." Rogier's face was calm, without any anger. Although the other party's words were unpleasant, they were true. As for the two deputy envoys, their faces flushed. But when they thought of the conversation with Rogier 3 days ago, they shut their mouths and dared not speak to disturb both parties. "Your Excellency the Ambassador, the Kingdom of Teton belongs to the Expeditionary Army. It can also belong to the Expeditionary Army and you." Wylan stared at Rogier, looked at the table with his hands and said, "This is not enough. All the wealth of the Storm Church and its affiliated forces belongs to you." Rogier gritted his teeth and promised, "The arrow is on the string and must be shot. If we don't reach an agreement, I will die, and His Highness will not be able to escape." "Not enough." Wylan looked calm and continued, "There is an ancient ruin under the tombs of past kings, with a history of 50,000 years. If you are willing, these are yours too." Rogier clenched his fist and set another kind of bargaining chip. Staring at the other party's expression, Varen was silent for a moment. After some consideration, a smile suddenly appeared on his face, and he said with a smile, "Envoy Rogier, I hope you can make the Teton Kingdom a country that the expeditionary force needs. Under the protection of the Goddess of Life, you will be exposed to a different world." After hearing what the other party said, Rogier was relieved. If the other party was still not satisfied, he could only offer his last bargaining chip. Fortunately, the other party was satisfied. "Your Excellency Ambassador, thank you for your support. I believe that the Teton Kingdom will definitely become one of the countries where the Goddess of Life believes in the continent of Nangaxia." Rogier stood up and replied respectfully with a kind smile on his face. "Envoy Rogier, today's discussion ends here. I will come back to you in 10 days. Wylan raised his head and looked at him, then suggested, "Those guards of yours should be dealt with as they should. Across the sea, there are some casualties are normal. Thank you for the reminder, Your Excellency Ambassador, then I will not disturb your enjoyment." After finishing speaking, Rogier left the Grand Opera House with his deputy and returned to the 7th Public Security Administration Station. Varen and Kyle continued to enjoy the opera and commented on it. On the morning of October 28, 9757, Rogier boarded the Star Moon airship with 23 envoys. On the deck, Rogier looked at the surrounding deployment with curiosity in his eyes. Since the magic in Metagia is not obvious, there is no other flying equipment except flying monsters. The floating city floating above Nax City made him break his inherent concept, but due to his strength and status, he could only watch the war weapon floating in the sky from afar on the ground. When he thought that the airship belonged to the ambassador, he felt helpless. He thought he had overestimated the other party's identity, but he didn't expect that he still underestimated the other party. Under the guidance of the captain of the guard, Miller, Rogier began to visit the Star Moon airship. In a few words, Rogier obtained information about Wylan. When he learned that the other party's grandfather was one of the commanders of the expeditionary force, his gestures suddenly became cautious. In the airship control room, Kyle looked at the time, put his hand on the operating table, and activated the magic shield. In less than a moment, when all the protective magic shields were opened, Kyle began to set the destination. As the space shuttle command was issued, the Star Moon airship began to draw power from the large element pool. On the deck, the Tetons looked at the space shattering in the distance, their eyes full of horror. The two deputy envoys widened their eyes, opened their mouths, but didn't know what to say. Doesn't matter whether His Highness agrees with this proposal or not. The other party's strength is far from as simple as observed. An ordinary viscount has such strength. I don't know what kind of power those earls and marquises have in their hands. Accompanied by the sound of wind and waves, the Star Moon airship entered the space crack. When the entire airship entered the space crack, the space channel that lost its power reinforcement slowly healed under the repair of the world. Somewhere on the deck, Wyland set up a barrier and then lay comfortably. At the same time, Kyle handed the Star Moon airship to the automatic driving, and his figure disappeared from the control. He came to his master's side, took out a recliner, and lay down directly. Because of the experience of crossing the vast ocean last time, he liked the feeling of lying on the deck of the airship to rest. It was also a good experience for him to relax occasionally. 8 hours later, the airship broke away from the space crack and appeared above the satellite city of Lancamdo, the capital of the central region of the Teton Kingdom. Rogier came to the side of the ship and looked at the familiar city, and a trace of joy rose in his heart. Wyland came to Rogier's side and looked at the satellite city below. Compared with the satellite city of the Gemin Kingdom, the urban area was much larger. Looking down from the ship, Wyland could even see the panic of the soldiers guarding the city and the chaos in the city. Emissary Rogier, I will go to the city to see your king in 3 days. Rogier saluted and said, Your Excellency, Ambassador, I will report this to His Majesty the King. Don't forget the deal between us. Before leaving, Wyland patted Rogier on the shoulder and reminded him in a low voice. Your Excellency, rest assured, I will report this to His Highness as soon as possible and give you a reply in the shortest possible time. Rogier replied in a low voice with respect in his expression. Kyle waved and sent the 23 envoys off the airship, then returned to the control room and raised the airship above the clouds. On the ground, Rogier tidied his clothes, put on his weapons, went to Lancamdo City to borrow some horses, and then rushed to the capital without stopping. In the palace of Teton City, the king of Teton, Marizakli Gotworth, sat on the throne, looking at his 4 sons and 5 daughters standing in the palace, and said expressionlessly, Who did the Tolian Manor thing? Tell me now, I can deal with it leniently. If I find out, don't blame me for not thinking about family affection. The 15 people standing below all lowered their heads, and no one stood up to admit it. Third brother, where were you yesterday? Marizakli looked at his eldest daughter and asked. The woman in silver-white armor stepped forward, bowed and saluted, and calmly replied, Father, I led the guards to patrol Lancamdo City yesterday. Where did the attendant in your palace go? Marizakli stared at his daughter and asked loudly. The white-haired woman remained calm and answered, I killed him for committing treason. Good, very good. I remember that you brought that man back from the Gusta region. You injured old Seven for him. But now you say that you killed him for committing treason. Do you think I'm easy to deceive? Marizakli pointed at his daughter and said angrily. Father, this is the fact. If you don't believe me, I can send his head to you. The white-haired woman looked straight into her father's eyes, without any fear on her face. Marizakli looked at this rebellious girl and was furious. He turned his head and looked at one of his sons, relieved his anger, and asked, Old Seven, where were you yesterday? A pale young man walked out of the queue, looking like he had indulged himself too much, bowed and saluted, and said very straightforwardly, Father, I was resting in the castle yesterday. If you don't believe me, you can send someone to arrest the slaves I kept for interrogation. Looking at these rebellious sons and daughters, Marizakli was furious. Okay, let's end this. A cold voice came, causing everyone in the hall to hide their expressions. Meet Mother. Marizakli looked at the behavior of his 9 children and was extremely embarrassed, but when he saw his wife walking into the hall, his face was instantly filled with smiles. He stood up from the throne and said gently, Why are you here? If I don't come, you will probably fight with them. The queen who walked into the hall looked at her husband on the throne and said calmly. Others saw the queen's expression and lowered their heads, not daring to look at her. The king of the Teton Kingdom is the ruler of this country, but Marizakli Gotworth's surname was inherited from his wife. Therefore, Marizakli could not be tough in front of his wife. In the past few days, an ambassador has arrived in the capital. You guys should be more obedient. Yes, Mother, the 9 people answered in unison, not daring to challenge their mother's authority. Okay, everyone go down. Yes, sir. After all 9 children left the palace, the queen looked at her husband, her expression softened, and she said, "Tonight." "Report." Guard entered the palace, knelt on one knee, and answered loudly, "Your Majesty, Queen, Envoy Roger is in the palace requesting an audience." "Let him in." The queen turned to look at the guard and ordered. Yes, the guard stood up and ran out of the palace. "Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you." Rogier entered the palace and bowed. The queen looked at Rogier, motioned him to excuse himself, and asked, "What was the result of this journey? Where is the envoy?" "Queen, the ambassador sent by the expeditionary force is Viscount Kixing Wylan Aix. According to the information I have obtained, the other party is the grandson of a legendary strongman, who is one of the 4 decision-makers of the expeditionary force." Rogier described Wylan's origins in concise language. "Where is he now?" Rogier answered, "Queen, he is in heaven." Queen Teton looked puzzled and asked in confusion, "Heaven?" "Yes, Queen." Rogier described his way of returning home in brief language. After listening to the other party's story, Queen Teton fell silent. "Queen, what attitude should we take towards this ambassador?" King Merazakli of Teton came to his wife and asked softly. Queen Teton did not answer the other party, but continued to ask Roger, "When will the Viscount Kixing return tomorrow?" To answer the queen, the ambassador said that he will enter the capital from the north gate in 3 days. Roger bowed his head and answered, "Then welcome him according to the highest standards. 3 days is enough time to arrange." Queen Teton murmured to herself, and then turned to look at her husband. "3 days later I will come out with you. At that time you will be the leader and I will assist you." Merazakli was about to say something, but she didn't know how to say it. Queen Teton saw her husband's thoughts and said in a tough attitude, "Just do as I say, this matter is not negotiable." "Sir Roger." "Queen, please give your orders. You will preside over this ceremony. After meeting the ambassador, you will take over your elder brother's position and become the new foreign minister of the Kingdom of Teton." "Thank you, Queen." Rogier was excited and saluted Queen Teton. After standing up, Roger bowed to King Teton again. "Thank you, Your Majesty." "Sir Roger, please leave." "Yes, Queen." Rogier looked respectful and left the hall. After a while, Queen Teton ordered people to close the door of the hall, came to sit on the throne, looked at her husband, her expression became indifferent, and said, "I don't care how many women and illegitimate children you have outside, but you can't jump in front of me. You will be responsible for the aftermath of Tolian Manor. I don't want to see a living person in the Slivy family." "Yes, King." "Well." The sharp eyes of Queen Teton made Merazakli tremble all over. He forced a smile and said in a gentle tone, "Elsa, I know." "My dear Merazakli, you should know my feelings for you very well." Queen Teton Elsa suddenly stood up and disappeared. The next moment, she appeared in front of Merazakli, stroking his face with her hand, and said gently, "I will not interfere with your affairs, but your love for me cannot change." "Yes, yes." "Why are you afraid of me?" Queen Teton looked up at her husband, and the gentle look disappeared instantly, replaced by extreme indifference. "No, Elsa, 60 years ago I loved you. And now I still love you, even if I die." "Okay, I won't let you say that." Queen Teton put her finger on her husband's lips to stop him from continuing. Queen Teton gently tidied up Merazakli's wrinkled clothes and said in a gentle tone, "Tonight, I'll wait for you in the Tiara Garden." "I will." Merazakli held Elsa's hand and acted infatuated. After Queen Teton left, Merazakli looked at the empty hall, sat on the ground without any image, and sweated profusely. He thought that Tolian Manor was done by his children, but he didn't expect it was Elsa who did it. I don't know when Elsa's mental state began to have problems. Sometimes she was gentle and kind, sometimes she was cold and ruthless, sometimes she was cruel and bloodthirsty. It seems to have appeared when she handed over the government affairs to me 10 years ago. As for the idea of undermining his wife and becoming the real king of Teton after taking over the government affairs, Merazakli had thought about it. But every time he gathered some confidants, the whole family would be killed at the beginning of the next month. After several such tragedies, no one dared to join him, and he didn't dare to do such a thing again. The initial guess was that his wife did it. But after decades of getting along, he didn't believe that his wife would do such a thing. though he guessed that it was a means left by the previous king to prevent the throne from being controlled by others. Out of fear, Marizakli gave up unrealistic ideas and began to govern the kingdom of Teton seriously. Now it seems that those things were most likely done by his wife. If Elsa didn't tell him the truth about Tolian Manor today, he probably wouldn't think in this direction. Thinking of this, Marizakli clenched his fists, and after a long time he loosened his fists. After a sigh, Marizakli stood up from the ground, returned to the palace, prepared to take a bath, and went to the Tiara Garden to meet Elsa in the evening. Late at night the next day, Rogier carefully passed through the tunnel and came to a private garden in the northern city. In a pavilion in the center of the garden, a woman was lying casually on a long wooden chair. In the dark, 12 female assassins secretly guarded her and protected her safety. "Your Highness, good night." Rogier came to the outside of the pavilion, bowed and saluted, and said, "Come in and sit down." Hearing the cold voice, Rogier stood up, entered the pavilion, and sat down opposite the girl. "I heard from Rachel that you reached some agreement with the ambassador." The girl looked at Rogier with cold eyes and asked expressionlessly, "Yes, Your Highness." Rogier did not cover up and said straight to the point, "Tell me why you do this, otherwise it will be difficult for you to get out of here today." The girl picked up the teapot, poured a cup of hot tea for Rogier, and sent it to him, her tone full of murderous intent. Around the pavilion, several assassins appeared, looking at the target, waiting for the master's order. Seeing this, Rogier was not panicked at all and told the whole transaction process, including his own guesses. After a long time, the girl looked up at the moon with a trace of deep thought in her eyes. She waved her hand gently, signaling the assassin to withdraw. Seeing this, Rogier was relieved. He knew that His Highness agreed with his idea, otherwise he would have died here today. After the welcoming ceremony, "I want to talk to the ambassador alone." "Your Highness, I will try my best." "You go back first." "Yes." Rogier stood up and saluted and left quickly. 3 days later, Wylin landed the airship from the clouds and approached the Cask Hill under the guidance of a low-level St. Seal warrior. Halfway up the hill, on a square paved with stone slabs, a guard in formal attire stood in a neat line, with solemn eyes and serious expressions. On the left side of the square, a carriage was parked here, and 3 9-seal monsters were lying on the ground and taking a nap. In front of the queue, a low-level St. Seal knight stroked his mount and combed his white hair to pass the time. "General, the ambassador is here." A young knight came to the side of the low-level St. Seal knight and reported in a low voice. Looking at the airship parked on the peak, the low-level St. Seal knight turned his head and looked at the 36 knights who belonged to him alone. The minimum strength was 6 seals, which was used to demonstrate the national strength of the Kingdom of Teton and the importance of the ambassador's arrival. On the deck of the airship, Wylin put on the traditional costume of the Kingdom of Ilia, with ilang-ilang flowers sewn with magic silk thread. Unlike the noble costumes that use the color of ilang flowers to distinguish the noble ranks and backups, the ilang-ilang flowers on the left chest of the expeditionary envoys are uniformly purple, the highest level, representing the face of the country. The family emblem is sewn on the right side of the chest, which is very different from the traditional aristocratic costumes on the left side. Below the family emblem, there is a red bushillo flower. Red represents the knight profession. Bushillo flowers indicate that the strength is the soul level, and one refers to the initial level of the profession. Behind the dress is a flag of the Kingdom of Ilia, symbolizing the fate of the country. There are also various complex patterns around the trouser legs. As for what they refer to or what stories they are, Wylin is not clear. Although the Maid of Windsor Castle taught this knowledge when he was a child, he didn't listen at all, let alone forget it. "My lord, you are awe-inspiring today." Kyle wore silver-white armor, a standard knight's sword on his waist, and his golden hair fluttered in the wind. Wylin turned his head to look. Compared with wearing a dress, he wanted to wear his armor to meet the other party. "I feel that many Teton girls will fall for your appearance today." Hearing the master's ridicule, Kyle smiled and replied, "Master, I don't think so." "Why don't you have confidence in your appearance?" Wylin straightened his sleeves and asked with a smile. Kyle's expression remained unchanged, and he answered, "No, master, I am very confident in my appearance, but they will all ignore me because you are the protagonist today." Ahem, this is wrong. How can you use magic like that? After saying a lot, seeing that Kyle didn't respond, Wylan ended the topic tactfully. Why not ask the other party for Princess during the negotiation and let her marry Kyle? Not long after this idea came up, it was quickly rejected. In Wylan's opinion, the Princess of the Teton Kingdom is not worthy of Kyle. Miller, the captain of the guard, Miller, who was standing in the distance, stepped forward and saluted. Lord, please give your orders. Line up. Yes, sir. With the sound of light footsteps, the 24 silver knights lined up and were divided into 2 teams, with 12 knights in each team. Seeing this, Wylan asked Kyle to remove the magic shield. As the light curtain dissipated, the low-level warriors of the Holy Seal waiting outside the airship stepped forward a few steps, looked at Wylan, who got off the ship, and greeted with a smile. Your Excellency Ambassador, welcome to the Kingdom of Teton. On behalf of His Majesty Merizakli and Queen Elsa, I welcome your arrival. General, I am very happy to arrive in the beautiful country of the Kingdom of Teton. I hope we can get along well. Wylan looked at the white-haired general in front of him with a firm face and a strong military style in his words and actions. The 2 sides exchanged greetings. Under the leadership of the low-level warriors of the Holy Seal, Wylan walked towards the guard of honor on the mountainside. The road smelled of fresh soil on both sides, and it was obviously just built. On this 3-meter-wide stone road, the Holy Seal warrior walked on the left, while Wylan walked in the middle, and Kyle was on the right. The 24 guards lined up neatly on both sides of the road, always keeping vigilant in their eyes. As they got closer to the foot of the mountain, Wylan's expression became more and more serious. When they finally arrived halfway up the mountain, the low-level Holy Seal warrior, who was responsible for leading the way, smiled and gesture of invitation, saying, Your Excellency the Ambassador, please get in the car. Wylan nodded slightly to express his gratitude, then walked steadily onto the carriage, sat on the comfortable seat, and naturally placed his hands on the armrests. At the same time, Kyle opened the half-plane, released the 24 silver wolves, then boarded the carriage, stood on the left side of the carriage, and took on the responsibility of guarding. Then the captain of the guard, Miller, issued an order for all the team members to ride on the silver wolves and line up neatly. Behind the carriage, looking at the mighty and majestic silver wolf, the 36 Teton Kingdom knights present all showed envy. Let's go! Under the command of the low-level knights of the Holy Seal, the 36 knights climbed on their horses and slowly walked down the mountain. The 2 coachmen driving the carriage pulled the reins, allowing the 3-headed 9-seal monster to start moving forward. Behind the guard team, 300 guards in formal attire followed the convoy in a row of 4. Heading towards the capital, looking at the surrounding scenery, Wylan's eyes showed some curiosity. He leaned back, supported his chin with his left hand, and began to appreciate the beautiful scenery. From the deployment along the way, it can be seen that the royal family of the Teton Kingdom has renovated this 3-kilometer-long stone road in these 3 days. On both sides of the avenue, there is a guard every 3 meters, holding the flag of the Teton Kingdom. After walking the 3-kilometer-long welcoming road, the carriage drove into the capital. On both sides of the street, soldiers in blue armor separated the road from the people. Countless white-haired Tetons crowded the open space between the houses and the soldiers, with curious looks on their faces, and cast their eyes on the envoys from the expeditionary army. As the carriage continued to move forward, a melodious court music came from afar. Wylan sat in the carriage, listening carefully to the beautiful melody, while looking around and admiring the scene of the city. The unique style of buildings, clean and tidy streets, and the smiles on the faces of civilians show the rich and prosperous side of the Teton Kingdom. It is just not known whether it is deliberately displayed like this or it is really so. I am afraid that only the Tetons themselves know. In the crowd, 2 Tetons looked at the elite capital garrison troops with resentment in their eyes and gave up the idea of assassinating the expeditionary envoy. Looking at the countless white-haired girls holding colorful flags around him, Wylan suddenly thought of his wife. The 5-year expedition campaign has no end date in sight, and no one knows when this war will end. Warm reminder, if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us We will deal with it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. After crossing the King's Street, the carriage stopped in the central square. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, Varen got off the carriage and led Kyle towards the location of the Teton King and Teton Queen, several hundred meters away. Standing in front of the two leaders of the Teton Kingdom, Varen slightly bent forward and saluted them. His movements were elegant and solemn. Your Majesty Marizakli, Queen Elsa, I am Varen Akers, Ambassador of the Expeditionary Force. This is an official letter signed by the Commander-in-Chief of the Expeditionary Force, Duke of East. Kyle took a step forward and handed the red book to the other party. Elsa let go of her husband's hand and took the red book from Kyle with both hands to show the Teton royal family's respect for the Expeditionary Force. Ambassador Varen, welcome to your arrival, Marizakli said gently with a smile on his face, and his eyes showed friendliness and kindness, which made people feel warm and reassuring. Seeing this, Wylin also smiled and responded in a gentle tone. Your Majesty, I feel the sincerity of the Teton Kingdom from this welcome ceremony and look forward to the subsequent negotiations. Ambassador Wylin, I have held a welcome party for you at the palace. Please come with me. Seeing his wife's hint, Marizakli stopped being polite and took the initiative to invite. It's my pleasure, Varen responded with a smile, and at the invitation of the other party, walked side by side with Marizakli. This move spread two meanings to the outside world. One is that the relationship between the royal family and the Expeditionary Force is harmonious, and the interests of the royalist faction will be protected. The other is that the Expeditionary Force comes with sincerity and is unwilling to start a war in the Teton Kingdom, conveying a message: important beliefs. Faith belongs to the gods, power belongs to the secular. After crossing the palace gate, Varen read a lot of meanings under Marizakli's enthusiastic introduction. The royal family of the Teton Kingdom used the plants placed in the palace to convey a message to Varen. As long as the Teton Kingdom is still ruled by the Getworth family, the royal family will support all actions of the Expeditionary Force in the Teton Kingdom. Since the meeting between Varen and Marizakli, the negotiations between the Expeditionary Force and the Teton Kingdom have begun. Facing the goodwill conveyed by the Getworth family, Varen did not respond immediately. He could not rush to show his attitude. Otherwise, he would lose part of his negotiating initiative. During the friendly exchange, Varen arrived at the banquet location, a garden full of flowers. Dozens of ministers and nobles lined up on both sides in an orderly manner, with kind smiles on their faces. Ambassador Varen, this is the finance minister of the Kingdom of Teton. Marizakli pointed to an old man standing on the left and introduced. I've met Ambassador Varen. The old man bent down and saluted, but his eyes showed determination and a hint of humiliation, but he hid it well and did not let others notice. Varen nodded and responded politely. Under the introduction of Marizakli, the king of Teton, Varen got a rough understanding of the representatives of the various upper-level power groups in the Teton Kingdom. 9 palace ministers, 9 dukes, 15 military marquises, the Getworth family, plus the 5 excluded archbishops of the Church of Storms, together formed the upper class of power in the Teton Kingdom. The aristocratic system implemented by the Kingdom of Teton is contrary to the mainstream ruling system of the southern Caribbean continent. The only title is Duke. Earl and Baron are the titles of territorial nobles. Viscount and Marquis are the titles of military nobles. Therefore, the Teton Kingdom, which believes in the god of storms, has survived tenaciously in the northwestern region of Nangaxia, where the god of beasts is the mainstream belief, and retained its huge land area. Half an hour later, the banquet was officially held under the auspices of Teton Queen Elsa Getworth. During the banquet, when faced with the Teton nobles who came to chat, Wylin welcomed them all with a smile. He pretended not to understand the hints that he wanted to get a promise from him and let the other party back out. As he walked through the banquet, Varen showed a sophistication that belied his age. Although I usually like to be lazy, I have learned some basic skills, and with these years of practice, I am honored to call myself an old fox. At night, Wylin, led by a team of guards, came to a manor in the northern part of Teton City. Ambassador Varen, this is the Cummins Manor, known as the Art Pearl of the Teton Kingdom. It is the residence arranged by the king for you and your entourage. It contains tens of thousands of art collections and various strange objects. Rogier's face with a smile, he stood next to Wylan and introduced him enthusiastically. Your Majesty and the Queen have asked you to take away any art exhibits you like as long as you like them. Your Excellency Rogier, His Majesty Marizakli and Queen Elsa really said that. Varen's heart was like a mirror, but he pretended to be curious on the surface, looking up and down at Cummins' manor. Rogier observed the other party's expression and replied with a smile. As the ambassador of the expeditionary force, you are the most distinguished guest of the Teton Kingdom. It will be our honor if you like the cultural and collections of our kingdom. Your Excellency Rogier, can you take me around Cummins' manor? Wylan invited with a big smile on his face. Faced with the exchange of host and guest, Rogier didn't care, nodded and agreed, and took over the position of temporary housekeeper. Under the guidance of Rogier, Varen, Kyle and 24 guards entered Cummins' manor and began to visit this artistic pearl of the Teton Kingdom. Stepping into the door, 4 pictures are displayed in front of you. Magical ink is attached to the paper, conveying a quiet and peaceful atmosphere to the outside. Your Excellency, the painting on the left is called White Moon Rising. It was created by Ellis Carey, the Holy Seal Knight, on White Moon Mountain 2,000 years ago to commemorate our country's victory over the invasion of the Kingdom of Scalloway and the defense of the Kingdom of Teton. Spirit. The painting in the middle is called. Under Rogier's explanation, Wylan's inner thoughts gradually dissipated, and he followed the other man's footsteps and began to visit the corridor where 3,000 oil paintings and slate paintings were hung. Kyle followed Varen the whole time, acting as a guard. As for the escort team of 24 Silver Knights, they went to rest under the leadership of the head maid of Cummins' manor. Before you know it, the night is getting darker, the moon and stars are scarce, and everything is silent. They had covered less than 1/10 of the 3-kilometer-long gallery. Wylan reminded softly, Your Excellency Rogier, it's getting late. Rogier raised his head and looked at the bright moon hanging outside the gallery and found that he was already halfway there. He then stopped and said with a smile, Ambassador Varen, if you are interested in these fine works of art, you can send someone to see me tomorrow. Wylan smiled and replied, Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Rogier. Rogier responded modestly, It's my honor to explain these works of art to a distinguished guest like you. It's getting late, I'll take my leave first. After that, Rogier bowed and said goodbye to Wylan. Wylan smiled and waved and turned to Kyle beside him and said, Please see Mr. Rogier off for me. Yes, my lord. Looking at the figures of the 2 people walking away, Wylan came to the pavilion in the courtyard and sat down. My lord, what are you going to do next? Kyle came to Wylan's side and his armor and sword had disappeared. Wylan propped his chin with his hand and said, On the pretext of appreciating the artwork, wait for half a month to see the domestic situation in the Kingdom of Teton. Kyle recalled the deal his master had made with Rogier in Nax City and asked curiously, How will that deal go? Heh, I only said that the Kingdom of Teton would become the country needed by the expeditionary force, but I didn't say that I must help the prince or princess behind Rogier to ascend the throne. If the other party is in our interests, what if we give the throne of the Kingdom of Teton to the other party? If the ambition is too great, if he has lofty ambitions, then we can only strangle him in the cradle. Kyle nodded and then asked, My lord, what do I need to do? These days, many ministers and nobles of the Teton Kingdom will definitely come to visit me. You will come forward for me and accept all the benefits. As for the transaction promise, you will pretend to be stupid first. After I see the situation of the Teton Kingdom clearly, I will choose the right running dog from it. Yes, my lord. For the next half-month, Wylan stayed in Cummins' manor every day, listening to Roger's stories behind art paintings and strange objects. Outside the manor, Kyle met with the leaders of various forces in the Teton Kingdom on behalf of Wylan. He accepted all the gifts and pretended not to know anything else, including the information inside the expeditionary force. Late at night, in a small manor outside the capital of the Teton Kingdom, a masked woman sat on the upper seat, and a middle-aged man with an old face stood below. Marquis Service, how is the situation today? Your Highness, the other party did not show up today. The one who met me was the knight named Kyle. As usual, he accepted the gift but refused the transaction request. The military noble Marquis Service answered with a respectful look and bowed his head. The woman crossed her legs, leaned forward, and asked, "Who is Roger Prescott, have you found out?" "Your Highness, please forgive my incompetence. Who Roger is not known for the time being. However, according to my guess, he may be the third princess's man." "Sixth brother," the woman asked with a puzzled tone, "why do you think Roger is her man?" "Your Highness, I don't know either, but my years of experience in governing tell me that Roger is very likely to be the third princess's man." Hearing this, the woman fell silent instantly, thinking of the sister who usually has no sense of existence except for meeting the other party on important occasions. There seems to be no trace of her in her memory. Marquis Service has rich experience in dealing with people, and his guess is definitely not groundless. Find someone to test my sister. I want to know whether she is a timid cat or a tiger in pig's skin. The woman looked up at Marquis Service and said in a deep voice, "Yes, Your Highness." Marquis Service lowered his head and answered, accepting the order. "Don't stop the gifts to the expeditionary ambassador." "I know, Your Highness." Marquis Service nodded and replied, "Giving gifts will not make people remember you. But not giving gifts will definitely make people remember you." The woman knows this simple truth very well because she is such a person. Marquis Service, "Your Highness, please give your orders." "The cleansing of the 3rd Legion, the 8th Legion, and the 16th Legion cannot be stopped. All officers and generals related to the Storm Church must be dealt with cleanly so that we can sever our relationship with the Storm Church. I hope that the 150,000 people in these 3 legions will only obey my orders. Do you understand?" "Your Highness, I know." "Well, that's it for tonight." After speaking, the woman stood up and walked deep into the castle. Marquis Service bowed and saluted, and did not stand up until the other party's figure disappeared into the night. "Your Highness, if you can't ascend the throne, don't blame me for being ruthless." Marquis Service looked at the stone seat and muttered to himself. After stopping for a moment, Marquis Service turned around and left here, preparing to arrange a dead man to test the 3rd princess. On November 18, 9757 of the glorious calendar, Rogier once again came to Cummings Manor as an art commentator. Near noon, Wylan once again heard the other party's hint from Rogier's words. In the past half-month, this was the 9th time he heard the other party want to seek a meeting opportunity for the person behind him. "Rogier, at 9 o'clock tonight, Kyle will go to Mount Willock outside the city to enjoy the night view." A clone of Kyle standing behind Wylan heard the words of the master, and his expression was a little confused, and he immediately synchronized the information he knew to the original body. "Ambassador Wylan, thank you for giving me this opportunity. I will definitely be there on time at 9 o'clock tonight." Roger replied excitedly with a look of joy on his face. After so many efforts, the other party finally gave in. "I have something to deal with in the afternoon, so let's stop here for today's explanation." Rogier smiled and said, "Ambassador Wylan, I look forward to explaining to you next time. I'll take my leave first." Watching the other party leave, Wylan put away the smile on his face, returned to the study, asked Miller to guard outside the door, and then entered the Cilicia demiplane. Standing on the grass, looking at the star that was napping beside the Tree of Life, Wylan sat down next to it, took out the documents stored in the space ring, and continued to sort out the intricate relationships between the ministers, nobles, and royal children of the Teton Kingdom. According to the information that can be explored on the surface, of the 20 Kingdom legions stationed in the central area of Teton, the eldest Prince Maurice controlled 3, the second Prince Rupert controlled 2, the eldest Princess Bertha controlled 2, the second Princess Ariel controlled 1, and the third Prince Michelson controlled 2 legions. It remains to be seen who controls the remaining 10 legions. The third Princess, Elarbella, who was ranked 6, had only some guards, about 600 people. As for the 4th Princess, the 4th Prince and the 5th Princess controlled half of the royal capital garrison troops, and the power to mobilize the remaining half of the troops was in the hands of the military noble Marquis Bias. Among the 9 children of Marizakli, except for the 3rd Princess Elbera, who was ranked 6 and was not obsessed with power, the other 8 held military power. In addition, what surprised Wylan the most was that King Teton was actually a son-in-law. It is unknown how Marizakli, who was a civilian at the time, captured Elsa, the eldest princess of the Kingdom of Teton. However, the most surprising thing was the political skills of the Queen of Teton. She first forced her eldest brother to leave her hometown, in the name of her father, and then, under the pretext of a family dinner, she released her 2 younger brothers and 4 younger sisters from their political power and military command, and placed them under house arrest in the capital. Elsa's brother Babavi first fled to the Grand Duchy of Briera, and under the escort of the Grand Duke of Briera's guard knights, he went to the kingdom of Scalavi, promising many benefits to the Church of the God of the Beast and the King of the Kingdom of Scalavi, seeking the other party to send troops to drive his sister off the throne and regain his position. As expected, the war broke out. The 30 Years' War broke out between the Kingdom of Teton, the Grand Duchy of Briera, and the Kingdom of Scalavi. Elsa used this war to weaken the power of the domestic nobles and the Storm faction. She also purged the military nobles in the army and the territorial nobles of each region during the war, and trained an army loyal to her, the Elsa Legion. At the end of the war, all forces were seriously injured. Elsa abdicated and pushed her husband Marizakli to the throne. She retreated behind the scenes and continued to rule the Kingdom of Teton. Seeing the actions of the Kingdom of Teton, the Kingdom of Scalavi took the opportunity to go downhill, executed Babavi, and returned the body to end this endless war. In the next 50 years, according to speculation by some people, Babavi's successful escape from the Kingdom of Teton was deliberately done by Elsa, with the purpose of weakening the nobles and the Storm faction with the help of external forces, and consolidating the ruling position of the Gottworth family. Some people also speculated that Babiwe and Elsa had reached a secret agreement, and the brother and sister entered the game and played a chess game that lasted for 32 years. Queen Elsa's surviving brothers and sisters are proof of this. Some people also speculated that Elsa was possessed by someone, otherwise she would not have changed from a kind and innocent princess to a war queen in just a few months, and she would not have found His Majesty Marizakli, who had a talent for military command. Various speculations emerged one after another, and there were many different opinions. These people really think. Feeling the soft feathers, Wylan looked a little helpless. No matter from which aspect, this Queen Elsa is not a simple person. Below the legend, everyone is ordinary. If the other party doesn't know what's good for you, then you can only turn the table over. Taking a country in a peaceful way is certainly the first choice, but destroying a country by war is also a feast. The demise of the Ansa Kingdom and the Gemin Kingdom brought great benefits to the expeditionary army. From the high-ranking duke to the ordinary soldiers of the Crusaders, everyone made a lot of money, and everyone got their own satisfactory benefits. Calculate the time Kyle should be back. Thinking of this, Wylan stood up, looked at Zing, who was pretending to sleep, and slowly said, "Next time you come in for the assessment, if you can't write the common language proficiently, you will be hung on the tree for 3 days and 3 nights. If you are still not proficient, you will be cut into a hairless griffin." Hearing the words of the master, Zing's body began to tremble. Looking at this guy, Wylan was ready to tease it, then turned around to open the half-plane and leave this place. In the study, Kyle looked at the master, who returned to the main world from the demiplane. Just as he was about to ask, he saw the hint in his master's eyes and stopped. After the demiplane was closed, Wylan smiled and said, "Let's talk about business later. I'm going to stay awake for a while." "Yes, sir." Seeing this, Kyle nodded. In the demiplane, feeling the disappearance of the master's breath, Zing hurriedly stood up, gathered the surrounding environment, and quickly flew to the nest, stepped aside the partner who took the initiative to show love, took out the common language general knowledge under the blanket, and began to study attentively. It doesn't matter if it is hung on the tree. If it becomes a hairless griffin, it will be shameless as the patriarch of the Snow Wind clan. Suddenly, there was an energy fluctuation behind him. Zing turned his head and looked at a foot that stepped into the demiplane. He quickly threw down the book, spread his wings, and prepared to escape from here first. But less than 10 meters away from the ground, 2 thick vines rose from the ground and tied Zing's 2 hind legs tightly. "Why are you running? I don't eat griffins." Hearing the master's words, Zing gave up struggling, returned to the ground obediently, and lay on the ground, carefully saying, "Shah." "Master, can you not cut my hair?" Seeing Zing's hopeful eyes, Wylan changed the subject and said with a smile, No. Master, I must study hard, don't cut my hair. Zing said, while shrinking his body, flew to the side of the master, tightly grabbed the corner of his clothes, pretending to be cute. Actually, I really want to see what a hairless griffin looks like, Zing. Do you want to satisfy your master's little wish? Weilin grabbed Zing's neck, lifted him in front of him, and asked kindly. Zing shook his head quickly to refuse. After a tug, Zing finally got a chance. Looking at Zing, who was studying hard, Weilin showed a satisfied smile on his face. Kyle, who was standing nearby, witnessed the whole process and touched his chin with his hand, as if he had thought of a new negotiation method. After dealing with the unlearning griffin, Weilin and Kyle came to the Tree of Life. The two sat on the ground and began to discuss the negotiation. My lord, in the past half-month, my subordinates have harvested a total value of about 35 million gold coins. The nobles of the Kingdom of Teton are really rich. Weilin touched his chin and muttered to himself. Kyle took a look at the various items piled next to him and asked, My lord, how are you going to deal with these things? Weilin glanced at the items piled on the grass and replied with a smile, These things are given to you by others, not to me. If you want to deal with them, you should decide. Looking at his master, Kyle recalled what the envoys said. They did not say who these things were for. Seeing this, Kyle stopped talking nonsense and put all the hundreds of items into the space ring. Useful items can be left first, and other things will be thrown to the place where the spoils are stored in the Cecilia demiplane later. Tonight, go to Mount Wellick and invite the man behind Rogier to the Messier demiplane. I plan to meet him and discuss some things. Yes, my lord. Night fell, everything was silent. On the top of Willick Mountain, Kyle stood on a big tree, waiting for the person who came to make an appointment. After a while, a man in black wearing a mask belatedly appeared on the top of the mountain. 12 assassins followed behind him, but for Kyle, they could be destroyed with a wave of his hand. With a slight jump, Kyle landed on the ground and walked towards the masked woman. Hearing the footsteps, the masked woman turned around and looked at the blond man walking out of the woods, her eyes full of vigilance. Good evening, madam. Kyle's voice was gentle and calm. He put his right hand on his chest, bent forward slightly, and made an elegant courtesy to the woman in front of him. The masked woman responded equally politely, Good evening, Your Excellency. Kyle's eyes were always looking directly at the other party. However, due to the obstruction of the mask, he could not clearly feel the other party's appearance, and even the other party's body shape seemed a bit blurry. This may be why the other party dared to take the risk to come to see the Lord. The confidence lies. After the two sides briefly greeted each other, Kyle didn't waste much time, waved his hand to open the passage to Messier's demiplane, and made an invitation gesture. The next moment, 12 assassins appeared, closely guarding their master. The masked woman waved her hand to ask the assassin to retreat, and then entered the light door alone. Seeing this, Kyle followed closely behind and entered the demiplane of Messier. Seeing their master and each other disappear, the 12 female assassins looked at each other in confusion, and each of them disappeared, alert to their surroundings. In the demiplane, Varen sat on a couch and admired the night sky of the main world. Feeling the stranger's breath, Weilin stopped admiring the moon, sat up, looked at the masked woman who appeared in front of him and invited with a smile, Please sit down. Thank you. In return, the masked woman sat down beside him. Weilin sat down and looked at the other person's cat-face mask and her hair. He always felt that this scene seemed familiar. He shook his head, threw the distracting thoughts out of his mind, and took the initiative to ask, Madam, what do you call me? Ambassador Weilin, you can call me Ewan. Ewan, Weilin asked with a little curiosity on his face. Madam, I would like to ask, why do you want to be named after this word? Hearing this, the masked woman answered with a cold voice. Your Excellency Ambassador, I got this name from a historical book. If you find it difficult to pronounce, you can also call Ruili. This is the name I chose for myself. Ha, the name Ewan is quite nice, but I'll still call you Ruili. Weilin replied with a smile, ending the topic. If nothing else, the word Chinese letter must have come from Silas Ansel's diary. But she didn't know how many ancient books about Silas Ansel she had in her hands. Miss Ruili, I'm very curious as to why you are obsessed with seizing the power from your mother. As far as I know, as long as your mother wants to, the army controlled by you and your brothers and sisters will turn against you in an instant. Wylan looked at the other party's face. Looking at him, he slowly asked and started formal negotiations. Ambassador Wylan, I admire you for sorting out the domestic situation in the Teton Kingdom in less than half month. Ruli complimented first, and then told her purpose. My mother is known as the Queen of War. Single-handedly subjugate all the forces in the country and form an army known in the northwestern part of the Nangaxia continent, the Elsa Army. I admired my mother very much when I was a child, but as I grew older, my mother's personality changed. She was no longer as strong as she was at the beginning, and even gradually transferred her ruling power to my father. Of course, this is how I came to know it as an adult, but when I was 30 years old, through various understandings and combined with records in ancient books, I found that this was not the case. In the 30 Years' War, the total population of the Teton Kingdom dropped by about 60 million. The Grand Duchy of Brera lost nearly 30% of its population, and the Scalavi Kingdom lost more than 30 million people. More than 100 million lives have established my mother's statue as the Queen of War. Now she is preparing to repeat her actions of the past. But this time, her goal is not to weaken the major forces, but to completely eradicate them to achieve the purpose of centralizing power. The god of storms lost contact. The storm sect was encroached by various forces and shrank its power to the northwest. This made my mother start to speed up the implementation of the plan. Lin looked at Ruili and tapped his fingers on the table regularly. I'm very curious. Queen Elsa's actions are obviously to consolidate your family's dominance and expand the royal family's power in the Teton Kingdom. As a member of the Getworth family, why do you want to rebel against your mother? At the same time, Kyle, who was standing aside, couldn't help but raise his ears and listen attentively, wanting to know the secrets. Ambassador Wylan, do you know why among our 9 brothers and sisters, only the 6th, Alibella, does not control the army? Ruli looked at Wylan and asked, is it possible that the 3rd Princess Alibella is not your mother's daughter, but the heir of the eldest Prince Babui? Wylan touched his chin and told his guess. Hearing this, Ruli chuckled and said, Ambassador Varen, you only guessed half of it right. Half? Wylan looked confused and asked, the first half or the second half? Alibella is my uncle's daughter and my mother's daughter. Weirin stared at Ruli in disbelief, and Kyle, standing aside, was no exception. His eyes widened slightly. Miss Ruli, you mean that the 3rd Princess Alibella is your mother's biological daughter and the daughter of your uncle Babue. But as far as I know, Alibella is only 24 years old now, and your uncle died 50 years ago. If there were magicians in this world, Wylan could still believe that Elsa gave birth to her brother's child. But the magic inheritance in this world had been cut off 50,000 years ago, so this situation is unlikely at all. I didn't believe it at first, until I got the news from a rotten wood that absorbed the residual soul. When Albella was born, a thunderstorm and fire broke out in the palace, killing thousands of maids, guards, and pharmacists, but this was just my mother's cover-up. The real purpose was to prevent the news from leaking. With the help of the thunderstorm and fire incident, Albella has been on the edge since she was a child. Outside the central area of Teton, many nobles don't even know the existence of Albella, and they think she was burned to death in the fire. Then how did your mother give birth to your uncle's child? Wylan's eyes were full of curiosity, completely forgetting that he was negotiating with the other party at this moment. Ruli heard this, shook her head helplessly, and said, Ambassador Wylan, I don't know much either. When I learned about my mother's plan, I didn't dare to try it, but I guess it may be related to the ancient ruins under the royal tomb. It's really eye-opening. It seems that the situation in the Kingdom of Teton is more complicated than I thought. In the following time, Wylan began to discuss important matters with Ruli, but he kept silent about the promises of important events or talked about other things. He was not sure about Ruli's true identity yet, nor was he sure whether the things she said before were deceiving him. Deep-level transactions would take some time. 3 hours later, after sending the other party out of the Messier Demiplane, Wylan and Kyle sat on the ground and looked at each other. Who do you think the mask behind Ruli is? Wylan leaned back, lay on the grass, looked up at the night sky, and asked. Kyle thought for a moment after hearing this, and said uncertainly, "I feel that the other party is the third Princess Elbella. It's dark under the lamp." "Yes, my lord." Kyle nodded and replied, "The more impossible things are, the more likely they are. After all, there are too many examples of such things. I think it's impossible." Wylan closed his eyes, felt the strong magical breath in the air, and said, "I am more inclined to believe that the person under the mask is either the fourth Princess Lydia or the fifth Princess Elena. Her words have a lot of interfering language. For example, when she said she was 30 years old. Her voice was slightly low and her eyes were a little drifting. This is a sign of lying. But her true identity cannot be determined by this alone." At this point, Wylan opened his eyes, sat up and looked at Kyle and said with a smile, "How about we make a bet?" Kyle pondered for a while and nodded, "Okay. If I win, give me a year of free time. If you win, I promise not to be lazy." Wylan said to Kyle as if he had made up his mind. "Okay," Kyle answered without much hesitation. "According to the previous rules, my master has more defeats than wins, so I still have a great chance of winning. Okay, it's time to go back. Tomorrow I plan to visit various areas of Teton City. I have been here for more than half a month. It's time to go out and stretch my muscles." "Yes, my master." Kyle stood up and saluted, then left the Messier Demiplane and returned to Mount Willock. He sensed the situation around him. After seeing that no one was watching, he hid his figure and returned to Cummings Manor. The next morning, Wylan changed into a regular suit, took Kyle and several guards, and left Cummings Manor. There were countless spies from various forces around the manor, but at the same time, they all fell to the ground and fell into a deep sleep. Outside the manor, Wylan put away the Kingmu staff, looked at the effect of the soul-level spell Parasitic Sleep, and nodded with satisfaction. Use your own magic power or fighting spirit as the energy source to construct a horror dream until the last trace of magic power and fighting spirit are drained. Otherwise, it is impossible to escape from the horror dream. After waking up, the occupation level will drop by 1 level, and the weak will die on the spot and turn into black ash. This is a warning to these blind people. After doing all this, Wylan put his hands behind his back and walked towards the city. In casual clothes, plus a few guards, the image of a noble son makes the civilians in the northern city of Teton avoid him. Looking at the actions of these people, Wylan can keenly perceive their disgust for the noble sons, but dare not show it in person, for fear of harming their families. "Boy, if I let you live, you can live. If I let you die, your whole family will die." In the crowded crowd, Wylan heard this and quickly looked for the source of the sound. Looking at the actions of his master, Kyle knew what he was going to do without thinking. As expected, Wylan took 2 steps at a time, squeezed into the crowd, came to the front, and ate the melon with relish. "Lord Kyle, should we follow?" Miller asked cautiously, looking at the lord who had disappeared. Kyle sensed the location of the lord, turned to Miller and ordered, "You go to the tavern next door to drink first. The lord and I will find you later." "Yes, sir." In the crowd of onlookers, Wylan stood behind a child and witnessed the familiar scene in front of him. "You dare to compete with me for a woman, you want to die." A noble boy stepped on the head of man in gorgeous clothes and mocked loudly. The boy who spit blood gritted his teeth, buried his anger in his heart, and dared not refute. "Julia, come here." The noble boy felt unsatisfied, called the beautiful girl next to him, stretched out his hand to hug her in his arms, and mocked, "Boy, if you call me grandfather a few times, I can let Julia sleep with you for a few days." As soon as this was said, everyone was shocked. Whether it was the guards of the noble boy or the civilians watching, all of them had dull expressions and were stunned. At this moment, even Wylan and Kyle in the crowd were no exception, and they all sighed in their hearts that the nobles of the Teton kingdom were just playing with flowers. As for the pretty girl in the arms of the noble boy, she could only force a smile and dare not spoil the other party's elegance. After hearing this, the boy's face turned red, and he raised his head suddenly. He struggled to stand up, his body trembling slightly, staring at the noble boy with a strong sense of humiliation in his eyes that could not be concealed. Suddenly, the boy spit out a mouthful of blood from his mouth, and the bright red liquid splashed on the stone slab, forming a dazzling bloodstain. The body shook a few times and fell straight to the ground, losing consciousness. "Dizzy already? It's so boring." The noble boy looked at this scene, his mouth corners slightly raised. revealing a disdainful smile, and rubbed the girl in his arms roughly, with a look of regret on his face. Master Noise, you want to kill him and Bebe Chamber of Commerce. The middle-aged guard came to the ear of the noble boy with a fierce look in his eyes and whispered. Looking at the crowd of people watching around, the noble boy shook his head and said, His Majesty and the Queen have issued an order that no vicious incidents are allowed to happen before the negotiation is over. Besides, it's just a mere ant. Do I need to care about it? Master, you are right. It was my subordinate who was abrupt. The noble boy looked at the boy lying on the ground, stretched out his hand to pull out the chest wrap of the girl in his arms, threw it on the other's face, and then walked away. After the other left, several middle-aged people hiding in the crowd came to the boy and carried him away in a hurry. The protagonist left, and the surrounding audiences also dispersed one after another. Wylan touched his chin and recalled the scene just now, which felt very interesting. Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01 container. Tabula below article feed placement, below article feed target type, mix. My lord, I thought you were going to take the lead. Kyle stood behind Wylan and whispered. Wylan smiled and replied, If it was an ordinary civilian, I might still take action. As for the rich businessman, there is no need. Anyway, the other party is not short of magic potions for healing injuries. Okay, let's go somewhere else. After saying that, Wylan walked straight away. Seeing this, Kyle hurriedly followed. As for the 4 guards who stayed in the tavern to drink, it would not be too late to find them after returning. 2 hours later, Wylan ate skewers while admiring the surrounding architectural style and enjoying the atmosphere in the downtown. Suddenly, the crowd surged, and a large number of civilians dispersed around, bypassing the King's Avenue. In the crowd, Wylan saw this scene, swallowed the food in his mouth, and looked curiously to the north like other civilians. In less than a moment, a large number of soldiers appeared on the street. Judging from the scale, there were no less than 1,000 people. After the army passed, Wylan quickly finished the skewers and prepared to follow and see. Looking at the disappeared master, Kyle felt helpless. Today he said he was collecting intelligence, but he ended up going out for fun. Now he went to watch the fun again. It was really. Forget it, it's better to go and take a look. Anyway, there is no rush in these 2 days. Outside Abigail's manor, hundreds of guards' bodies were lifted onto the stone slabs. Most of them were missing arms and legs, and few were complete, which showed that the battle was fierce. 300 meters away, a large number of noble children stood here to watch, communicating with each other and guessing who did it. Your Majesty Tilda here. The Queen Tilda here. As the voice came, most of them lowered their heads and dared not look directly at the carriage, so as not to offend the kingdom and the Queen and bring disaster to the family. The carriage stopped outside the manor. Elsa looked around and found Wylan's figure. She waved to call the head maid and said, Go and invite Ambassador Wylan. Yes, Queen. The head maid put her hand on her abdomen, bowed and saluted, said respectfully, and then walked towards Wylan's direction. Seeing the arrival of the head maid, the nobles gave way and dared not to block the way. Ambassador Wylan, the Queen invites you to come over. The head maid came to Wylan, bowed and saluted, and said respectfully, Yes, sir. Wylan nodded, indicating his response to the other party, and walked forward with Kyle. According to his understanding, Abigail Manor is the residence of the 3rd Princess Elbella, which is just right to verify whether Rueli's words are correct. Your Majesty Marizakli, Queen Elsa, long time no see. Wylan put his right hand on his chest, saluted slightly, and said politely, Ambassador Wylan, does the layout of Cummings Manor meet your wishes? Marizakli nodded in return and asked with a smile. Wylan smiled and responded politely, Thank you, Your Majesty, Marizakli, for your concern. I like the artworks in Cummins Manor very much. It makes me feel a different Teton kingdom. At this point, Wylan changed the subject and asked, There are so many corpses of guards here. May I ask what happened in this manor? Queen Elsa reached out to stop Marizakli, showing an angry look, and explained, I don't know if the Storm God Church is in turmoil and sent people to assassinate my daughter Elbella in broad daylight. After the negotiations, I will lead the army in person to pacify the southeast region. Queen, let's go in and see Elbella first. Marizakli held Elsa's hand tightly, speaking with great concern, and then said to Wylin, "Ambassador Wylin, you can do whatever you want." "Your Majesty, Queen, I know." Wylin responded politely and watched the two enter the manor. From what he said just now, he could sense the strong desire of Queen Elsa to negotiate. If there was no secret, he would choose to start the first round of negotiations in half a month, but there was a change, so he was ready to investigate again. As for the assassination, he suspected that someone was testing the position of Elbella in Elsa's heart. So could it be done by Rueli or someone else? "My lord, I found the location of the assassin." Kyle's voice sounded in his mind. Wylin pondered for a moment and answered through his mind, "Catch the man. I want to see who is the mastermind behind the other party. By the way, don't let the assassin commit suicide." "Yes, my lord." After that, Kyle's figure disappeared outside the manor. Wylin stopped for a moment, turned around and left. First went to the tavern to meet the guards, who had been waiting for several hours. Then returned to the manor, waiting for Kyle to catch the assassin. In a cave 3 kilometers west of Abigail Manor, a 6-seal assassin leaned against the earth wall, with unwillingness and anger in his eyes. Due to the deception of her superior, all her subordinates died, and she was the only one who was still alive. In an instant, a bad premonition came over her. The 6-seal assassin had a resolute look in his eyes, but found that his body was out of control. The next moment, he felt sleepy and lost consciousness instantly. Kyle appeared beside the assassin and took off the scarf on his face. He had an extremely ordinary face. After observing for a while, Kyle opened the half-plane channel and threw him in. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly felt energy fluctuations coming from underground, and immediately changed into the appearance of the 6-seal assassin, pretending to be asleep, and leaned against the earth wall. After a while, a 5-seal assassin and 3 4-seal assassins appeared in the cave, standing in a surrounding position. "Captain, do you want to kill?" A 4-seal assassin gestured and asked the leading 5-seal assassin. The 5-seal assassin looked down at the target. According to the master's instructions, if the opponent was not seriously injured, he would be taken back. If he was seriously injured, he would be executed on the spot and his body would be destroyed. "Kill." As soon as the voice fell, the 4 lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Kyle opened his eyes, stood up, and pulled out the soul of a 4-seal assassin to search for information about the mastermind behind the scenes. After a while, Kyle frowned and couldn't help but sigh at the other party's meticulous thinking. In the mind of this 4-seal assassin, he was loyal to the Kamet Chamber of Commerce. According to Kyle's understanding, this Chamber of Commerce was ostensibly owned by Elsa's younger brother, Clarence, but in fact it was controlled by Elsa herself. Forget it, go back and slowly explore it. Looking at the sluggish soul in his hand, Kyle released the confinement and let it be taken away by the sticks. As for the remaining 3 people, they were all thrown into the Messier demiplane and slowly interrogated after returning. At night, in the study of Cummings Manor, Wylin listened to Kyle's story, and a word popped up in his mind, raising assassins in secret. But there is also a possibility that this assassination was originally planned by Elsa, and the purpose may be to use it to carry out a purge. In the Messier demiplane, Wylin stood beside the 4 assassins and looked at their faces. They were very ordinary and hard to spot in the crowd. "Wake them up." Hearing the master's order, Kyle lifted the spell and woke up the 4 people. The 4 assassins opened their eyes and looked at the 2 people who appeared in front of them. Just as they were about to resist, they saw countless vines emerging from the ground and binding the 4 people in the air. "Tell me what you know, and I can give you a quick death." Faced with the question, the 4 people remained calm and kept silent. Seeing this, Wylin manipulated the vines to weave a chair and sat on it. Then he operated the chair to retreat a few meters and said to Kyle, "Pick one." Seeing this, Kyle nodded, stretched out his right hand, pulled out the soul of a 4-seal assassin, and cast Eye of Spiritual Vision to let the 3 witness the interrogation process. In order to achieve the effect of killing the chicken to scare the monkey, Kyle directly used the most brutal way to search the soul. Looking at the twisted souls of their companions, the 3 of them turned pale with fear. Physical torture was nothing to them, but the torture of damaging the soul made them fear the unknown. Kyle moved slowly and showed the fragments of soul memory he had obtained in front of the three. The scene of being adopted in childhood, the scene of a happy and warm family, the scene of cruel training. They had similar experiences in every scene. Because their mouths were blocked by vines, the three bound people could only twist their bodies and beg for mercy in this way. Kyle turned a blind eye to this action and continued to search for the last memory of the broken soul. 3 minutes later, Kyle stopped his actions and ignited the soul of the four-seal assassin with the holy flame. In the white flames, the soul of the four-seal assassin howled until it turned into nothingness and was completely annihilated. Seeing Kyle's killing of the chicken to scare the monkey, Wylan operated the rattan chair to come in front of the three people, removed the vines on his mouth, and asked, "Start with you." The 5 Indian assassin pointed by the vines swallowed his saliva, his face showing fear, and said in a trembling voice, "Sir, the day before she carried out the assassination mission, the people above found me and asked me to take my team to deal with the aftermath. If she and her subordinates are injured, they will be dealt with on the spot to avoid leaks. If the injuries are not serious, they will be taken to see the master." "Who is your boss?" Wylan frowned and asked. "I don't know, we met in code, and I don't know who my boss is." Wylan asked again, "Where did he ask you to take this woman?" "I don't know, he just told us to take her to the bike-gear store. We don't know anything else." After asking, Wylan blocked her mouth again, then looked at the female assassin who was hung in the middle and asked, "What is the name of the organization you are loyal to, who gave you the order, and why did you want to assassinate the third princess, Elbera?" The six-seal female assassin opened her cracked lips, her face was gray, and she answered, "The organization I am loyal to is called the Flower of Tepta. Late at night 2 days ago, my boss ordered me to gather my subordinates and assassinate the third princess, Elbera, today. As for who gave the order, I don't know. Every time an order is given, my boss controls a beggar to come to see me after receiving the order. I also need to be responsible for dealing with the beggar, since joining the Flower of Tepta. I have not seen anyone from the organization. As for why the third princess Elbera was assassinated, I am just a tools. Don't need to know why, just need to perform the task," looking at the other party's dead eyes. Wylan did not ask any more questions and operated the vines to block his mouth again. As for the last four-seal assassin, the level was too low, and there was almost no information that could be collected. Then he operated the rattan chair to move away from the three people and let Kyle search their souls to confirm whether the two were lying. Seeing this, Kyle first took action to end the life of the four-seal assassin, and then pulled out the souls of the other two to find related memories. After a while, Kyle released the imprisonment and watched the two souls being taken away by the sticks. "What's the situation?" Wylan took out a fruit and handed it to Kyle, then took a bite of the fruit in his hand and asked curiously. Kyle took the fruit from his master and nodded in response. "Master, these two people did not lie. They really don't know who their boss is. They only know the name of the organization. It seems that they really raise assassins in secret, but I don't know why they do this." After thinking for a while, Kyle reminded, "Master, do you think it is possible that someone is testing whether Rogier is from Elbela?" "Oh," Wylan showed a puzzled look on his face and asked curiously, "Why do you think so?" Seeing this, Kyle slowly said, "Master, if Rogier is from Elbela, when he learns that the person he is loyal to has been assassinated, he will definitely have abnormal behavior. In this case, I am the source of this conspiracy." Wylan took a bite of the fruit in his hand, followed Kyle's thoughts and thought about it, and seemed to understand something. "In the next few days, you should secretly observe Roger to see if he has any unusual behavior. If you find someone watching him, don't alert them. After all, we are bystanders. The more chaotic the capital is, the better it is for us." "My lord, I understand." Then the two ended their conversation. Wylan used Tengman to dig 4 pits, buried the 4 assassins in the pits, and planted 4 fruit tree seeds on them. It is believed that they will take root and sprout in a short time. With the nutrients of the corpses, they will definitely thrive. The next morning, half of the army of the Elsa Legion was transferred to the capital. With the cooperation of the garrison troops, the capital was blocked and a door-to-door search began. All unidentified persons were taken outside the city for centralized detention and awaiting disposal. During the investigation, hundreds of chambers of commerce suffered an unprovoked disaster. It is easy for those who are interested to find that there are one or more nobles behind these chambers of commerce. Regarding Queen Elsa's eagerness for revenge, many nobles in the capital chose to keep a low profile. As long as they didn't want their lives, the queen could just take whatever she wanted. They had no objection. In Cummins' manner, Wai Lin looked at the various information collected by Kyle and could see that Queen Elsa valued her offspring. If Rayleigh hadn't told him the secret, he would have simply thought that Elsa was just taking revenge out of love for a child. But after knowing those secrets, things might become complicated. On December 21, 9757, Wai Lin sent a signal for formal negotiations to the king of the Teton Kingdom, Marizakli. Warm tips. If you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to let us know. We will deal with it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. 3 days later, in the palace, Wai Lin, wearing ambassador's clothes, brought Kyle into the Cummings palace and started the first negotiation. Wai Lin sat on the left side of the long table, and Kyle stood behind him. On the right side of the long table were the king of the Teton Kingdom, Marizakli, and the queen, Elsa, and behind them were 2 head maids who were responsible for recording. Apart from them, there were no other people in the Cummings palace. In order to prevent anyone from eavesdropping on the negotiations, under Wai Lin's instructions, Kyle took out the magic device and placed the high-level magic crystal into the groove in front of others. The next moment, the magic shield rose and enveloped the 6 people. Marizakli looked at this scene, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, but soon he restrained it. As the king of the Teton Kingdom, he could not show his ignorance in front of outsiders. As for Queen Elsa, she always had a smile on her face and remained calm in the face of danger, which showed her inner strength. The 2 sides exchanged politeness and officially started the first negotiation. Queen, the expeditionary commander, Duke of East, has only one bottom line for the negotiation, which is to completely eliminate the Storm Church in the Teton Kingdom before June next year. Wai Lin put his hand on the long table and said straight to the point. After hearing this, Queen Elsa's face became solemn and she said, "Ambassador Wai Lin, according to your chronology, even if our country puts in all its troops, it will be difficult to eliminate the remaining forces of the Storm Church in such a short time in 6 months. Queen, I'm sorry, this is the bottom line given by Duke of East. In principle, it cannot exceed this time period." Wai Lin spread his hands and said helplessly. Elsa, who has rich experience in governing, can easily hear the hidden meaning of Wai Lin's words. In short, if he wants to extend the deadline, he can help, but it is not free help, and the Teton Kingdom needs to pay a price. 6 months is still too short after all. Ambassador Wai Lin, the time limit of this article should be completed within the specified period. How about we discuss it alone after the negotiation? Queen Elsa looked at Wai Lin deeply and hinted to him. Wai Lin looked hesitant, as if he had made an important choice, and nodded with some struggle. Okay. After finalizing the bottom line, the 2 sides began to discuss the army, politics, faith, and atonement. Except for faith and army, which were required by Duke East, Wai Lin unilaterally proposed politics and atonement. Serving as an ambassador, if he didn't make a lot of money, he would not live up to his status. In the next half-month, the 2 sides negotiated several times around 4 aspects. On January 8, 9758 of the glorious calendar, in the Cummins Palace, under the watchful eyes of many high-level officials of the Teton Kingdom, the 2 sides formally signed an agreement. The agreement stipulates, first, the Teton Kingdom needs to wipe out the Storm Church within the prescribed period to prove its determination to join the Order camp. Second, the Teton Kingdom needs to form an army of 1.5 million people, obey the dispatch of the expeditionary force, follow the expeditionary force to fight, have a certain degree of autonomy, and can refuse orders that cannot be executed. Third, the Storm Church will be completely demolished, and all books related to the god of storms will be listed as banned books, destroyed in a centralized manner, and private hiding is not allowed. Fourth, there must be 2 churches of life for every 50 000 people. The number can be more, but never less. Fifth, the priest team that spreads the faith is sent by the Expeditionary Army. In order to protect the development of the native life church in the Teton Kingdom, the Expeditionary Army promises not to send indigenous priests to preach. Sixth, from the day the Storm Church is purged, within 10 years, the Expeditionary Army promises to send professionals to help the professionals selected by the Teton Kingdom embark on the right career development path. Seventh, the wealth of the Storm Church must belong to the Expeditionary Army and be disposed of by people recognized by the commander of the Expeditionary Army. Eighth, all citizens of the Teton Kingdom must pay the ransom. Civilians can postpone payment, but nobles must pay in full. Violators are regarded as treason, and the Expeditionary Army has the right to deal with them. Ninth, the Goddess of Life, the Church of Life, and the Expeditionary Army must not be slandered. Once discovered, the Expeditionary Army can directly send troops to intervene, and the Teton Kingdom needs to send troops to assist. 10th, the Expeditionary Army recognizes the ruling status of the Gotworth family over the Teton Kingdom, but every king of the Teton Kingdom must be recognized by the Church of Life. 11th, abolish the Nangeshiya language and implement the universal language. After confirming that it was correct, Wyland signed his full name behind the agreement and then sent it to Elsa. Looking at the agreement above, Elsa was silent. If the Teton Kingdom does not surrender to the Expeditionary Force, it will become the Second Gemin Kingdom, and the country will be destroyed. After a moment of silence, Elsa sent the agreement to her husband and asked him to sign it. Marizakli looked at the agreement in front of him, then looked at his wife, picked up the pen, and signed his full name, Marizakli Gotworth. Then Elsa took the pen from her husband and signed her full name, Elsa Gotworth, under his name. The Teton 11 Agreement, also known as the Cummings Palace Agreement, symbolizes that the Teton Kingdom has officially become one of the many faith countries of the Goddess of Life in the Nangeshiya continent. Unlike other countries that were divided and reorganized, after being destroyed, all classes in the Teton Kingdom were completely preserved. After a brief silence, Wyland took Kyle out of Cummings Palace and returned to Cummings Manor. After half a month of negotiations, Wyland felt a little tired and was ready to relax. Watching the two leave, Queen Elsa put away the smile on her face, turned her head and looked at the many ministers and nobles standing behind her. Her eyes became sharp, like a sharp sword, making everyone present bow their heads and dare not look at Elsa. Send the order. Let the nobles of each region gather their troops, led by the generals of the garrisons in each region, and gather in the southeast. Elsa put the Cummings Palace Agreement on the table and said in a deep voice, "Yes, Queen." Everyone bowed their heads and saluted, saying respectfully, "Go down and prepare. Whoever dares to contact the Storm Church secretly, don't blame me for not remembering the old friendship." "Yes, sir." Everyone saluted again and then left the Cummings Palace. In less than a moment, only Elsa and her husband and two headmaids were left in the entire palace. "Marizakli, you haven't fought for so many years. Can you still go back to the battlefield?" Elsa turned her head and looked at her husband and asked. "Men can't say no." Marizakli's mouth curled up slightly and answered. Although the outside world was saying that he relied on his looks to get to the top, he actually impressed Elsa with his commanding talent. Some things are innate, and they will never become unfamiliar no matter how long it has been. Thinking of Elbella, Elsa sighed and said, "Prepare well. I can't leave the capital this time. The front line can only be left to you, I understand." 3 days later, at the invitation of Queen Elsa, Varen came to a castle outside Teton City for an appointment. Under the leadership of the headmaid, Varen walked towards the castle study while curiously looking at the sculptures placed around him. From his point of view, these sculptures have no artistic taste. Queen Elsa may have placed them here specifically out of nostalgia. "Your Excellency Ambassador, please come in." The headmaid stood outside the study, making a gesture of invitation. Wyland nodded in thanks, opened the door, looked up, and a strange color flashed in his eyes. Queen Elsa wore a gorgeous silk dress, which was inlaid with delicate pearls and ribbons, shining brightly and showing her noble temperament. Her hair was cleverly pulled into an elegant bun, and dazzling diamond earrings hung from her ears. Every detail revealed her natural elegance and style, exuding unparalleled charm and grace. Seeing this scene, Wylan instantly became alert. Showing courtesy for nothing is either cheating or stealing. This dignified and steady queen is definitely up to no good when she is wearing this look, so she must be careful. Elsa stood up gracefully, raised her hand with dignity, and made a gesture of invitation. "Ambassador Wellen, please sit down." Wylan nodded silently and sat down opposite Queen Elsa. The two looked at each other, but no one spoke first. After a long time, Queen Elsa smiled and said softly, "Ambassador Varen, it's just the two of us today. There's no need to talk about those nonsense." "Queen, you are right." Varen nodded in response. "Then how about we open the door and talk?" "Good." The two exchanged pleasantries and then got straight to the point. "Ambassador Varen, 6 months is too short. If you postpone the time limit to 1 year, what price will it cost the Teton Kingdom?" Elsa picked up the teapot, poured a cup for Varen first, and then added after pouring himself a cup and putting down the teapot. He spoke slowly. Wylan pretended to think for a while, pretending to be embarrassed, hesitating, and said, "Queen, this is the minimum time and date set by the commander of the expeditionary force, Duke of East. If your country is willing to come up with a few priceless items, treasure, I use this to persuade my grandfather to advise the Duke of East to extend this date." Seeing the suspicious look on his face, Varen pretended to be calm and explained, "Queen, as the chief mage of the expeditionary force, my grandfather, although he does not participate in the command of the army, has great power. Even the Duke of East, they all respect my grandpa very much. However, my grandpa is very greedy for money and likes strange things. If your country has strange treasures that he likes, it will be easy to postpone the deadline for annihilating the Church of Storms." Elsa looked at Wylan's sincere eyes, a little suspicious, and intuitively told herself that something was wrong, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. According to the information she received, the chief mage of the expeditionary force basically did not show up, and she was not sure whether the other party was greedy for money. As for Wylan lying, the chance is basically non-existent. Putting herself in her shoes, if she had a legendary grandfather, she would definitely not dare to spread rumors. Seeing Elsa's meditative look, Wylan felt reassured, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. It seemed that his plan was successful. As for whether the Duke of Moravia would know about this, Varen didn't care at all. If the incident was exposed, he would directly enter the Cecilia demiplane and hide for 10 days and a half, waiting for his grandfather to dissipate before coming out. If that doesn't work, isn't there still the mother card? In any case, he made up this rumor. After a short discussion, Elsa agreed to prepare 3 treasures in exchange for Varen's help. "Sir Wylan, there is one more thing I hope you can tell me." Hearing Queen Elsa's words, Varen felt a little confused, but the expression on his face remained unchanged and he asked gently, "Queen, please tell me. I believe you already know about Bella." When Wylan heard this, his heart trembled and he thought to himself, "How does she know that I know about this? Could it be that this woman guessed that Ruli was caught by her?" "Queen, why can't I understand what you are talking about?" Wylan picked up the teacup, took a sip and smiled. Queen Elsa stared into Varen's eyes, observed the changes in his face, and said word by word, "Alibella is my child, because she came out of my belly, but she is not my child either, because she is only 1/4 blood related to me. As you know, Alibella is my eldest brother's child, and is my eldest brother's last bloodline in this world." When the matter reached this point, Wylan did not pretend to be stupid. He put away the smile on his face, looked at Elsa and said slowly, "Queen, I really want to know how you knew that I knew about this matter. Bring it in." As soon as he finished speaking, the secret door was opened, and a masked woman was brought in by 2 Seven Seal assassins. Wylan turned his head and looked, and there was no doubt that it was Ruli, but she had been hiding for so long, how could she be caught by her mother? Perhaps sensing Wylan's thoughts, Elsa came to Ruli's side, put her hand on her shoulder and chuckled. "Ambassador Wylan, there is nothing in the Teton Kingdom that I don't know about. Everyone in the world thinks that I am showing favor to them by giving power to Marizakli. In fact, I am waiting for them to jump out on their own initiative, so I can kill without any sense of guilt. Hero, I can't make a move. Rebellion, then there is nothing to worry about." Seeing Elsa's increasingly crazy expression, Wylan had a strong premonition in his heart The woman in front of him might be her true appearance, and the dignity and generosity she usually showed in front of everyone was just a superficial phenomenon. Killing to stop killing, this is the war concept I have always believed in. Elsa's voice became cold and ruthless, as if it came from hell, and her eyes were full of murderous intent, which made people shudder. My dear daughter, tell me, what does the Grand Duchy of Briera call me? Elsa suddenly turned her eyes to Rueli, who was strangled by her throat, with a strange tenderness in her tone. Rueli's face had turned red and her breathing became rapid, but she still tried to squeeze out a few words from her teeth. Fresh, blood, female, queen. Perhaps because she heard her daughter's voice, a trace of imperceptible tenderness flashed in Elsa's eyes. She slowly loosened her hand that was strangling Rueli's neck, allowing the other party to regain some air. Watching this scene, Wylan remained silent. However, he was not worried that Elsa would harm him. This woman was so crazy, and her ultimate goal was only one: to keep the Teton kingdom alive. Otherwise, she would not be honest with him and put such things on the table. Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. Ambassador Wylan, I hope you don't interfere in the fight of the Teton kingdom. Elsa turned her head suddenly, staring at Wylan with a sharp gaze, but with a gentle smile on her face, as if the ruthlessness just now was just an illusion. Looking at the crazy woman in front of him, Wylan was sure that it was because of the assassination of Elbella that she let her close the net in advance. I want to take her away. Wylan pointed at Rueli and said in a deep voice, as for what you want to do, as long as it does not delay the destruction of the Storm Church, I will not care. Hearing this, Elsa waved her hand to signal the assassin to let her daughter go. Ambassador Wylan, I will send someone to deliver the 3 treasures you want to you. I hope you will keep your promise. Facing Elsa's murderous eyes, Wylan was not afraid. Queen, I will naturally fulfill my promise. Then Wylan submitted his resignation and left the study with Rueli. As for who is under her mask, it is not important to Wylan. But one thing is certain: in this bet, Kyle lost. Until the two gradually disappeared from sight. Elsa put away the smile on her face. Her expression became indifferent and calm. She said in a voice without any emotion, Dake Manor was attacked by the Storm Church, and my poor daughter Lydia was also killed in this disaster. The chief general of the royal capital garrison, Monrid, was convicted of dereliction of duty and dismissed from his position, and replaced by the deputy general Virginia. The Lex family, the West family. Elsa read out the names of 13 families in succession, and each name was like a sharp sword, piercing the silence of the air. She glanced at the 7 Seals assassin, who was recording. Seriously paused for a moment, and then spoke again. Arrest them for the crime of colluding with the Storm Church, and behead them on the spot. Queen, how to deal with the families that married into these families? The 7 Seals assassin stopped writing and asked. Give away half of your property and hand over your marriage partner to survive, otherwise you will be killed without mercy. Yes, Queen. After the 2 7 Seal assassins left, Elsa looked at the sunlight shining through the window, stretched out her left hand, felt the warmth transmitted by the light, and a bright smile appeared on her face. On the other side, Wylan took Rueli out of the castle, got on the carriage, and set off to return to Cummings Manor. The carriage moved slowly forward, and a dull atmosphere filled the carriage. Wylan's eyes fell on Rueli, who was silent opposite him, and the whole person was immersed in deep pain. Wylan sighed softly, leaned against the window, broke the silence, and asked softly, Riley, how did your mother catch you? Riley raised her head, looked forward with empty eyes, then hugged her knees tightly with both hands, buried her head deep in them, and said slowly in a low and hoarse voice, Rogier. He betrayed me. He told everyone about your deal with me. From today I will die, either in a fire or drowning or possibly assassination. All the nobles and generals involved with me will be purged by my mother. Those families connected with the rebel family will contribute their wealth to buy their lives, and my mother will get huge military funds through this move. Hearing the other party's words, Wylan didn't know what to say for a while. From the perspective of an outsider, Queen Elsa's approach was not wrong. Everything was based on national interests, but the premise was that this country belonged to the Gottworth family. Looking at Elsa from the perspective of a relative, you will only feel fear. If you block her way, even your own daughter will die. If Wylan hadn't taken Rueli away today, perhaps after he left, Rueli would have been executed by her mother. Although his deal with Rueli failed, through this incident, Wylan realized the true face of Queen Elsa, which was also a gain. Do you want me to help you get revenge? Wylan looked at the scenery outside the window and asked softly. Rueli shook her head and said, "The past is the past, you don't have to do this." "So, what is your real name?" "Lydia Gottworth." Rueli raised her head and said her identity. She raised her hand to take off the mask on her face, revealing her stunning appearance under the mask. However, from today on, Lydia Gottworth is dead. And now there is only Rueli. Wylan turned his head and looked at her. Her delicate appearance and white hair made her feel heart-warming. In less than a moment, her throbbing heart calmed down. "During this period, you will stay in Cummings Manor. With my protection, your mother will not dare to do anything to you. After this storm is over, you will decide whether to stay or go. I will not interfere." "Thank you, Ambassador Wylan." Looking at the pitiful Rueli, Wylan sighed and said, "Relax and think positively. Without the constraints of the princess's identity, you will embrace a different world." "Thank you." Back to Cummings Manor, Kyle looked at the people brought back by his master and instantly realized that he had lost the bet. Wylan ordered someone to take Rueli down to rest and then called Kyle to the study. After a brief description, Kyle showed an incredible expression on his face. Rogier would actually betray, which is really unexpected. This is called knowing a person's face but not his heart. Wylan leaned against the window, looking at the various artworks in the courtyard, and couldn't help but sighed. "When I first met Roger, I thought he was a loyal person, but unfortunately it didn't go as I wished." "My lord, do we need to make him disappear completely?" Kyle suggested with murderous intent on his face. After hearing this, Wylan shook his head and said, "Forget it. It's better not to interfere in the internal affairs of the Kingdom of Tetton. Let's just leave it at that. When Roger comes to visit in the future, just refuse directly." "Yes, my lord." Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Wylan opened the door with an idea. Looking at the guard standing in front of the door, he asked, "What's the matter?" "My lord, Mr. Roger is here to visit." "Tell him I'm not here, and tell him not to come again." "Yes, sir." Outside the manor, Roger looked at the manor gate closing, smiled bitterly, hunched over, and walked towards the carriage. The queen threatened him with the lives of 837 people in his family, forcing him to surrender. As for who betrayed them first, it didn't matter now, because in the eyes of outsiders, he was a traitor. 5 days later, Elsa ordered people to deliver 3 treasures to Cummings Manor. In the study, Wylan looked at the 3 treasures placed on the desk and was a little confused. The first item was a black magic cube, which was said to be something from the last era. No one knew how to open it. The second item was a book, floating in the air, emitting waves of pressure, with unknown words written on it. Neither Wylan nor Kyle knew it. The third item was a very ordinary stone, but it could block the perception of strong people below the legendary level. As for whether it could block the perception of legendary strong people, it remains to be verified. "Kyle, send these 3 items to Grandpa and let him study them. When you return, if my grandpa wants to come, remember to report the spatial location outside the city and give me some reaction time." Kyle knew why his master ordered this, but who made him loyal to him. After Kyle left, Wylan started to enjoy life directly and was indifferent to all the disputes in the outside world. 7 days later, Kyle came back alone, which made Wylan feel relieved. It seems that his grandfather was obsessed with research and did not come to the Kingdom of Tetton. In the following days, Wylan stayed in the Kingdom of Tetton, openly monitoring the Kingdom of Tetton's crackdown on the Church of Storms, secretly collecting intelligence from all parties, and analyzing the situation in the western region of the southern Jeshia continent. On February 15, 9758 of the glorious calendar, the expeditionary forces of the Kingdom of Ilia and the Kingdom of North Isi attacked the Angoya Empire from the west and the north. On February 17, the expeditionary forces of the Kingdom of North Isi separated a detachment to attack the Kingdom of Kayona. On February 22, the civil war in the Kingdom of Teton broke out. The king of the Kingdom of Teton, Merizakli, commanded more than 2 million troops to attack the eastern territory controlled by the Church of the God of Storms from 4 directions: Castro, Bono, Santa Marta, and Cyprus. On February 28, the Grand Duchy of Brella sent more than 500,000 troops to support the Church of Storms and fight against the Kingdom of Teton. On March 8, at the call of the Pope of the Church of the God of Beasts of the Angoya Empire, the Kingdom of Scalavi, the Kingdom of Seville, and the United Kingdom of Ash issued a joint declaration of sending troops and would form a 3 million-strong expeditionary force to enter the territory of the Angoya Empire to fight against the army of the alien gods. On March 16, the Kingdom of Ireland announced that it would send troops to support the Grand Duchy of Brella and attack the Kingdom of Titan, which betrayed the world of justice. On March 24, the Forest Free Alliance surrendered to the goddess of harvest and sent troops to attack the Kingdom of Ireland. On March 26, the expeditionary force of the Kingdom of Upfeng, which believed in the goddess of harvest, entered the United Empire of Viras. On March 29, the Grand Duchy of Annaba announced that it had changed its camp and thrown itself into the arms of the goddess of harvest. Under the protection of a legendary wizard of the expeditionary force of the Kingdom of Upfeng, it stockpiled troops on the southern border to prevent the United Empire of Viras from going north. As time passed, the trend of the war gradually got out of control. In the study, Weiland looked at the situation in the western part of the Nangessia continent. All countries were involved in the war. Whether passively or actively, they were squeezing the potential of the country in the hope of surviving in the troubled times. According to the original pattern of the western part of the Nangessia continent, the goddess of life occupied 6 countries, and the goddess of harvest occupied 5 countries, together forming the order camp in the western region. There are still 6 countries that believe in the god of beasts, namely the Angoya Empire, the Grand Duchy of Brera, the Kingdom of Scalavi, the Kingdom of Seville, the United Kingdom of Yashi, and the Kingdom of Cayona. There are also 5 countries left in the country that believes in the god of giants. Only 2 are left in the western part of the Nangessia continent, namely the Kingdom of Aland and the United Empire of Vilas. The remaining 3 countries are located in the northeast of the Nangessia continent, namely the Gades Empire, the Kingdom of Praia, and the Kingdom of Libreville. In order to cope with the next war, the 3 countries put aside their struggles and began to train their armies. In this way, in the western part of the Nangessia continent, only 8 countries belonged to the united camp of indigenous gods. Superiority was immediately determined, and the victory of the order camp was in sight. Weiland sat upright on the chair, looking at the overall situation with a calm gaze, and always felt that the war was about to end. Thinking to himself, the end of the war seemed to be just around the corner. Thinking of this, Weiland took out the battle statistics from the space ring, carefully examined the various records on it, and said to himself, "No, I can't wait any longer. I have to ask the commander to send my troops here as soon as possible, otherwise I won't even have soup to drink." A few months ago, the end of this war was still far away, but now the situation has changed so much. With the Teton Kingdom, the Woodland Free Alliance, and the Grand Duchy of Annaba taking the lead and being the second in command, the rulers of other kingdoms must be watching. As long as the god of beasts and the god of giants fall, this war will end in a very short time. "Come here," Weiland shouted in a low voice. Outside the study, Miller heard Weiland's voice, pushed the door open, and saluted respectfully. "Lord, please give me your orders." "Miller, go and call Kyle." "Yes, sir." In less than a moment, Kyle came to the study and saluted Weiland. Weiland spent half an hour telling his guesses and deductions, wanting to hear Kyle's thoughts. After a moment of silence, Kyle finally said, "My lord, your analysis of the situation is very correct. When the Angoya Empire and the Vitras United Empire are destroyed, the other countries will definitely surrender at the first time. The reason why these countries are not turning against each other now is also very simple. The deterrence of the legendary strong makes them dare not easily betray the gods of their faith." After hearing this, Weiland no longer hesitated and ordered, "There are still 216.5 military merits to be promoted to Earl. In the current situation, I am not going to wait any longer. Go to Nak City first, and Duke Stur asked for the order to mobilize troops. After receiving the order to mobilize troops, go to my grandfather and ask him to drive the floating city to the Teton kingdom. It makes no difference to him whether to study in Nak City or Teton City. Finally, go to Gemin City and use the Messier Demiplane to transport the army here. Yes. My lord, watching Kyle go away. Wylin immediately ordered Miller to prepare a carriage and prepare to enter the palace to meet Queen Elsa, and let the Teton kingdom prepare a military camp that can accommodate 200,000 troops and the necessary military supplies. On April 1, 9758 of the glorious calendar at night, Wylin lay in bed, waiting for the arrival of destiny. After 27 months, this important moment came again. As time passed, it was 8 o'clock in the evening. War Beast Puppet was buried 3,000 kilometers underground in the small town of Brerdo on the border between the Kingdom of Teton and the Grand Duchy of Brella. When the god of beasts died, the War Beast Puppet would give birth to a fighting spirit. Before it wakes up, 3 crystal stones recording blindness, deafness, and aphasia will be embedded in it, and they will become the new owner of the new War Beast Puppet. War Beast Puppet, could it be the masterpiece of that group of wizards? Wylin leaned back and fell on the bed, looking at the crystal pearl lamp on the top, feeling joy in his heart. Window. Tabula equals window, tabula push. Mode thumbs feed 01. Container, tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250. Placement, below article thumbnail 300x 250. Target type mix. Half a month later, Sky City descended from the sky and stopped 3,000 meters above Teton City. On this day, a large number of Teton people looked at the island floating in the sky, prostrated themselves on the ground, and prayed for the protection of the gods. In the palace, Elsa came outside the hole, looked up at the sky, and was shocked. Under the deterrence of the floating city, Elsa extinguished the idea of testing. In the face of absolute power, any conspiracy will be exposed. Queen, do you need to impose a curfew today? Virginia, the commander of the Queen's garrison army, came behind Elsa, knelt on one knee, bowed her head, and asked respectfully. No. Elsa looked down at Virginia and said in a deep voice, prepare another 100,000 military supplies to send to the Valicia camp. Yes, Queen. Virginia saluted respectfully, then stood up and left. In Cummins' manner, Wylin looked at the floating city of Fuluo and hesitated whether to go to see his grandfather. While he was hesitating, a light suddenly appeared under his feet. Looking down, it was a space teleportation spell. Now it's okay, no need to worry. Under the gaze of many guards, Wylin's figure disappeared in the light. When the glimmer faded, Wylin opened his eyes and saw his grandfather sitting on the throne, looking at him with a smile. Grandpa, long time no see, how are you doing recently? I'm not feeling well. The Duke of Moravia stood up and flashed in front of Wylin. I heard that the Duke of Moravia is very greedy for money. Do you know about this? Wylin tried to make an innocent expression and said, Grandpa, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand? It doesn't matter if you don't understand, you will understand later. Hearing this, Wylin turned his head to look at Kyle, and when he saw his eyes evading, he realized that he had been sold. Grandpa, you wait until you come out. Just as the Duke of Moravia finished speaking, a space gate appeared under his feet. The next moment, Wylin's figure disappeared in the control center of the floating city of Fuluo. The Duke of Moravia took out the chessboard, motioned Kyle to sit down, and asked, Aren't you afraid that he will alienate you if you do this? Seeing this, Kyle sat down opposite the Duke of Moravia and said with a smile, My lord, last time I made a bet with the lord, I lost, and he got a year of rest, so I plan to pass the trial level you prepared for Lord Angus to improve his combat skills. Ha, you don't say, this kid is so lazy, it's a good thing for him to do this. In addition, I have long wanted to teach this brat a lesson. The humility of his childhood is completely gone. He always uses his mother as a shield. This time I won't give him a chance to speak, so I won't feel guilty. Speaking of this, the Duke of Moravia put down the first chess piece and signaled Kyle to make the second move. Seeing this, Kyle took out a chess piece and placed it on the edge. Then he looked up at the Duke of Moravia and said slowly, My lord, how are you studying that white slate? No progress. The Duke of Moravia placed the chess piece in the center and said, "The white slate is divided into yin and yang. The one with positive feedback exists in the real world, while the one with negative absorption is scattered in the cracks of the metagea plane space, and it is difficult to find traces. This plane world has just been absorbed by the main world, and the shadow world has not been fully constructed, let alone with the main world. The shadow world of the main world is connected, and those shadow monsters, minions of evil gods, lost people, etc., are all hidden in the space cracks, making it chaotic. If you want to capture the cathode side of the white stone slab, you have to wait at least 100 years until the shadow world of this world is built and connected to the shadow world of the main world, and those world guards clean up these messes before you can start, if Wylan wants to use this method to be lazy. His offspring may still have a chance, but as for him as a father, it is impossible." The two looked up at each other and smiled. As for the object of their discussion, he was sitting in front of the first trial level thinking hard, looking at the 120 golden high level magic combat puppets that cooperated with each other. Wylan felt a lot of pressure. I don't know what means Grandpa used. His connection with the half-plane is still there, but he can't open it. The internal space of the druid's book on the back of his hand is also in a forbidden state, and as for the space ring, it can't even sense it. Kyle and Grandpa must be playing chess, damn it. After sighing for a while, Wylan stood up from the ground. He knew very well why Kyle did this. Although he felt a little dissatisfied, he smiled bitterly. As for resentment towards Kyle, there was none. In the final analysis, he was the culprit. I had to fulfill the promise I made to myself, even if I had to kneel down. Looking back on my experience over the past 20 years, it was indeed a bit smooth and lacking in fighting. I didn't expect that I would experience the treatment my old father received one day. Take a deep breath. Wylan used two things at once, performing combat skills and spells at the same time, and rushed towards the magic combat puppet. In the fierce collision, with the tacit cooperation of the magic combat puppet, Wylan's potential was stimulated. He became more and more proficient in the use of combat skills and spells. Feeling the pain from his body, Wylan aroused the ferocity in his body. He smashed the head of a golden high-level magic combat puppet with one punch, tore off an arm, used it as a long sword, and swung out Kong Wanmu. Instantly, green branches quickly grew on the bodies of dozens of combat puppets, and the magic core stored in the heart was completely destroyed. A breeze blew, and the extremely sturdy combat puppets was scattered into pieces all over the ground. Half an hour later, the last high-level gold combat puppet was destroyed, and the magic and fighting spirit in Wylan's body were drained. He lay on the light board, watching the battle scene reassemble, and Wylan instantly had a bad feeling. "Master Wylan, congratulations on passing the first level, the trial level. Next, you will challenge the first level of the official level, facing 360 high-level gold combat puppets. I hope you can succeed." The next moment, the light dissipated. Wylan felt the abundant magic and fighting spirit in his body, but he couldn't be happy, just because there were 360 high-level gold combat puppets standing in front of him. At this moment, Wylan may understand why his father was afraid of seeing his grandfather. "I will never go to my grandfather again unless there is something important in the future." Wylan gritted his teeth, and a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. He sat on the ground, supporting himself with his hands, frowning, thinking about his response strategy. From the first battle, he knew that this was a mirror image, and everything was simulated. Therefore, he had countless opportunities to try and fail. 10 days later, Wylan passed the last level, looking at the soul-level, low-level frost giant puppet, whose core was shattered. Wylan lay on the ground without any image, looked up at the sky, and enjoyed a moment of peace. In the past 10 years, he had not thought as much as in these 10 days. "Master Wylan, congratulations on completing the 3 trials. I will send you out of the trial secret realm in half an hour." As the voice on the sky disappeared, a badge appeared in the air and slowly landed in Wylan's hands. He sat up and carefully observed the words on the badge. Unfortunately, it was not a common language or an elven language. Looking up at the top of the trial hall, Wylan silently estimated the time in his heart. Time passed by minute, and half an hour passed in a flash. Dong! Dung! As the bell rang, the space gate appeared at Wyland's feet. Looking back, he had also spent 10 days here, and he didn't know when his father would enter here again next time. As the light emerged, Wyland's figure disappeared in the trial's secret realm. In the central control center of the floating city of Fuluo, Wyland opened his eyes and looked at the two people who were playing chess. After hearing the noise, the Duke of Moravia turned his head to look at Wyland and asked with a smile, "How do you feel?" Wyland walked straight to his grandfather's side, sat on the floor, and replied with a smile, "It feels good. However, when I think that my father can't experience this kind of fun in a short time, I feel sorry for him." Listening to Wyland's words, the Duke of Moravia's expression became a little strange. After thinking for a long time, he slowly said, "Your father is so lucky to have a son like you." Wyland spread his hands, a bright smile on his face, and said, "Grandpa, you see I have successfully passed the trial, so don't pursue the previous things anymore." "Well, Grandpa, how are you studying those things?" Seeing his grandfather's thoughts, Wyland quickly changed the subject. "It will take some time, but it will be soon." Talking about the 3 items, Duke Moravia couldn't help but sigh. The most surprising thing is that this world once had a brilliant magic civilization, but it has defeated. Is that so? Duke Moravia wanted to throw him into another trial's secret realm for the boy's undisguised suspicion. But when he thought of the floating city's need to reserve magic power, he gave up the idea. The 10 days of opening the trial's secret realm drained half of the magic power reserve of the floating city of Fuluo. Feeling the malicious eyes of his grandfather, Wyland tried to show his harmless side. 3 hours later, as the last chess piece fell, the two ended the game of chess. "Wyland, if you want to accumulate enough military merits to be promoted to Earl this time, you have to hurry up." Duke Moravia put away the chess game and turned to his grandson. After hearing this, Wyland calmly asked, "Grandpa, how long will it take for the war to end?" 2 years at the shortest, and 3 years at the longest." "So short," Wyland muttered this time, his face full of doubts. Seeing this, the Duke of Moravia sealed the surrounding space and slowly said, "The god of beasts and the goddess of life have reached a deal. After this crown leaves this world, the 5 faith countries will change their ways and submit to the expeditionary army." Hearing this news, Wyland was silent for a moment. As for Kyle, there was not much surprise. The complex taboo knowledge in the heart of angels has similar records, and this kind of thing is not new. As long as the interests are sufficient, even mortal enemies can sit together to negotiate. "Grandpa, is the storm god giving up the Teton kingdom also part of the deal?" Wyland pondered for a moment and asked. Upon hearing this, the Duke of Moravia shook his head and said, "Unfortunately, this is not the case, because the god of storms is part of the deal." "Okay, that's it. There are some things that you two should not know too much about. Go back and work hard. After the war is over, I can attend your knighthood promotion ceremony." "Okay, Grandpa, I'll go back first." After the magic shield dissipated, Wyland and Kyle left the control center and flew to the military camp outside Teton City. On the training ground, Kyle waved to open the Messier Demiplane passage. The next moment, a 10-meter-high portal appeared in front of more than 1,000 Teton soldiers stationed in the Valicia military camp. In the Demiplane, the army assembled and crossed the Demiplane passage in an orderly manner in battalions. In mid-air, Wyland stood with his hands behind his back, and his sharp eyes swept across the assembled military formation of the 15th Army. Every soldier had a solemn expression, a strict military appearance, and high morale. When the last battalion of 3,000 soldiers of the Mines Army passed through the half-plane passage, the 230,000 troops of the 15th Army finally completed their assembly. Looking down, 233,000-man army formations were closely arranged, as solid as a steel wall, filling the entire Valicia camp. Hebrew stood in front of the formation, looking excited. In the past 6 months, he has been a lot of trouble for the generals and officers of various armies in order to train the army. For this very capable acting commander, everyone dared not speak out, either looking forward to the arrival of the next war or looking forward to Wyland's return. Under the gaze of more than 200,000 soldiers, Wyland slowly landed on the general platform. A strong wind blew, and the flag of Kixingaling fluttered in the air, rustling. Hebrew drew out his knight's sword, stood in front of his chest, and said loudly, "My lord, the Deputy General of the 15th Army, Hebrew, and the 587 soldiers of the 15th Army salute you." The voice was loud and echoed throughout the military camp. The soldiers holding guns and swords and wearing iron armor all straightened their chests, with a firm light flashing in their eyes. The next moment, under the leadership of the generals of each army, they moved in unison and saluted Wylan by beating their chests. "Get up!" The voice of Wylan rang in the ears of hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Under the command of the commander, everyone raised their heads with reverence in their eyes. "Rest for 3 days and set off in 3 days." "Yes, sir." After receiving the order, Hebrew answered loudly, and then commanded the generals of each department to plan the camp. On the other side, Wylan and Kyle returned to Cummins Manor, ready to take away some strange items and fine works of art. In order to take some face into consideration, Wylan did not choose to scrape the land, but only put 1/3 of the items in Cummins Manor into the space of the Druid's book. At this moment, in the city of Gemin, after the leaders of various forces received intelligence about the situation of the Valicia military camp, they began to examine whether they had offended the expeditionary ambassador. As a viscount, he led an army of 200,000, which made them realize that this ambassador not only had a strong background, but also had terrifying abilities. In the evening, watching the cars leaving and being sent to Cummins Manor, Wylan sighed at the wealth of the nobles of the Teton Kingdom, and regretted that the Teton Kingdom surrendered too early. Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01 container. Tabula below article feed placement, below article feed target type, mix. In the next 3 days, Wylan and Elser reached an agreement. The Kingdom of Teton allowed the 15th Army of the 4th Legion of the Expeditionary Force to recruit soldiers in the Kingdom of Teton, and Wylan introduced the Queen to his grandfather. Wylan didn't care what kind of deal these two old foxes would reach. He just wanted to accumulate enough military merits to be promoted to Earl before the end of the war. On April 11, 9758 of the glorious calendar, the 230,000 troops of the 15th Army set out, and the march length stretched for hundreds of kilometers. In the Middle Army, Wylan stroked Ziohong and thought about where to recruit soldiers in the King's Lin region. Of the Kingdom of Teton, the 15th Army has 17,383 soldiers, 11,927 holy soldiers, and the remaining 200,000 are vassal troops, including 160,000 combat soldiers, divided into 4 armies. The Black Rock Army, the Thousand Fortress Army, the Baddock Army, and the Mines Army. When the vassal army was first formed, there were only 3,000 people. In 5 years, the vassal army controlled by the 15th Army reached 200,000. Controlling 200,000 vassal troops with 30,000 direct troops. Who else in the Expeditionary Army can achieve this achievement except by force? For the recruited Tetons, Wylan plans to set up a separate army, but he is in a dilemma about the selection of the generals to lead the troops. The lower-level officers can use Ansa and Gemin, but the middle-level officers and above cannot do so, otherwise the army will easily get out of control. Find a time to talk to my cousin and see if Adrian can be borrowed. For the army formed by the Tetons, Wylan prefers to let people from the Expeditionary Army serve as the main general and deputy general, and the middle-level officers can be selected from the Crusaders. For the first batch of Teton warriors, Wylan plans to recruit 6,000 people in the King's Lin region and 4,000 people from the Santa Marta region, a total of 10,000 people to form an army. At night, the army continued to march. Before arriving at the capital of the King's Lin region, the army will not stay for rest. After 3 days and 2 nights of marching, the 15th Army arrived at King's Lin, the capital of King's Lin. At the invitation of the governor of King's Lin, Wylan led hundreds of ice sword camp soldiers to King's Lin. Outside King's Lin, nobles from various provinces under the jurisdiction of King's Lin gathered here. wanting to meet Wylan and use this opportunity to send their family members to the 15th Army. Queen Elsa raised the butcher knife in the capital, making the nobles of various territories tremble and urgently need to find new backers. Hearing the sound of horse hooves in the distance, many nobles stopped communicating and tidied their clothes. After a while, Wylan arrived outside the city and looked at hundreds of nobles lining up to welcome him, with a puzzled look. "Lord Wylan, I am Rodney Strachey, the governor of King's Lynn. On behalf of more than 30 million people in King's Lynn, I welcome your arrival." A white-haired young man smiled and bowed. Seeing this, Wylan dismounted, came to the other party, politely returned the greeting and said with a smile, "Sir Rodney, it's nice to meet you. I need your help to recruit soldiers in King's Lynn this time." "Lord Wylan, please rest assured. Even if there is no order from the Queen, if you want to recruit soldiers in King's Lynn, I will do my best to help you." "Ha, Sir Rodney, you are an honest person, I like you." The two exchanged greetings for a while, and then entered King's Lynn City with the support of many nobles. In the manor, Wylan was helpless after several refusals. Under the gaze of everyone, he sat in the main seat. Seeing this, Rodney sat aside with a smile and waved to the maid to bring the carefully prepared food. This welcome party is different from the traditional banquet, which is to choose the way to determine the order of seats. Looking around, according to the distance of the seats, Wylan can easily judge that those nobles have a pivotal position in King's Lynn, and those nobles are the role of foil. Halfway through the banquet, at the right time, Rodney told the purpose of this banquet. Wylan picked up the wine glass, took a sip, and said calmly, "Archon Rodney, I want to know whether you want to submit to Queen Elsa or choose to support her designated heir." As soon as these words came out, the banquet instantly became quiet, and the noise disappeared without a trace. Rodney heard this and waved his hand to let all the maids go down. When the door was closed, Rodney stood up and bowed to Wylan. 90-degree bow is the highest etiquette for a noble to respect someone in the kingdom of Teton. Seeing this, Wylan stood up and helped Rodney up and said with great concern, "Archon Rodney, why are you doing this? Please sit down." This move made the nobles present put down their wine glasses, sit upright, and look respectful. Before Wylan helped Rodney, they only had respect for this high-ranking member of the expeditionary force. But after Wylan took the initiative to help Rodney, they respected the expeditionary ambassador. Rodney acted steadily, with a pleading look on his face, and said, "Lord Wylan, please guide us on the right path. As the eastern gateway of the Teton Central Region, King's Lynn District, from the perspective of an observer, I know your concerns very well." Having said this, Wylan paused and looked at the expressions of the crowd. Everyone's face was full of worries, both about their own fate and about the survival of their families. A few months ago, 13 families were destroyed and nearly 10,000 people were executed, which aroused their fear of the Queen of War. The former Queen Elsa seems to be coming back, and the Storm Church, which existed as a check on her, has been destroyed. After a few months of silence, no noble would think that she had stopped, and it could only be that she was sharpening her knife and waiting for the right time to destroy their family. As for resistance, they had long lost their courage, and the compromise in the bones of the nobles always bound them. I can't see through Queen Elsa. I tell you frankly that resistance will only lead to death. If you are willing to listen to me, then go and pledge allegiance to the third Princess, Elbera." Everyone looked at each other, wondering why Wylan said such a thing. In their cognition, the third Princess, Elbera, was born inauspiciously and has always been an unpopular existence. Wouldn't it be faster to surrender to her? You know, even the more favored fourth princess has died. So can a princess who is not valued still protect them? Through their expressions, Wylan already knew what they were thinking in their hearts. If it weren't for that incident, he would be the same as these nobles. But as an insider, he knew how much Elsa valued Elbella and was willing to kill her own daughter for this. "Lord Wylan, thank you for your proposal. We will consider it carefully." Rodney picked up the wine glass, responded, and then drank it all. From the other party's words, Wylan knew that they did not take his proposal seriously. However, let's stop here and pray for the best. Perhaps in the near future, they will regret their current choice, but it will be too late. Half an hour later, everyone dispersed one after another. Wylin pretended to be drunk and left the banquet hall with the help of Kyle. The main person left, and the others did not stay for long. Late at night, in the city lord's mansion, Rodney met with 6 earls from King's Lynn to discuss matters during the day. An old man coughed lightly, breaking the quiet atmosphere, and asked first, "How credible do you think the advice given by that person is?" "It's hard to say." A middle-aged man played with the metal ball in his hand and said in a deep voice, "Before Princess Lydia was assassinated by the Storm Church, the Queen met with this person, and since then she has not received any ministers and nobles. Even the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Roger Prescott, was turned away." Squeak! The door was opened, and the butler ignored the etiquette and walked quickly to Rodney's side to inform his master of the news from the capital. Rodney, who was sitting in the upper seat, changed his face and slowly said, "The Plan's family is gone." "What?" The 6 earls looked at Rodney suddenly, their faces full of disbelief. "The Plan's family is one of the military nobles and has an unparalleled status in the kingdom's army." "You go down first," Rodney said to the butler with some grief. "Yes, master." When the door was closed again, the room fell into silence again. They couldn't believe that the once prosperous military noble family was gone just like that. "You know, the Plan's family has 3 St. Seal masters and countless in-laws spread across the royal capital garrison and major legions." "Governor, did the Elsa Legion take action?" A young man who had just taken over the position of Earl couldn't help asking. Rodney smiled bitterly, shook his head and said, "No, it was the Expeditionary Army that took action." "Expeditionary Army? You mean the Sky City floating above the royal capital?" The young man showed a look of astonishment on his face and asked uncertainly. "It's just as you said, the Sky City only sent 1 person, and the 3 St. Seal masters of the Plan's family were captured. The so-called in-laws also distanced themselves from the relationship at the first time and slaughtered the people of the Plan's family to draw a line and show their loyalty to the royal family." Everyone smiled bitterly when they heard this. If they were faced with such a situation, they would definitely do the same, or even do it more drastically, even killing the marriage partners within the family. At this point, the Plan's family is gone. As for which family will be destroyed next, it depends on the Queen's mood. However, one thing is certain. The Queen must have reached some kind of agreement with the one in the Sky City. So there is not much time left for them to stand on the side. Why not take a gamble and choose Her Highness Elbella to try? "I dare not gamble," the old man sighed. "If I bet wrong, the 1,000-year foundation will be gone." The other people lowered their heads helplessly and sighed. If they could stand on different sides, they would not have come to this. Queen Elsa is ruthless, and those who are indecisive die the fastest, even faster than those traitors. In those days, several earls stood on the royalist and storm factions in the form of splitting up, and they were exterminated by God within half a month. Everyone knows who did it, but they dare not know who did it. "Everyone, let's go our separate ways now, otherwise it will be embarrassing when we fight in the future." An earl stood up and said to the others, bowed to the governor sitting on the upper seat, and then turned around and left the room. The other earls stood up one after another, drew a clear line and left. After a long time, only Rodney and the white-haired old man were left in the room. "Earl Wilder, which side are you going to stand on?" The white-haired old man did not answer, turned his head to look at Rodney, and asked back, "Governor, what about you?" "Ha, I hope we won't meet in the future. Tell your father for me to make plans early." "I will." After sending the white-haired old man away, Rodney put away the smile on his face and looked up at the sky. The moon was blocked by dark clouds. "The night is the best time to kill people. I hope nothing has happened to the king." After saying that, Rodney laughed at himself. The knife was in Queen Elsa's hand. When would it be swung down? Who has ever seen that day? The next morning, a large number of gifts were delivered to the manor where Wylin was staying temporarily. Although the advice given by the expeditionary ambassador was useless, the gifts should still be given. Not only out of courtesy, but more importantly to ensure safety. In a sense, the expeditionary ambassador was a noble of the upper country, and they were just people of the lower country. According to the inherent cognition, the other party would not be punished for killing them. In the manor, looking at the gifts piled up into a small mountain, Weilin once again lamented the wealth of the Teton kingdom, and his heart that wanted to plunder was a little bit unbearable. Kyle, why do you think these people like to give gifts at every turn? Weilin picked up a fruit containing magic power, wiped it on his clothes, and took a bite, which was very memorable. Maybe the Tetons are very hospitable. Kyle thought for a moment and finally gave a reason that was not a reason. Miller, Lord, please give your orders. You are responsible for recruiting soldiers this time. No matter whether they are adventurers, mercenaries, or desperate criminals, as long as they are professionals, they can be recruited. Yes, sir. Weilin patted Miller on the shoulder and said, do a good job. For those who dare to block the recruitment, just kill them. The Ice Sword Battalion will do the killing. Yes, sir. With the establishment of the recruitment point, adventurers and mercenaries in King's Lynn and surrounding areas were attracted by the high military expenses offered by the 15th Army and rushed to the registration point in the North City District to join the army. In less than 5 days, the number of recruits exceeded 3,000. In addition, adventurers and mercenaries from various provinces under the jurisdiction of King's Lynn District flocked to fight for a future. As long as the Grand Duchy of Briera is destroyed, land and titles will be awarded according to military merit. This makes these low-level professionals who are on the edge of a knife flock to it, and even some children of small nobles who have no right to inherit titles are tempted. Under the atmosphere of terror, some direct descendants of noble families died inexplicably and were sent to the conscription office after changing their appearance so that they can retain a trace of family blood after failing to stand on the side. For this, Weilin chose to turn a blind eye for the valuable gifts. In half a month, Weilin recruited more than 7,000 professionals in King's Lynn, 70% of whom were adventurers. More than 500 of whom were mercenaries, more than 500 of whom were fugitives and criminals on the run, and the rest were children of various noble families who died unexpectedly. Under the bribe of various nobles in King's Lynn, Weilin organized the children of nobles who had hidden their names and their followers into a separate camp, separated them from the newly established Allen army, incorporated them into the logistics force, and handed them over to Pastor Lavia to lead. For the commander of the Allen army, Adrian, the guardian knight of the commander of the upper army, Brian, was appointed. Since Adrian was transferred to train the Allen army, Brian has been busy with various affairs all day and exhausted. When inspecting the military camp, Weilin saw his cousin's predicament and felt bad, so he chose to bypass the camp of the upper army every time. As long as he didn't see it, it was equivalent to non-existence. Under Adrian's iron-blooded military management, the 7,000 Allen soldiers were completely transformed. During the military reorganization, there were many armed resistances, but the heads hanging high at the camp gate told the rest of the Allen soldiers the consequences of disobeying orders. In mid-May, the 15th Army of more than 200,000 troops left King's Lynn City and marched towards Santa Marta region under the farewell of Rodney, the governor of King's Lynn region, and many nobles. 3 days later, at the foot of the city of Malin, the capital of Santa Marta region, the governor of Santa Marta region went out with many officials to greet them. Looking up at the broken city wall, there were still bloodstains on it. Lord Weilin, Santa Marta region welcomes you. The food and supplies needed by your army have been prepared. The governor of Santa Marta region came to Weilin, bowed his head and saluted, and said respectfully. After the two sides exchanged greetings, Weilin entered the city of Malin under the guidance of the governor of Santa Marta region. Compared with the prosperity of Kingsland, Malin City seems particularly deserted. This once prosperous city has now been destroyed beyond recognition by the war. Most of the houses on both sides of the street are dilapidated, and there are still traces of fighting on the walls. There are very few pedestrians on the street, and their faces are full of fatigue and fear. Governor, how many people are there in Malin City? Weilin suddenly asked. The governor of St. Mar looked bitter, hesitated for a moment, and then replied. To reply to your words, before the outbreak of the war, Malin City had a registered population of 360,000, but in less than 2 months, there were only more than 50,000 people left in the entire city, and with the garrison there were only 60,000 people. Such a large population loss, was it caused by the Storm Church's forced conscription as a strong man during the siege, or was it caused by the liquidation after the city was broken and died? The governor's face became even uglier and he stammered, "This. That may be both." Hearing the other party's vague answer, Wylan instantly knew the answer. However, this is the cruelty of war. With such a huge population loss, professionals are running away or dying. His recruitment plan in the St. Mar region can basically be said to be bankrupt. After the dinner, Wylan ordered the troops to take over the defense of Malin City. Regarding the entry of the 15th Army, the more than 10,000 garrison troops in Malin City did not dare to resist. Under the order of the governor, they were transferred to station outside the city. 3 days later, the military noble Marquis Service arrived in Malin City, ready to negotiate with Wylan on behalf of the king of the Teton Kingdom, Marizakli, to determine the combat methods of the Teton Kingdom United Army and the Expeditionary Force. Ambassador Wylan, before departure, His Majesty the King gave 2 combat methods. Marquis Service sat on the right side of the negotiation table, looking at Wylan sitting opposite, with respectful behavior. "Marquis Service, please speak." Seeing this, Marquis Service no longer politely described the 2 combat methods in brief language. The first way of fighting is for both sides to join forces and fight together. King Marizakli of the Kingdom of Teton will serve as the commander of the joint army, and Wylan will serve as the deputy commander of the joint army, jointly commanding millions of troops. The second way of fighting is to fight separately. The 15th Army with more than 200,000 troops will be responsible for attacking the Ricad region, wiping out more than 300,000 Storm Church Guardians and 100,000 Brella Grand Duchy expeditionary forces stationed in the region, and all the captured items will belong to the 15th Army. It seems that there are 2 options, but in fact there is only one choice. As a young commander, Wylan controls more than 200,000 troops and has his own pride. He has a natural contempt for the Teton Kingdom Joint Army and is definitely unwilling to condescend to serve as the deputy commander of the Joint Army. Marizakli calculated this point accurately, so he took the initiative to propose 2 options for the other party to choose, so as to avoid the negotiation into endless waste and make both sides feel resentful. Looking at the Marquis Service sitting upright, Wylan smiled and said, "Sir Service, go back and tell His Majesty Marizakli that I think it is more in the interests of both sides to fight separately. Within 7 days, I will lead the army into the Ricard region. Ambassador Wylan, I will pass on your words." Marquis Service stood up and saluted, then left. Wylan put his hands behind his head, turned to look at Kyle, and said, "Can you replicate the feat of the formation of the Badak army in the Ricard region?" Yes, Kyle nodded after hearing this and then said, "But this method is a bit cruel and is not good for your reputation in the Teton Kingdom. I don't plan to interfere in the internal affairs of the Teton Kingdom. The reputation is useless to me." Wylan said, "Whatever is convenient. It doesn't matter even if the Ricard region is turned into a blank." "My lord, I understand." Looking at Kyle's eagerness to try, Wylan knew what he was thinking without thinking. After more than 30 years of living together, he had a certain understanding of Kyle. Generally, when someone shows this expression, he must be looking forward to the test. As for what the test is, he doesn't know. However, if the sky falls, he will support himself. If he can't support himself, doesn't he still have his grandfather? 3 days later, the 15th Army set out, marching for 4 days and 3 nights at high intensity, passing through the St. Mar region and the Cyprus region, and arriving at the junction of the Cyprus region and the Ricard region. Kyle commanded the Allen Army and the Black Rock Army as the vanguard, and the rest of the 15th Army was in the rear. Under the cruel selection system, the number of Allen troops increased rapidly. Every time a city was broken, all professionals must be captured and initially screened. Professionals who were unwilling to change their beliefs were beheaded on the spot, and the rest were all incorporated into the various camps of the Allen Army. In less than half a month, the vanguard led by Kyle broke through 13 cities in a row. The number of Allen troops also increased from 7 000 to 20,000. In order to maintain military discipline, Kyle transferred a battalion from the Black Rock Army to patrol the barracks every day. Weiland did not stop Kyle's radical means of expanding the army. Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. On June 11, 9758 of the glorious calendar, Kyle led the 70,000 Allen and Black Rock armies to defeat the 150,000 Storm Church Guardians, killing more than 30,000 people and capturing more than 50,000 people. After this battle, the Storm Church Guardians in the Ricard region were in a state of panic. Under the command of Archbishop Harold, the armies controlled by the Storm Church in various places retreated eastward, preparing to fight a desperate battle in the Merle region. If they win, they will take advantage of the situation to march west, recapture the lost land, and counterattack the Teton Kingdom. If they lose, they will escape into the sea, disperse in all directions, wait for an opportunity, and restore the glory of the Storm Church at some point in the future. In Radley, a port city in the southern part of the Ricard region, the 5th Legion of the Grand Duchy of Brera Expeditionary Force is stationed with 100,000 troops. In a magnificent building, a blue-haired woman in black looked at the intelligence in her hand with a solemn expression, and occasionally looked at the map on the table to deduce the battle situation. It's impossible for 150,000 minions to be defeated so quickly. Could it be that the expeditionary army of the alien god is really that powerful? Captain of the army, General Sean wants to see you. Hearing the voice of the guard outside the tent, the blue-haired woman put down the documents in her hand, sat up straight, and her eyes revealed indifference. Let him in. As soon as the words fell, the tent curtain was lifted, and a middle-aged man entered the tent. Standing 6 meters away from the blue-haired woman, he beat his chest and saluted and reported, "Captain, the Storm Church's guardians stationed in Baylor City have withdrawn." Withdrawn? When? Yesterday. They ran pretty fast. Captain, what should we do next? The blue-haired woman knocked on the table with disdain. The Storm Church doesn't want the Ricard region, so why are we still here? Captain, what do you mean? Pass the order down, move the camp tonight, go from the sea, and go to the Merle region. Yes, sir. After the middle-aged general left, the blue-haired woman stood up and stretched, with disdain for the Storm Church Guardians in her eyes. Their morale was broken by a war. No wonder they were suppressed by the Blood Queen for decades, until the other party was ready to take the Teton Kingdom into the arms of the alien god, and they were forced to stand up and resist. The order was issued, and the 100,000 troops stationed in Radley began to move out. As for taking advantage of the situation to plunder Radley City, neither the generals nor the soldiers had this idea. After the Storm Church and the Teton Kingdom completely broke up, the entire Radley City suffered 3 legal plunders, and all the wealth of the city was drained on the grounds of protecting the church, the army, and the people. The plunder was to extort money and release desires. Faced with the impoverished civilians and skinny women, even the remnants of the army were not interested. 3 days later, the Allen army arrived in Radley City. Adrian looked at the port that had turned into ruins, and his expression was somewhat helpless. No matter how hard he tried, he was still late. The plan to attack the Merle region from the sea was shattered, and now he could only implement the second combat method, attacking the Merle region from land. "Sir, the Lord of Radley City wants to see you." An officer came to Adrian and reported respectfully. "Let him come." "Yes, sir." After a while, a skinny man was brought to Adrian. In the Metagea plain, where food crops are huge, this is the first time Adrian has seen such a skinny native. "Respected sir, I am Queller, the mayor of Radley City. I ask you, how many people are there in Radley City?" Queller, the mayor of Radley City, lowered his head and spit out a number. 23,837 people. Hearing this number, Adrian was a little silent in his heart. In just a few months, a port city with a population of more than 300,000 000 people was left with only so few people. Was done by the expeditionary force of the Grand Duchy of Brera. It was done by the church. Queller, the mayor of Radley City, said intermittently, gold coins, food, ships, weapons, young men and women were all taken away in 3 mobilizations. Adrian looked at the other party and remained silent. The Storm Church is gradually going crazy. This is the prelude to defeat. It is a happy event for the Kingdom of Teton, but it is a disaster for the civilians living in the areas controlled by the Storm Church. As the war progresses, it can be expected that the proportion of ordinary soldiers in the Storm Church's crusade will become higher and higher. Come here. General, please give your orders. Take out some food to help the residents of Radley City. The Lord of Radley City knelt on the ground after hearing this. My lord, thank you for your kindness, thank you. Adrian waved his hand and asked 2 soldiers to help Queller up. My lord, I don't know your name. Adrian, this is my name. The civil war in the Kingdom of Teton is about to end. Take the rest of the people in Radley City and live well. After saying that, Adrian turned and left, ready to lead the Allen army to march eastward and meet up with the Black Rock army. Looking at the other side's back, Queller silently recited the name Adrian, ready to use the name of this benefactor as the new name of Radley City and completely draw a line with the Storm Church. In the Black Rock army, Kyle's expression remained unchanged after receiving Adrian's report. The sea attack plan failed, so we'll just attack from the ground. It will only take a little longer. Come here. Sir, please give your orders. Send someone to tell Lord Brian, the commander of the Upper Army, to slow down and take over the city abandoned by the Storm Church. Also send someone to contact the commander of the army, Lord Hebrew, and ask him to lead his troops to attack the borders of the 4 regions of Ricard, Cyprus, Roses, and Murar. Yes, sir. After the messenger officer left, Kyle ordered the Black Rock army to stop marching and prepare to wait for the Allen army to catch up before heading straight to the middle region. With the cooperation of the 2 soul-level arcane masters, he was confident that with the 80,000 Allen and Black Rock army, he could defeat the more than 200,000 Storm Church guardians stationed at the border of Ricard and Murar. In the capital of Murar, Cabra City, the Brannies faction and the Parachimos faction of the Storm Church were in a quarrel. Now everything will serve the war. As long as we defeat the Teton Kingdom and the alien god's army, we will regain everything that belongs to us and let the glory of the Storm God shine again on this sacred land. A middle-aged man stood up and told the thousands of people in the conference hall about his ideas. Bishop Bevis, as far as I know, the army you led was annihilated because of your incompetence. How dare you say such a thing? A bishop of the Storm Church stood up and mocked loudly. Labeled, are you going to betray the great god of storms? Bevis' face flushed, and he immediately threw a big hat at him, trying to overwhelm him. My faith in the god of storms will last until death. If I bring shame to the church like someone did, I will definitely commit suicide to apologize, not bark here. Damn bastard, I want to fight you in a duel. In a duel, you, Bishop Labelle of the Storm Church said with sarcasm and disdain, I'll give you 2 hands and you can't get close to me. The whole venue began to become noisy, and everyone began to vent their emotions regardless of their own status. Purge. Under the suppression of Archbishop Inald of the Storm Church, everyone sat down obediently. This meeting is held to discuss how to resist the army of alien gods and even counterattack, not to gather you together to quarrel. This matter ends here. Whoever dares to fight openly because of this matter, don't blame me for being cruel. As soon as these words came out, everyone lowered their heads, not daring to look at the archbishop sitting above. How many people belong to the guardian army of the Cyprus region? Inald looked at a low-level bishop of the Holy Seal sitting in the front row and asked. Reporting to the archbishop. After expansion and reorganization, the Cyprus Legion has 5 armies and 180,000 troops, 4 Holy Seal clerics, 18 Seal clerics, 23 8 Seal clerics, and 33 7 Seal clerics. Sit down. Yes, Archbishop. How much combat power does the Guardian Army in the Ricard region have? Reporting to the Archbishop, the Ricard Legion has 13 armies and 350,000 000 troops, 8 Holy Seal clerics, 27 9 Seal clerics, 53 8 Seal clerics, and 88 7 Seal clerics, and the strength is intact. Looking at the low-level storm priest of the Holy Seal who stood up, Archbishop Inald sighed inwardly. Although the strength of the Ricard Legion is intact, it does not have much morale. The enemy army is approaching the middle region, and in a critical moment, it can only make do with it. If it were peacetime, he would definitely split the Ricard Legion and reorganize it. As for the Crusaders in the middle region, there are 9 armies with 230,000 soldiers. The high-level combat power is intact, but the quality of the lower-level troops is not good. Because too many troops have been withdrawn, the proportion of professionals in many troops has dropped below 10%. In terms of numbers, the number of Crusaders assembled in the middle region is 3 times that of the alien god army, not counting the 2 legions of the expeditionary army of the Grand Duchy of Brella. The total force is nearly 1 million, but the quality of the soldiers is far inferior to that of the other side. The most important thing is that there is no bishop in the church who is good at commanding the army, which leads to more defeats than victories for the Crusaders. But if the clergy do not command the army, then there must be a lot of rebels. Since the god of storms lost contact, all areas controlled by the Storm Church have been in turmoil. If he and the other 4 archbishops had not put aside their past grudges and fought against foreign enemies together, it would probably take 2 months for the Storm Church to disappear in the Teton Kingdom. Yesterday, I received the will of my God. Everyone raised their heads in unison and looked at Inald with doubt and joy in their eyes. Soon, my God will return to his loyal Storm Church. Then it will be time to settle accounts with the sinners of the Teton Kingdom. After receiving the confirmation of the Archbishop again, more than 1,000 Storm Church leaders present gathered their confidence and chanted the Storm Scripture loudly. Seeing that everyone regained their confidence, Inald was bitter and silently said in his heart, "My God, please forgive the transgression of your humble servant." The fact that they can still use the power of the storm means that the storm god has not completely fallen. If he is at the end of his rope, he still has a last resort, but he needs to dedicate his strength, body, soul, and everything. Whether the things recorded in the ancient books are correct, he can't verify it now, so he can only choose to gamble. The conference was disbanded, and the news that the storm god was about to return spread all around, stabilizing the Crusaders who were about to collapse. Outside the city of Cabras, the headquarters of the expeditionary force of the Grand Duchy of Brella, the 5th Legion. A woman in blue sat behind a desk, listening to the report of her subordinates with a serious expression. Did Archbishop Inald of the Church of Storms really say this? She frowned, her tone a little doubtful. The middle-aged general stood respectfully in front of the blue-haired woman, nodded and replied, "Captain of the Legion, Archbishop Inald did say that the god of storms is about to return. This archbishop has always been highly respected. He once spent a huge price to protect his friend's family for 200 years for a promise. With his prestige and reputation, he should not lie easily." "That's not necessarily true." The blue-haired woman shook her head slightly, lifted her hair in front of her forehead, and said in a deep voice, "At this critical moment, anything that can save the situation may be tried by people as long as there is enough determination and courage. Even if doing so means bearing the stigma of defrauding all living beings, it is not unacceptable for those who have firm beliefs." The middle-aged general hesitated when he heard this, as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't dare to speak. The blue-haired woman glanced at him and then said, "If anyone comes looking for me, just say I'm not here." "Yes, Commander," the middle-aged general replied, then turned and left. "Okay, go down." "Yes, sir." Looking down at the map on the table, from her point of view, the deployment of the Crusaders in the western part of Merle district is full of loopholes. As long as one elite force cooperates with several ordinary troops, it will definitely be able to defeat the 300,000 Crusaders stationed in this area within half a month. In a town at the junction of Ricard district and Merle district, Kyle gathered the commanders of the Allen Army, Black Rock Army, and Lower Army. The enemy's deployment is scattered, the troops in different regions are unevenly stationed, and their strengths are uneven. Defeating them one by one is the preferred way of fighting. I will lead 80,000 Allen and Black Rock troops to enter the Murrah region from the southern Storm Pass, and Lord Hebrew will lead 100,000 troops to cut into the Murrah region from the northern node. As for the central direction, when the Storm Church's religious army is in chaos, the rest of the 15th Army will attack the Murrah region from the front. Within half a month, the three troops will be able to reach the capital of the Murrah region, Cabra City. Everyone looked at the marks of each city on the map and wrote down the attack targets of their respective troops. Lord Hebrew, the north depends on you. Don't worry, as long as Master Barrett blocks those St. Seal's strongmen. I only need to make a slight move for the remaining pagans, and they will either kneel down and beg for surrender or go to see the gods they believe in. Looking at Hebrew's show-off look, Kyle did not smile kindly. Although he was stronger than the other party now, he had never forgotten the kindness of the other party, and he still had to show due respect. After the meeting was dissolved, Hebrew returned to the northern region with the generals of the lower army. On July 1, 9758 of the glorious calendar, Kyle and Hebrew attacked the Murrah region from the north and south. In the central region, Wylan led the 130,000 troops of the upper and middle armies, waiting for the Murrah region's religious army to completely fall into chaos. Half a month later, Wylan received intelligence from the Shadow Assassin and immediately ordered all troops to attack. In less than a month, the western part of the Murrah region was completely out of control. Outside a small town, Wylan and more than 1,000 soldiers stopped here. After the destruction of the war, the town where thousands of people lived was shattered, and only a few people searched for edible food in the ruins. Facing the arrival of the army, most of them were numb and stayed where they were, letting others slaughter them. Bypassing the town, Wylan came to the outside of a castle. Looking into the city gate, more than a dozen heads were placed on a three-legged wooden table. Around the wooden seat, there were several naked bodies, both men and women. My lord, judging from the wound, it should be done by the soldiers of the Badek army. Miller came to Wylan and reported in a low voice while patting the red phosphorus horse. Wylan heard this without sadness or joy, and his face did not change at all. The military regulations implemented by the 15th Army were implemented under the premise of the military regulations specified by the Expeditionary Army. That is, for enemy men and women with bad behavior, moral corruption, and cruel and violent looting, they could be freely disposed of by the lower-level soldiers. As for whether the noble family in front of him fits one of the three descriptions, it is irrelevant now. If he sees something happening, he may check it out, but for what has happened, as long as it does not affect the war, it is considered non-existent. Suddenly, the sound of horse hooves came from the north. More than 1,000 soldiers instantly drew their weapons and stood ready under the command of the officers. Miller surrounded Wylan with his guards and put his right hand on the hilt of the sword. 36 Silver Wolf Knights stroked their companions' hair, looking serious, waiting for the order of the Lord. Turning to the north, more than 100 Storm Knights were galloping towards the castle. Judging from their formation, they seemed to be protecting someone, but the color of their armor was the same, and it was difficult to distinguish. A few hundred meters behind them, a cavalry was quickly chasing the Storm Knights, and the flag they flew was the flag of the Mine's army. Lord, do you need to stop them? Miller asked as he looked at the approaching Storm Knights. Seeing this, Wylan nodded and responded, try to capture them alive. I want to see who these church knights are protecting. Yes, sir. The Silver Wolf Knight received the order and drove the Silver Wolf to intercept the Storm Knight. Captain, there are enemy troops coming up on the right. The leading 5 Seal Storm Knight looked at the Silver Wolf Knight several kilometers away. His face changed slightly. Knight Simmons. Captain. Knight pulled up his visor, revealing his childish face underneath. Looking back at his eldest son, the leading Storm Knight gritted his teeth and gave an order. I will leave you 30 knights to block the group of Beast Knights for half an hour. Yes, Captain. The young knight answered loudly with determination in his eyes, and then took 30 Storm Knights out of the team and rushed towards the Silver Wolf Knight. In the team, a thin knight had sadness in his eyes. He wanted to open his mouth, but he couldn't say anything. In order to escort her, nearly 200 Storm Knights died at the hands of pagans. facing the oncoming Storm Knight. The Silver Wolf Knight patted his companion with a contemptuous smile in his eyes. The next moment, dozens of silver blades condensed in the mouth of the Silver Wolf and flew towards the 31 Storm Knights. In an instant, a pile of minced meat scattered on the green grass. Stepping on the corpses of the enemy, the Silver Wolf Knight did not slow down and accelerated forward. Watching his eldest son die quietly like this, the Five Seals Storm Knight could only bury his grief in his heart and continue to move forward. Too many people died along the way, he couldn't stop. Otherwise, he would be ashamed of the bishop's instructions to him before his death. As the Silver Wolf Knight approached, more than 20 Storm Knights turned their horses around and charged. In the collision of fighting spirit, the Storm Knight and the Storm Horse separated their limbs, turning into a blood mist that dyed the bushes red. "Captain Rorik, take them away." Hearing the other party's words, the Five Seals Storm Knight had an unknown anger in his heart, but he quickly suppressed it. "Saint, please rest assured. I will never let these pagans blaspheme you." "Captain Rorik, you." "Saint, you are the symbol of the church. Please forgive my rudeness to you when there is no hope of escape." Before the other party finished speaking, the Five Seals Storm Knight interrupted the other party forcefully. "Even the candidate saint must not fall into the hands of the enemy. This is what Bishop Slifen said before his death." Seeing this, the candidate saint of the Storm Church fell silent, waiting for the final decisive battle. As time passed, more and more Storm Knights died under the silver blade. Looking back again, the Five Seals Storm Knight looked at the more than 10 Storm Knights behind him. A trace of determination flashed in his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Saint, I'm sorry." Several Storm Knights around the candidate saint drew their daggers and prepared to execute the last order. The other Storm Knights turned their horses around and prepared to delay for a minute. "That won't do. The person the Lord wants to see can't be killed by you." A high-level Silver Wolf Knight looked at the other party's actions, patted his partner, and then left the Silver Wolf. A Silver Wolf Knight was quick-witted and took the captain, floating in the air onto the back of the Silver Wolf. After the fighting partner left, the Silver Wolf used giantization, and its 3-meter body began to expand. Silver lightning appeared, and when several Storm Knights swung their short swords, the figure of the candidate saint in the center of the formation disappeared and appeared several kilometers away. In astonishment, the Five Seal Storm Knight was beheaded by a silver intermediate-level Silver Wolf Knight. The remaining Storm Knights were beheaded one after another. The Silver Wolf came to his partner with the unresisting candidate saint in his mouth, put her on the ground, then shrunk his body, lay on the ground, and signaled his partner to come up. "Old White, thank you for your hard work." The Silver Wolf Knight climbed onto the back of the Silver Wolf, combed his hair, and said. The Silver Wolf turned his head and looked at his partner, signaling that he was welcome. The Silver Wolf Knight grabbed the target person in his hand and led his unharmed subordinates to the location of the Lord. On the grass, Wylan looked at the target person who had taken off his helmet, with white hair, a slightly immature face, and a pair of eyes full of hatred. In less than a moment, more than 300 knights arrived near the castle, turned over and dismounted and stood in line. Wylan waved his hand to signal the guards to let the knight commander with the vicissitudes of life come over, looked him up and down, and asked, "What sequence does the unit belong to?" The middle-aged knight knelt on one knee and replied respectfully, "My lord, my name is Foster Means, the captain of the 3rd Battalion of the Means Knights, and I pay my highest respects to you." "Get up." "Thank you, sir." After the other party stood up, Wylan asked again, "Who is this woman?" "My lord, according to a crusading officer, this woman is one of the 3 candidates for the Holy Maiden of the Church of Storms. I don't know the specific information." Wylan looked at the woman's expression of resignation, turned to the middle-aged knight and ordered, "Take your people and send her to the Black Rock Army." "Yes, sir." The middle-aged knight leaned down to salute, then picked up the candidate saint of the Church of Storms in his hand, returned to the army, and headed east. Miller looked at the retreating team and boldly asked, "Lord, why did you give that woman to Lord Kyle?" When attacking Cabra's city, the capital of the Merle region, pushing this so-called candidate saint to the front of the battle line, and beheading it will deal a heavy blow to the morale of the defenders. But will the gods sit back and watch their church's candidate saint be executed in public? Miller hesitated for a moment and said what he was worried about. If he was still here, I wouldn't be able to do this. Miller froze in place, thinking carefully about the Lord's words, and seemed to understand something. 3 days later, outside the city of Cabras, Kyle looked at the woman in front of him, waved to 2 guards, took her down and imprisoned her, and prepared to bring the sacrificial flag during the siege battle half a month later. The Church of Storms spread the news that the storm god was about to return, allowing the Skidarii to stabilize their offensives one after another on the verge of collapse, and even had a tendency to counterattack. If the candidate saints of the Church of Storms were beheaded in front of the battle, it would be enough to break their fighting spirit. As time passed, more than 100,000 troops surrounded the city of Cabras. More than 300,000 Skidarii huddled in the city, relying on the tall city walls and magical shields to survive. In the city, a large number of clergymen were running in the streets and alleys, publicizing the news that the storm god was about to return. As long as the ability god's army was defeated, they would establish a new country. On August 3, 9758, in the glorious calendar, tens of thousands of troops formed an array outside the city of Cabras. A strong wind roared past, and the military flag swayed wildly in the wind, making a harsh rustling sound. Dark clouds pressed over the city, and the heavy clouds seemed to be falling down. Along with the rolling thunder and flashes of lightning from time to time, it made people feel extremely depressed. Standing on the command podium, Kyle looked up at the sky. His face was calm, but his eyes were shining. For him, defeating this celestial phenomenon is just a simple task, but it is not needed yet. On the city wall of Cabras City, more than 10,000 Skidarii soldiers and clergymen of the Church of Storms stood, side by side, looking nervously into the distance, with uncontrollable fear in their eyes and a hint of hope at the same time. The time came to 9 o'clock in the morning. Following Kyle's order, more than 300 clergymen of the Church of Storms were escorted to the front of the battle. These clergymen had their hands tied behind their backs, their hair was messy, and their clothes were in tatters. They were almost naked. They were displayed in front of the defenders in the city with no dignity at all. Seeing this scene, most of the clergy showed angry expressions on their faces, gnashing their teeth and cursing. And their hearts were filled with resentment. However, more people feel a deep sense of sadness at the death of the rabbit and the fox. Cut. After receiving the order, the 300 guards raised their battle axes without hesitation and chopped down with all their strength. In an instant, 300 heads rolled onto the ground, and blood spurted out from their necks, forming a pool of blood. The smell of blood filled the air, making it sickening. The battlefield fell into a dead silence, with only the sound of wind and rain echoing in the air. The second batch, Carlyle, the Deputy General of the Black Rock Army, ordered loudly. As batch after batch of Church of Storms clergy were beheaded on the walls of Cabras City, except for a few who were burning with anger, most people were immersed in fear. Let's get started. Yes, sir. The officer bowed his head, saluted, turned, and left. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, the candidate saint of the Church of Storms was escorted to the front of the formation. Seeing the candidate saint who was escorted to the front of the formation, the face of the general guarding the city of Cabras changed drastically. Go and inform Archbishop Enald. The officer ignored the salute, jumped off the city wall, and rushed into the city. Watching the movement on the city wall, Kyle did not immediately issue an execution order, but prepared to fish to see how many SEAL professionals would be fished out. In addition to him, we also have 3 soul-level mid-level arcane masters, a soul-level low-level red dragon, and the Lord who is watching the battle in the distance. There are a total of 6 soul-level combat forces. 1 against 3, completely don't be afraid of the other person. On the other side, Enald's face suddenly changed after receiving the news, and he immediately ordered all the Holy Seal professionals in the city to assemble. If the candidate saint is executed in public, but the God of Storms does not punish her, the oracle, he said, will be self-defeating, and then the Church of Storms will really not be far from destruction. Although there was a trace of luck in his heart that the other party did not dare to do this and was just scaring them, he did not dare to gamble. On the city wall, Anald looked at the candidate saint who was bound to the cross, with a gloomy expression. He put his right hand on the wall stacks, and with gentle force, he crushed the wall stacks poured with molten iron. The expressions of the senior leaders of the Church of Storms, standing next to Anald, were not much better. If they had known about this, they should not have allowed the candidate saint to go to the front line to condolences the troops. "Archbishop, do you want to save me?" A low-level storm knight with the Holy Seal lowered his voice and asked. "Save, we must save. No matter what. We cannot let the candidate saint die in the hands of the enemy." Anard said word by word. Although he wanted to give an order regardless of life or death, he could not do so now. As for claiming that the other party used someone else to impersonate the candidate saint, everyone present was not a fool. There were many clergy and crusaders who had seen the candidate saint. Such a public announcement was undoubtedly blasphemy. "God, open your eyes and look at your humble servant." Only Anald knew the despair in his heart. On the command platform, Kyle looked at the storm church that had taken the bait, with a slight smile on his face, ready to add fuel to the fire. "Take off her clothes." The guard commander heard this and ordered the soldiers to do it without hesitation. Swish! When the candidate saint's coat was ruthlessly torn to pieces, there was a dead silence on the battlefield. Everyone widened their eyes, unable to believe what was happening before their eyes. At this moment, time seemed to freeze. Apart from the sound of the wind, only the heavy breathing echoed in the air. On the left side of the battlefield, Wylan looked at Kyle's operation and exclaimed that it was impressive. On the city wall, Anard's face was terribly gloomy. His eyes flashed with anger, his fists clenched, and his body trembled slightly. Staring at the scene in front of him, his heart was filled with uncontrollable anger. This was tantamount to throwing the face of the storm church on the ground and blatantly stepping on it. "Save the saint." With Anald's order, 8 Saint Seal-level warriors took off and rushed towards the enemy several kilometers away. "Master Barrett, Master Michael Young, Master Yerlin, thank you for your help." "It's a small matter," Barrett replied with a smile, a glimmer of confidence in his eyes. "It's my duty." Michael Young also responded without hesitation, with a serious and focused expression. "Sir Kyle, just leave it to us," Yerlin added with a calm face. 3 Soul Intentions, intermediate arcanists flashed to the front of the formation, and Barrett cast a secret method to block the space, and a mysterious force enveloped the entire battlefield. The next moment, the 3 arcane masters and the 8 St. Seal warriors disappeared in front of the formation. An instant and were pulled into the foreign space, temporarily constructed by Barrett. "Continue." 5 St. Seal professionals received the order and rushed out from the city wall. Kyle moved his mind and released the red dragon Kalklav. The dozing red dragon opened his eyes and looked at the 5 Holy Seal professionals rushing towards him, and couldn't help but widen his eyes. "Kalklav, if you win, you will get a reward, and if you lose, you will lose." When he heard that he had to take money out of his pocket, Kalklav roared and rushed forward. The aftermath of the battle between the two rippled around, and Kyle stretched out his hands and set up a shield in front of the formation to block the aftermath of the battle. Unknowingly, Kalklav was surrounded and beaten by 5 people. Mid-level Storm Knight of the Holy Seal, a mid-level Storm Priest of the Holy Seal, and 3 low-level warriors of the Holy Seal reminded Kalklav of the time when he was beaten before. The last time he encountered such a thing was the last time. If he hadn't decisively given up his followers, he would probably have been torn apart. "What a waste!" Kyle's voice sounded in his ears, but Kalklav was not angry. He had long been accustomed to it. After experiencing a painful lesson, the red dragon who can bend and stretch is wise. "This angel is too narrow-minded. If I refute him, I might have to voluntarily donate gold coins when I go back, which would be more painful than killing him." Seeing that the other party did not respond, Kyle did not say anything else and split into 2 low-level soul clones. "Go help Kalklav, but don't let him get away with it." The energy clone with a red ribbon tied on his right arm heard this and nodded in response. "I know." After that, his figure disappeared from the command platform. "You support the protective shield." The energy clone with a blue ribbon tied on his left arm calculated the power mobilized in his body and said, "You gave most of the power to Hong, The magic power in my body can only support half an hour at most. Half an hour to end the battle, I think it's enough." As soon as he finished speaking, 3 more St. Seal professionals flew out of the city and rushed to the front of the formation. Seeing this, Kyle snorted coldly, teleported to the front of the formation, and cast a replacement spell to send the 3 St. Seal professionals to the position of his master. Wylin, who was watching the battle, looked at the enemy, who suddenly appeared hundreds of meters away. And his expression was a little confused, but he quickly reacted. If he had not experienced the secret realm set up by his grandfather, he would still be overwhelmed when facing a mid-level storm priest of the Holy Seal and 2 low-level knights of the Holy Seal. But now it is different from the past. Raise your left hand and release the Life Knight and Death Knight. The 2 knights, one white and one black, exuding terrifying pressure, stood quietly in the air, watching the enemy in the distance. Wylin took down the sword of Anansi and gave it to the Death Knight to strengthen his strength. "Leave the middle one to me, and the rest you 2 share." As soon as the voice fell, the 2 knights moved at the news, and disappeared from the ground with the 2 low-level knights of the Holy Seal, and appeared 10,000 meters above the sky. The Life Knight, who has accepted the knowledge of the law of life, is more powerful than the Death Knight, and easily forced the target into a desperate situation, and had to use the method of damaging the foundation to fight desperately. The Death Knight used the sword of Anansi to fight back and forth with the red-haired Holy Seal Knight, but could never gain an overwhelming advantage. On the ground, Wylin took out the green wood staff, summoned hundreds of vines, and sent more than 1,000 soldiers into the demiplane to avoid being injured by the aftermath of the battle. The intermediate-level storm priest of the Holy Seal raised his staff high, forming a storm pressure that constantly oppressed the surrounding space. The ground collapsed, the clouds gathered, and thunder and lightning filled this small space. A large number of monsters that could not escape from this place were torn apart and turned into bloody and fleshy fragments in the storm. The broken stones and broken wood was swept into the air, blocking the sight of both sides. This is my first time fighting with druid methods, so I'm still a little uncomfortable, but I'm more than enough to deal with you." The storm priest was full of joy and anger and shouted loudly, "How arrogant! Today I will make you, a pagan, feel the glory of my body and be purified in the storm." Under the control of the storm priest, 3 storm beasts that were 8 meters tall and 20 meters long came out of the center of the storm, roared, and rushed towards Wylin. Wylin held the King Mustafa tightly with both hands, and silently said, "Giant tree beast shape Killin." The huge magic power poured into the staff, and tens of thousands of vines broke out of the ground and intertwined in the air. In less than a moment, a giant Killin beast that was 8 meters tall and 30 meters long came into the world. Looking at its shape, except for the different color, its appearance has not changed much from the Killin in the myth of the previous life. Condensing this Killin, draining 2/3 of the magic power in the body, it will definitely not be used next time. The later the spells recorded in the Druid book are, the more magic power they consume, and of course, the weirder they are. Using the Killin beast to fight, and looking at the storm beast whose body was broken into pieces, Wylin admired his fellow countrymen even more for being able to develop such a spell. The battle was destined from the moment the Killin beast was born. As time passed, the storm power contained in the 3 storm beasts became weaker and weaker. The face of the intermediate-level storm priest of the Holy Seal was heavy, thinking about how to break the deadlock. No matter. The increasingly weak breath of the 3 storm beasts made the storm priest determined. And he took out half a crystal stone emitting a scarlet breath and swallowed it decisively. The next moment, the soul of the storm priest was polluted by the scarlet breath. The surface of his body glowed red, and his facial features disappeared and were replaced by the scarlet breath. At this moment, the Knight of Life and the Knight of Death returned to the ground and landed on the left and right sides of Wylin, with the heads of low-level knights of the Holy Seal hanging next to their war horses. "I will do it." After receiving the message from the Death Knight, Wylin nodded, put away the King Mustafa decisively, and sat cross-legged on the head of the Killin beast, indicating that he could start. Seeing this, the Life Knight took the head, placed it on the head of the Killin beast, and then returned to Wylin's body. The Death Knight used the breath of death to condense a road, drove the warhorse, held a spear, and charged at the storm priest who was replaced by the scarlet breath. Can't move, why? Looking at the Death Knight getting closer and closer, the Scarlet Storm Priest found that his body was frozen and could not avoid the opponent's attack. Damn! An instant, the Death Knight pierced through the body of the Scarlet Storm Priest. The Scarlet Storm Priest looked down at the remaining death power in his chest, his broken heart, and the power that was constantly being extracted, flowing into the Death Knight's body along the lines of death. The Death Knight turned the dock, and several chains forged with the power of death flew out, binding the body of the Scarlet Storm Priest and pulling it into his body. Under the gaze of Wylin, the Death Knight devoured the body of the Scarlet Storm Priest bit by bit, until it was completely swallowed into his body and became part of his power. After devouring the Scarlet Storm Priest, the Death Knight slowly came to Wylin, took out a terrified head from his body, and took out the head of the low-level knight of the Holy Seal tied to the warhorse, placed it on the body of the Killing Beast, and then returned to Wylin's body. Feeling the growth of his own magic power, he knew it was contributed by the Scarlet Storm Priest. I just don't know what the crystal stone with a scarlet breath that the other party took out is, and whether it can be directly fed to the Death Knight. Without the source of power, the storm slowly faded away. The broken stones and trees fell back to the ground, making a series of noises. Looking around, the area seemed to be gnawed by dogs and was devastated. Thinking about the size, Wylin drove the Killing Beast to the city of Cabras, which was dozens of kilometers away. Since the Killing Beast was condensed, let it continue to play its due value. It would be useless to disperse it and waste his magic power. On the main battlefield, 6 St. Seal professionals were killed, and the remaining 7 St. Seal professionals took out their trump cards, escaped from the restraints, and returned to the city of Cabras, but their strength was reduced by 7/10. Kyle returned to the land with a St. Seal mid-level. Storm Priest threw him in front of the formation, took a dagger from the waist of an ordinary soldier, and beheaded him in front of tens of thousands of Storm Church protectors and clergy. Blood splattered, dyeing half of the body of the candidate Saint red. Witnessing the battle between the strong, the candidate saint's eyes were no longer bright, and the large area of skin exposed to the air was exposed to the air, waiting for the next trial. "My lord!" Kyle saw Wylin's figure and bowed to salute. Wylin jumped down from the top of the Killing Beast, threw the heads of the 3 Holy Seal professionals on the ground casually, and said, "When are you going to execute them?" 3/4 after noon. Wylin looked up at the sky, which was covered with dark clouds, and said calmly, "The clouds are too thick." Kyle also looked up at the sky and nodded in agreement. "It is indeed too thick." The next moment, the energy clone with a red ribbon tied to his right arm flew into the sky and used magic to disperse the clouds. In less than a moment, the dark clouds retreated and the sun returned to the earth. Faced with this move, nearly 1 million people in the city of Cabras were horrified. And with the 6 saints being beheaded, their morale was on the verge of collapse. On the city wall, Ronald tore off his torn robe, revealing his sturdy torso and his right arm corroded by the power of angels. The next battle made him realize the horror of the blonde young man. The words of surrender echoing in his ears constantly polluted his mind and corroded his body. "Damn Birdman!" After cursing inwardly, Ronald stopped talking and stood in front of the enemy, waiting for the blasphemy to come. When the sun rose to its highest point, Kyle put his hands behind his back and ordered, "Execution." An officer came behind the candidate saint with a battle axe, aimed the axe at the neck, took a deep breath, silently prayed for the protection of the goddess of life, and then raised the battle axe above his head and chopped it down with force. Crack! A head rolled to the ground, and the surroundings seemed so calm. Time passed bit by bit, and unprecedented cheers broke out in the Black Rock Army, which then spread to the surroundings and gradually affected the entire army. Among the more than 100,000 troops, the Tetons in the Allen army shouted the craziest. The god of storms has fallen, and they no longer have to worry about themselves and their families being punished. On the walls of Cabras City, the silence was terrifying. The divine punishment they expected had not come, and the executioner and the culprit who killed the candidate saint were already alive and well. A storm warrior who could not accept the truth committed suicide, and his body fell under the wall. With the pioneers, Believers who had a firm belief in the voice of the storm followed suit, committing suicide and martyring themselves, ending their lives in the most shameful way. Looking at the clergy who continued to commit suicide, Archbishop Ronald of the Storm Church closed his eyes in some pain. The oracle was shattered, and he was a little confused, and then he woke up. The gods passed away, and they could still use the power of the storm, which proved that the god of storms had the possibility of revival, and he must not fall here. Even if it took 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years, he would let the god of storms revive again. Hearing the words of surrender, Ronald frowned, ordered a bishop to appease the troops, and returned to the city. "Grandpa, you are back." In the temple, a girl knelt in front of the statue. Seeing her grandfather return, she smiled happily. Ronald waved his hand to let the surrounding storm knights retreat, stretched out his left hand, stroked his granddaughter's head, and smiled kindly. "Sabrina, I'm sorry, I'm afraid you can only walk alone in the future." "Grandpa, you have to. One day I must revive the Storm Church." Facing Ronald's sharp eyes, the girl nodded with some fear. "Come here." "Archbishop, what do you want?" "Let Bishop Sunnard command the troops." Inald ordered, "From now on, no one is allowed to enter this place without my instructions." "Yes, Archbishop." Waving his hand to let the Storm Knight retreat, Inald took his granddaughter to the secret room. "Stand on it." Under Inald's instructions, the girl walked up to the altar and stood in the center of the altar. Seeing this, Inald put his hands in the grooves, let down his guard, and let him extract his power. Now that the defeat was certain, he could only take a risky move and gamble with this broken body. The unknown text was lit up, and the power belonging to Inald was poured into the girl's body, constantly improving her rank from a 4-seal priest to a 5-seal priest, and her strength increased rapidly. When Inald exhausted the last bit of power, the girl's rank was forcibly raised to 9 seals. The 16-year-old high-level priest of the 9 seals has only appeared 3 times on the Nangasia continent. Suddenly, a crack appeared above the altar, and through the crack, one could peek into the godhead that exuded the power of a storm. The next moment, the godhead emitted light and took the confused girl away from here. Feeling the power, Inald smiled. The ancient books were indeed correct. He had made the right bet. Although these millions of believers were about to be destroyed, it was all worth it. "My God, may you return soon," Inald whispered softly. Then his body began to disintegrate. His soul gradually disintegrated, and finally completely dissipated from the world. On the Metagea plane world, a god sensed the breath of the god of storms and quickly searched the world, but was disturbed by the world consciousness. Overstepped the line. The Metagea world consciousness remained silent and finally retracted its power. Without the cover of the world consciousness, the mermaid and the god of songs quickly locked onto the location where the god of storms appeared. Unfortunately, they were a step slower, and the god of songs had lost its trace again. The mermaid and the god of songs reached out and used their divine power to reproduce the time fragment from the long river of time. Seeing the fraud of the ants, he snorted coldly, took a meteorite from the astral world and threw it on the land. Facing the venting of anger by the mermaid and the god of songs, the Metagea world consciousness silently watched this scene and did not intervene. Under the city of Cabras, thousands of soldiers of the Allen army climbed the city wall and fought with the Storm Church's guardian army. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in the sky, and a meteorite appeared in the eyes of the world. Wylan looked up at the sky, stunned, not knowing where this thing came from. "Lord, we have to go." Kyle came to Wylan, looking solemn, and said, "Take advantage of this time to take the army of Kixingaling and my cousin's army into the half-plane. As for the troops of the Holy Army, save as many as you can and abandon the rest of the vassal army." "Yes, sir." Looking at the meteorite getting closer and closer, Wylan felt the insignificance of his own power. When Kyle began to act, divine light emerged, and the troops belonging to the 15th Army disappeared in large numbers. In the western part of the Merle region, the Tetons who changed their beliefs and the army were also transferred on a large scale and disappeared. The remnants of the Storm Church who lurked among the civilians and attempted to rebel, the non-believers and the Tetons who believed in the god of storms were all left in place. As the meteorite hit the continent, 430, square kilometers of land in the Merle region were instantly shattered. Tens of millions of Tetons died, and hundreds of millions of lives were extinct. At the border of Ricad and Merle, the horrifying shockwaves suddenly stopped, stopping within the Merle region. On the Medagea plain world, a legendary hero flew to the mermaid and song god hundreds of kilometers away, bowed his head, and presented a half-moon artifact. What did he say? The mermaid and song god raised his hand and took the half-moon artifact into his hand. My god said that this artifact obtained from the god of beasts is a compensation for your loss of the godhead of the storm god. Please forgive the Tetons who disobeyed you. The legendary hero replied respectfully. Go back and tell him that I already know that the ocean area of the Medagea plain belongs to me. As for the affairs on land, I will no longer intervene. Thank you for your kindness, respected crown. After the salute, the legendary hero disappeared. The mermaid and the god of songstresses played with the low-level artifact in his hand, looked down at the land, and his figure gradually disappeared. Somewhere in the Nangetia continent, Wylan opened his eyes, looked around, and looked a little confused. Round the hill, the 15th army of more than 200,000 troops was sent here, scattered in the vast sea of forests. What is this place? Kyle came to Wylan and answered, My lord, the goddess of life sent us here. There must be a deep meaning. Thank the goddess for her kindness, otherwise I might become a commander without troops. Wylan sighed and then sent someone to call Hebrew. My lord, you are looking for me. Hebrew flew to the hill, beat his chest and saluted and said respectfully, Take people to investigate the situation around. Yes, sir. In the following time, various troops set up camps and waited for orders. In the evening, Hebrew returned here with dozens of prisoners. My lord, this is the labor region of the Grand Duchy of Brella. We are at the border between the Grand Duchy of Brella and the Kingdom of Ireland. Bring the map. Hearing this, Miller quickly took off the map tube on his back, took out the map, and spread it on the long table formed by the vines. With the help of the moonlight, Wylan carefully observed the map, and after a little thought, he understood the purpose of his more than 200,000 troops being teleported here. My lord, the expeditionary force of the Kingdom of Upfeng is very aggressive in the Kingdom of Ireland. Our next task may be to nail it here as another border wall to prevent the army that believes in the goddess of harvest from continuing to expand eastward. Kyle told his guests based on the situation. Upon hearing this, Wylan nodded in agreement and said, I believe that this is the purpose of the goddess of life teleporting us here. In addition, a large amount of war supplies are stored in the Messier Demiplane, which is enough for us to survive the early stage. After a brief meeting, Wylan sent out dozens of reconnaissance troops overnight to collect information about the surrounding areas. There were reconnaissance troops heading to both the Grand Duchy of Brella and the Kingdom of Ireland. In the territory of the Kingdom of Teton, the goddess of life sent down a miracle to save the believers in the Merle region, limiting the disaster to the Merle region and raising the faith of the Teton people in the Kingdom of Teton to a higher level. On the front line, the faith of the Storm God Guardian army collapsed, and a large number of priests lost the ability to perceive the storm, making the situation more chaotic. On the sea, the blue-haired woman half lying on a wooden board, feeling the pain from her body, her mind full of the scene of the meteorite falling from the sky a few days ago. Of the 100,000 strong 5th Legion of the Grand Duchy of Brella Expeditionary Force, only a few survived. No wonder that old man said I had a narrow escape from death on this trip. Her body was severely injured. She didn't know if she could recover some strength before being captured by the Kingdom of Teton. Otherwise, she would have to surrender. In the study of Talsi, the capital of the labor region of the Grand Duchy of Brera, the governor was riding on a noble girl and enjoying the pleasure. Knock, knock, knock. At the critical moment, there was a knock on the door outside the study. The governor's face changed slightly. He climbed up from the noble girl, waved his hand to signal the other party to hide behind the bookshelf, then put on his clothes, sat in his seat, coughed lightly and said, What's the matter? Governor, General Tasker wants to see you. Please let him in. Yes, sir. After a while, a general entered the study, smelled the air, frowned, but didn't say anything. Sir, a large number of alien army traces have been found in the Miami province. Alien army. The governor of the Arab region sat up in disbelief and asked, "How many people are there and where they are?" "It's not clear yet." According to the report of Sir Rayat, the eldest son of Count Miami, the number of enemy troops is at least 100. 000. Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. What? There are so many people. Where did they land from? The face of the governor of the Laba region became very ugly. He couldn't believe what was happening in front of him and asked angrily and loudly, "Mr. Governor, please calm down. The situation is unknown at the moment, but we should be able to get a reply from the Navy soon." Tasker responded calmly and calmly. The governor of the Rab region realized his gaffe, tried to calm down his emotions, and then asked again, "So, how many troops can you assemble in the next 3 days?" After Tusker pondered for a moment, he gave a number. "About 20,000 people." Hearing this number, the governor of the Arab region could not help but widen his eyes and stared at Tasker in disbelief, as if he wanted to get more explanations and answers from him. "My Lord Governor, in order to form an expeditionary force, the Grand Duke took away 30,000 people from the Arab army, leaving less than 6,000 people. Even if more than 4,000 soldiers were later recruited, the existing strength is only just over 10,000. The city defense army apparently numbered 8,000, but in fact there were only 5,000. The number may be lower than I expected. Let's count it as 5,000. Maintaining the city's defense requires at least 3,000. So we can only draw 2,000 people left. There are more than 1,000 criminals held in the 3 dungeons. They can be armed. This counts as 1,000 people. By transferring the garrison troops from the 3 surrounding important towns, we can get 3,000 people. Recruit a group of desperados from adventurers and mercenaries, about 1,000 people. There is a shortage of another 3,000, and some small nobles have been recruited along the way, but they are not of much use. After listening to Tucker's report, the governor of the Arab region sat weakly on the wooden chair. Although he is a mediocre person who relied on his sister to rise to power, he can still judge the crisis of the situation in the Arab region. 13 years ago, under the auspices of the Church of the God of Beasts and the Church of the God of Giants, after the Grand Duke of Brella and King Lince of the Kingdom of Arland signed an alliance agreement, the 2 sides shook hands and made peace, ending the century-old dispute between the 2 countries. From a broad perspective, the Arab region has become a special inland area. The coastline is patrolled and guarded by naval fleets. Naturally, there is no need to maintain too many troops on land. First, 2 legions of 60,000 people were transferred to the western border of the principality. To guard against the Teton Kingdom's eastward advance, half of the Arab army was subsequently separated and incorporated into the royal capital's garrison. As for the 2 noble legions that were originally semi-standing armies, they were also disbanded at the moment the covenant was signed. If an expeditionary force had not been formed to support the Church of Storms, the Rab region would have been able to assemble at least 100,000 troops in a short period of time. General Tucker's the top priority is, "What should we do?" "My Lord Governor, for the current plan, we can only divert the disaster eastward and lead the opponent to the Haina area of the Kingdom of Arland. Use this time to report the matter to the Grand Duke and request reinforcements. In addition, we should strengthen the city wall, gather the army, defend it tightly, delay time, and wait for reinforcements. In this way, even if you have no merit, you will never have a fault. General Tucker's, I'll leave everything to you." The governor of the Laba region brightened up, looked at him, and said with heartfelt gratitude, "In this Laba region, all the personnel and materials you like, call them at will. If any noble family refuses to cooperate, I will come to talk to you personally." "Yes, Governor." The governor of the Arab region sent Tasker to the gate of the governor's palace, but the worry in his heart still lingered. "No, I can't just sit there and wait for death. The commander of the 3rd Fleet, Heroyan, has an old relationship with his sister, so it shouldn't be a problem to borrow thousands of elite troops from him to help defend the city. Just as he said, the governor of the Arab region returned to the study and asked the noble daughter who had not yet left to spread out the parchment for him. After composing his words in his mind, he came to the desk, picked up the quill, and began to write a letter. The border area between the Grand Duchy of Brella and the Kingdom of Ireland is located under a towering tree in the forest. With the intelligence collected by the reconnaissance team, Varen understood why there were no troops in the border area. Let's talk about it. Which one should we attack first, the Grand Duchy of Brella or the Kingdom of Ireland? Hebrew stood up and impatiently suggested, "My lord, according to the report of the Black Rock Army, most of the noble soldiers guarding the cities in the Miami province of the Arab region are old, weak, sick, and disabled. It can be foreseen that most of the soldiers here will. All the force was transferred to form an expeditionary force to support the Church of Storms. My subordinates believe that we should attack the Grand Duchy of Brella and capture Miami province first to gain a foothold. In addition, this place is close to the sea, so we can send a message to the Teton Kingdom to organize a navy to attack this place. With the two sides cooperating with each other, it will be easy to occupy the Rab region." "That's reasonable. It seems you've grown a lot during this time." Wylin looked at Hebra, nodded with satisfaction, and praised. Hebrew chuckled and then sat down, waiting for his master's decision. Varen looked at the leader of the Star and Moon Knights and asked, "General Devon Hill, what do you think?" "Lord, I think we can attack the Haina area of the Ireland Kingdom first and occupy this area before the Woodland Alliance troops do. In the Arab region, as General Hebrew proposed, we can send a message to the Teton Kingdom and ask it to send its navy. The two parties will cooperate tacitly to capture this area. After the fall of the Storm Church, the next target is the Grand Duchy of Brella. In order to resist the army of the Kingdom of Teton, the Grand Duke of Brella will definitely not withdraw troops from the western border. The army of the capital will not be withdrawn, so we are only facing the armies of several nearby regions. Please make the decision." Wellin waved his hand to signal Devonshire to sit down, and then asked several other people. The proposals of the people were different. After comprehensive consideration, Wylin decided to divide the troops. The main force of the 15th Army attacked the Haina region of the Kingdom of Ireland and occupied the Haina region before the Forest Free Alliance. In addition, a detachment was sent to stay in the Labour region of the Grand Duchy of Brella to nibble. Villages and towns grow and develop, and when the navy of the Kingdom of Teton landed, it would be the time to capture the Labour region. After consideration, Wylin's 1,000-castle army stayed. Let Hebrew lead this army and let Barrett, the Master of Arcane, assist and protect his safety. As for the Ice Bear Knights, it was temporarily handed over to Devonshire for custody. Before the division of the troops, Wylin called Hebrew into the tent and told him to think more about everything and not to trust easily, but also not to hesitate, and not to lose sight of the big picture when it was time to make a decision. The next morning, Wylin ordered the army to raise the flag and march towards the direction of the Kingdom of Ireland. In the city of Talsi, the capital of the Arab region, Tusk learned of the enemy's movements and his eyes flickered. In the end, he decided to proceed according to the original plan. With more than 100,000 old, weak, sick, and disabled people facing the elite left by the enemy, the chance of winning is not high. Having reached this position, he has a very deep understanding of not seeking merit, but seeking no mistakes. After blocking the news, Tasker continued to mobilize supplies and armed forces from various regions of the Arab region, waiting for the arrival of reinforcements. In the Haina region of the Kingdom of Ireland, the 15th Army was unstoppable, successively captured 3 earldoms, captured more than 10,000 enemy troops, eliminated ordinary soldiers, and all the remaining captives was still given to Lavia students for persuasion. Those who did not give up their belief in the god of giants within 3 days were directly physically destroyed. Going deep into the enemy alone, Wylin did not adopt a radical approach, but chose to play steadily. Every time he arrived at a place, he would capture all the professionals there, give preferential treatment to those who were willing to join the army, distribute money and property, and promise titles, land, and cultivation methods, and magic potion resources. For those who are unwilling to cooperate, the stronger ones are secretly executed, and the weaker ones are branded on their faces, imprisoned in dungeons, and used as mining slaves in the future. The difference between the two is obvious, and most of the professionals choose to join the 15th Army to fight for their own interests. The cannon fodder troops are expanding like a snowball, forcing Wyland to set up a new army to accommodate more and more warriors from Ireland. After the Black Rock Army, the Thousand Fort Army, the Baddock Army, the Mines Army, and the Ireland Army, the Haina Army was officially established, with Carlisle, the former Deputy General of the Black Rock Army, as the commander of the Haina Army. In Haina City, the capital of the Haina region, in the governor's mansion built with logs, a sturdy middle-aged man with a gloomy face looked at the battle reports on the table, not knowing where to recruit troops. Governor Bayan City fell, and General Min died in battle. An officer entered the hall, knelt on one knee, and reported loudly, "How far is the enemy's vanguard from Haina City?" A young man walked out of the queue and answered, "Governor, less than 200 kilometers." 200 kilometers. The governor of Haina closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and muttered to himself, making it hard for everyone present to guess what he was thinking. After a long time, the governor of Haina opened his eyes and asked, "Is there any news about the reinforcements?" Everyone looked at each other, and no one stood up to answer. 3 waves of flying knights was sent to ask for help. But there was no sign of reinforcements, and there was no reply. It seemed that the front line was already in danger. "Governor, the messenger is back." A guard entered the hall and reported loudly, "Bring him in." "Yes, sir." A few minutes later, 2 guards helped the dying 4-seal knight into the hall. Looking at the 4-seal knight who was barely breathing, a general took out a piece of preserved fruit containing magic from his chest and fed it to the other party, using the seal to help the other party digest it. After a while, the dying knight's breath stabilized and his injuries were stabilized. After waking up, the 4-seal knight saluted the general first, and then began to report the situation to the governor. "My lord, the Inar's defense line was breached. The army of the Forest Free Alliance invaded the Dunsita Plain, the Haina district and the eastern part of the Billion district fell. We were completely cut off, and the reinforcements can't come." "This is serious." "You fabricated military information and should be killed." "This is impossible." "The Inar's defense line is absolutely impossible to be breached. The army of the Forest Free Alliance is even less likely to cross the Sodaliga Mountains." In the hall, everyone heard the words and quarreled. No one believed the intelligence reported by the 4-seal knight. "Clean up." The governor of the Haina district glanced around, and no one dared to look at him. "Come here." The 2 guards standing guard outside the hall entered the hall, bowed their heads and saluted, waiting for orders. "Send a message to the Flying Bear Knights. All of them go out. Go and find out the situation in the Billion district." "Yes, sir." "Send the order down and let the rear move. At this moment of life and death, whoever dares to go against me, don't blame me for being cruel and ruthless and disregarding our past friendship." "Yes, Governor." Everyone left the hall one after another and returned home, ordering the servants and guards to pack up their belongings and prepare to evacuate. From the governor's tone, they have heard the idea of abandoning Haina City. The Billion district was cut off, and it was only a matter of time before it was captured by the army of the Forest Free Alliance. There are hundreds of thousands of enemy troops in the southwest of the Haina district, and there is no need to defend it. For now, while the enemy has not yet arrived in Haina City, it is the most correct choice to gather troops and go to the kingdom of Scalavi to seek refuge. 3 days later, the governor of Haina region left 8,000 people to guard Haina City, and he personally led 130,000 troops to the north under the guise of supporting the Billion region. Every time they passed a place, there would be nobles with their families and troops to join the governor of Haina region, causing the number of this reinforcement to expand rapidly. "General, what should we do?" Looking at the royal flag flying away, an officer asked boldly, "What do you think we should do?" The young general said unhappily, and then sat down by the city wall without any image, looking at the royal flag planted high up, closing his eyes and sleeping as if no one was around. Seeing this, the officer stood quietly aside. As time passed, officers of all levels of the Haina city garrison came to the tower one after another, looking at the new garrison General Raphael, waiting for his instructions. The sun was setting, and without the sunlight, Raphael woke up and looked around. The officers of all levels of the remaining army were basically around him. "Why are you looking at me? Go back." Raphael stood up and said lightly, and then walked towards home. A middle-aged officer looked at the back of the general guarding the city and asked, "General, the enemy's vanguard army will arrive in Haina City in 3 days at the latest. How should we defend it?" "What is there to defend in an empty city?" Raphael stopped and looked at the sunset in the distance. He said calmly, "Those who are willing to leave can leave as soon as possible. I will not stop you. Those who are willing to stay can stay. After 3 days, I will take you to surrender." After speaking, Raphael jumped off the city wall without looking back, leaving dozens of officers on the city wall looking at each other. "Goodbye, colleagues," an officer said politely, then left the city wall and walked towards the barracks. The general had spoken, and everyone stopped insisting. With all their thoughts in mind, they walked towards the garrisons of their respective troops. The next morning, half of the 8,000 defenders had left. That afternoon, only 2,000 defenders remained in the entire city of Haina. In the morning, Raphael woke up from his sleep, came to the courtyard and said, "Put on my armor." "Yes, General," the 4 guards responded. Raphael put on his armor, tied his knight's sword around his waist, took the helmet from his guard, and strode towards the barracks. In the empty barracks, more than 1,000 soldiers lined up neatly, looking straight ahead. A slight sound of footsteps sounded, and the officers put away their lazy looks. Their faces became serious, and they stood straight at the front of the queue. Raphael entered the barracks, glanced at everyone, and soon found out the number of troops, a total of 1,326. He was very surprised that so many people could stay after 3 days of letting things go. "Let's go!" Raphael shouted the order in a low voice, and the voice echoed throughout the barracks. More than 1,000 soldiers immediately took action. 4 people in a team silently followed the general guarding the city, marched in unison towards the west gate, ready to surrender. The quiet street was empty, with only a few rats running hurriedly, which seemed particularly deserted. This once prosperous, bustling, and vibrant city has now lost its former noise and vitality. With a population of nearly 300,000, Haina City now has only tens of thousands of civilians who are reluctant to leave their homeland, waiting for an unknown fate. Under the city wall, Raphael stood in front of the heavy city gate, stretched out his hands, placed them on the cold iron ring, pushed hard, and the huge iron gate slowly opened. With the heavy friction sound of the door axis, Raphael opened the door alone, and what appeared in front of him was an empty suburb. Behind him, the city guards watched their general's actions silently. The city gate was wide open, and the sun shone on the armor, shining brightly. Suddenly, the ground shook. Raphael looked up at the distance. Dust and smoke were everywhere, and the enemy's vanguard reconnaissance troops had arrived. "Leave the city." After giving the order, Raphael took the lead in walking out of the city gate, came to a place 100 meters away from the city wall, reached out and grabbed a long spear, hung the white flag on it, and then inserted it in the middle of the road. The white flag fluttered in the wind, symbolizing surrender and submission. However, the lined-up city defense troops looked at the flag without any humiliation on their faces. Their eyes were calm, and there was no ripple in their hearts. The governor abandoned them, and they also abandoned the governor, and no one owed anyone anything. "Stop!" More than 100 knights heard the captain's order and tightened the reins to stop their mounts. The 5 Seals knight looked at the white flag in the distance, and after careful consideration, decided to report it. "Lion, Captain, take your team to report this to General Fei Rui." "Yes, sir." A team of knights left, and the remaining more than 80 beast knights waited in place, facing each other with more than 1,000 city defense troops in front of the city gate. Raphael knew the strange behavior of the knights, waved his hand to signal his subordinates to sit down and rest, and then lay directly on the ground, waiting for the other party to surrender. At this moment, the silver high-level knight who led the team looked at the other party's actions and was very confused in his heart, but he did not dare to relax his vigilance, lest this was the enemy's trick to trick them to get closer. After a while, more than 2,000 beast knights of the Black Rock Army arrived outside the city of Haina. Fei Rui came to the front of the battle and saw Haina city open its gates. More than 1,000 defenders were sitting outside the city in the sun. This scene was very confusing. "Have you sent anyone to contact them?" Fei Rui waved to the Five Seals Knight who was leading the team and asked. The Five Seals Knight bowed and saluted, and replied respectfully, "In reply to the general, I guess this is a trap set by the enemy to lure our army into the city, so no one was sent to contact them." "You make sense. It's hard not to be suspicious of a strong city with only 1,000 defenders." Fei Rui touched his chin and immediately sent someone to notify the follow-up troops to speed up. When the main force of the Black Rock Army arrived, no matter what conspiracy Haina City had, it was just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. In the afternoon, more than 43,000 Black Rock Army soldiers arrived outside Haina City. "Maynard, go and collect their weapons." "Yes, General." The Deputy General of the Black Rock Army answered loudly, leading more than 6,000 men under his command to approach the city wall. Seeing the other side's movement, Raphael stood up, took off his helmet, threw it aside, and raised his hands above his head to show that he was harmless. The other soldiers and officers who defended the city followed suit, untied their swords, threw away their weapons, took off their helmets, and raised their hands above their heads to show their determination to surrender. Half believing and half doubting, Maynard sent a squadron of troops to collect weapons, and the remaining more than 5,000 people were on high alert. As long as the other side dared to move, they would be killed directly. Half an hour later, looking at the more than 1,000 harmless surrendered personnel, Maynard still did not relax his vigilance. The 3rd Battalion of the 9th Battalion enters the city. "Yes, General." Middle-aged officer looked at the quiet streets in the city, swallowed his saliva, turned around and ordered his subordinates loudly, "Enter the city." Under the leadership of the officer, more than 500 soldiers of the 3rd Battalion of the 9th Battalion of the Black Rock Army carefully passed through the city gate and began to search for ambushes in the city. After a long time, after receiving the information that the city was safe, Maynard asked his subordinates to bring up the general who surrendered voluntarily. "I ask you answer." "Excuse me," Raphael said very straightforwardly. After understanding, Maynard understood the ins and outs of the incident, and at the same time felt ashamed of his fuss. However, as the Deputy General of the Black Rock Army, he had long been thick-skinned. He waved his hand to find an officer and said calmly, "Take them down and place them well." "Yes, General." After a misunderstanding, the Black Rock Army's commander, Fei Rui, said calmly, "Pass the order the army enters the city." "Yes." In the central tent of the 15th Army, Wylin laughed out loud after listening to Kyle's story. "I didn't expect there would be such a thing. I really want to know what General Fei Rui was thinking at the time." Hearing his master's words, Kyle smiled helplessly. After laughing, Wylin put away the smile on his face and said, "The general named Raphael is very interesting. He dares to think and do, but this behavior is unorthodox and not worth promoting. Incorporate him and his subordinates into the Haina army and directly under Devonshire's control. In addition, include him in the Halo list and send someone to contact him to test his views." "Yes, Master." The Halo plan was a plan proposed by Wylin 2 months ago. Its purpose is to integrate the outstanding officers and excellent soldiers in the 6 vassal armies. After the Expedition War, he will eventually return to his own world. Although Metagea is now one of the many subsidiary worlds of the Ilaria world, the native creatures in the plane world cannot be recognized by the Ilaria world consciousness, which means they cannot go to the main world, but there are exceptions. One category is special existence, such as Seraphina, who is very special in herself. In addition, she can gain the recognition of the Ilaria world consciousness and be regarded as a creature of the main world by signing a contract with legendary race creatures such as Kale. The other category is legendary strongmen, as long as they are willing to leave the mark of the Ilaria world on their souls, they are creatures of the main world. Their degree of belonging is higher than the previous category. After occupying Haina City, the 15th Army gave up chasing the army commanded by the governor of Haina region and sent troops to take over the northeastern region of Haina region. From the documents left in Haina City, it can be seen that the Billion region is probably about to fall into the hands of the Forest Free Alliance. For Wylan, only by speeding up the control of the remaining areas of Haina region can he have enough say in the subsequent negotiations. In the western part of Billion region, a 3,000-man army is marching quickly. Kingdom of Ireland. During the break, an officer spread the map in front of the red-haired young man, pointed to the mark on the map and said, "Sir, after passing this town, go forward for more than 30 kilometers and you will enter the Srivali province of Haina region. Continue marching in half an hour." "Yes, sir." Waving his hand to let the officer go down to rest, the red-haired young man drew the knight's sword at his waist, which emitted a dazzling light under the reflection of the sun. The Ilia Kingdom expeditionary force suddenly appeared in the Haina region and in a short time conquered Haina City and occupied the southwestern part of Haina region, which made Marshal Edgar of the Ipfeng Kingdom Expeditionary Force, who controlled the army of the Forest Free Alliance, realized that something was wrong. In the shortest time, the Forest Free Alliance sent more than a dozen troops, ranging from thousands to more than 10,000 people, led by officers of the Ipfeng Kingdom, holding letters written by the governor of the Billion region, to surrender the nobles of the Kingdom of Ireland in the northeastern part of the Haina region. Touching the magic words on the sword of the knight with his hand, the red-haired young man had a bad premonition in his heart. Avoiding benefits is the nature of intelligent creatures. The degree of resistance of the Kingdom of Ireland's army in this area can be seen from the fact that the Ilia Kingdom Expeditionary Force easily occupied Haina City. As for fighting, he can't afford this responsibility. On this continent, the Church of Life, the Church of Harvest, and the Church of the God of Courage are allies in a sense. The armies belonging to the three major churches are friendly forces. Once someone starts fighting first, it is hard to say whether he will win or lose, but he will definitely be punished. If he has the protection of a legendary strongman, he may be punished appropriately. If not, he will definitely die. He is just a small viscount of the Ipfeng Kingdom. He has no strong man to protect him, so it is better to be safe. His life is his own, and the land belongs to the church. His faith in the goddess of harvest is beyond doubt, but with a firm faith, he should make some decisions that are beneficial to himself. I believe that the goddess will definitely understand. After comforting himself, the red-haired young man stood up, put the knight's sword into the scabbard, jumped onto a tree, and observed the surrounding terrain. The town of Megaliga, located at the junction of the Haina district and the Billion district, and the 9 surrounding villages all belong to Baron Megaliga. At noon, an army of about 800 people entered the town, breaking the peaceful atmosphere of the town. "Sir, this is our destination." The young officer looked at the fearful expressions of the civilians around him, ignored them, and turned to his subordinates and ordered, "The 2nd and 4th squadrons will clear the resistance forces in the town and arrest the professionals. The 5th and 6th squadrons will block the east and west exits of Megaliga town. From now on, this town is only allowed to enter, not to leave. The 1st and 3rd squadrons follow me to the castle." "Yes, sir." The team of 800 people began to split into 3 parts. Nearly 200 soldiers, holding swords, followed the young officer and rushed straight to the castle. In front of the wooden castle, the drawbridge was pulled up, revealing the moat filled with stench below. Hundreds of guards climbed the city wall under the order of the knight. For the young officer, the city without the divine shield was like a treasure house without door locks, which he could take at will. The young officer led the way, and easily reached the 7-meter-high city wall with his cleverness. Seeing this, the 2 squadron leaders followed closely, climbed up the city wall, cut off the iron rope of the suspension bridge, and then rushed to the city wall and began to kill. More than 100 soldiers shouted and rushed into the castle along the suspension bridge. On the hill where the corpses piled up, the young officer licked the blood on his lips, and his bloodthirsty look did not fade at all. It has been 4 years since he joined the Black Rock Army. After dozens of battles, he was promoted from a low-level captain to a captain. With his desperate fighting style, he was always the fastest one in every battle. In addition, under the guidance of a knight from the Expeditionary Army, coupled with the swallowing of a large number of extraordinary resources awarded, his strength has improved by leaps and bounds. Before joining the Black Rock Army, he was only a 2-seal adventurer, but now he has grown to the 4-seal stage. There is still a distance from the 5-seal, but not far away. As for the unstable foundation, he doesn't care. He only cares whether he can go further on the extraordinary road. Jump off the wall, the battle is over. The servants of the castle were taken to one side and detained, while the nobles and their confidants in the city were taken to the center of the square. The young officer came to a middle-aged wealthy noble with a bloody long sword, stared at his neck, and thought about where to start. Sir Baron Megaliga's family is here. The captain of the first squadron, who was bathed in blood, came to the young officer and reported, "Go find some civilians, it's time to conduct the trial." "Yes, sir." The two communicated in the common language throughout the whole process, which made Baron Megaliga, who was kneeling on the ground, even more uneasy. More than 20 ragged civilians were brought to the castle. When they saw the young officer, they knelt on the ground and begged for forgiveness. "I ask, sir, a large army is approaching the town of Megaliga." A soldier entered the castle, came to the young officer, and reported loudly. Seeing this, the young officer gave up the idea of interrogation and ordered the captain of the first squadron. "I'll leave it to you, deal with it afterwards. As for the servants, they will be detained temporarily." "Yes, sir." Watching the young officer leave, the captain of the first squadron turned around and looked at the beautiful wife of Baron Megaliga with lustful eyes, and said loudly, "Hurry up, everyone, we still have to help you." "Yes, Captain." As for the more than 20 civilians brought here, they were released. Outside the castle, the young officer couldn't help twitching his lips when he heard the cheers of his subordinates. But he ignored them. He sent the 2nd and 4th squadrons to assemble at the east exit of Megaliga town, and asked his guards to hang the flag of the expeditionary force at the highest point in the town. A few kilometers away from the town of Megaliga, a red-haired young man squinted his eyes and looked at the flying military flag in the distance. As expected, the other party took the lead in seizing the town, but they were still late. "Sir, what should we do next?" The officer stepped forward and asked. "This has come to a point where we can only give up on this town. Give me the order to slow down the march." "Yes, sir." As the order was issued, the marching speed dropped sharply, as fast as an old lady taking a walk. Outside the town of Megaliga, the young officer looked at the team that was slowing down in the distance. He felt relieved and waved to his men to sit down and rest. After a while, the troops of the Woodland Freedom Alliance arrived in the town. "My lord, welcome to the town of Megaliga." The young officer stepped forward, leaned over and saluted, greeting politely. "You are very fast, so fast that I was a little surprised." The red-haired young man returned the favor with aristocratic etiquette and responded in common language with a smile. "We dare not disobey orders from above." The young officer's kind smile contrasted sharply with the blood on his face, leaving a deep impression on the red-haired young man. The two had a friendly exchange and then formed an agreement. The 2nd Battalion of the 9th Battalion of the Black Rock Army is stationed within the town of Megaliga. 3 kilometers east of Megaliga town is the temporary residence of the 3rd Battalion of the 3rd Army of the 13th Army of the Woodland Freedom Alliance. The two sides are bounded by 300 meters outside the eastern entrance and exit of Megaliga town, and they will not invade each other and wait for negotiations from above. The junction of the Haina region and the Billion region is more than 300 kilometers long and is located in no less than 30 towns. There are peaceful contacts and sword fights. Srivali City, an important town in the eastern part of the Haina region. The 15th Army's general headquarters has been moved here to facilitate the control of the northeastern area of the Haina region and the real-time deployment of troops. In the Lord's Palace of Srivali City, a low-level silver knight passed through the gate and entered the hall where the meeting was being recalled. He knelt down on one knee and reported loudly, "Lord, the 3rd Battalion of the Yalan Army in Bell Town suffered heavy losses. Commander Kalentin was killed in the battle. The chaplain was seriously injured. More than half of the officers were lost. Not one of the 10 soldiers was left alive. Wylin asked, "Why are the losses so serious?" Many generals participating in the meeting looked at the low-level Silver Knight, wanting to know the reason. Reporting to your lord, according to the report from the surviving officers of the 3rd Battalion of the Aram Army, the troops of the Woodland Freedom Alliance attacked Belltown late at night. The leader was strong and the number of troops was large. The 3rd Battalion of the Aram Army was defeated and could only retreat. The low-level Silver Knight replied respectfully. "There is a flag of our army in Belltown." "Have. Okay, you go down first." "Yes, sir." When the low-ranking Silver Knight exited the hall, everyone looked at Varen, who was sitting on top, waiting for his orders. Looking around, Wylin looked at everyone's expressions and said in a deep voice, "Since it was the Woodland Freedom Alliance that made the first move, don't blame our 15th Army. Send the order the Means Army and the Heiner Army to assemble, commanded by General Devon Hill, and take back Belltown for me. Bring that daring guy in front of me. I want to see where he has the courage to do such a thing." "Yes, sir." Everyone stood up and answered loudly. In less than a moment, only Wylin and Kyle were left in the hall. "My lord, do you need to send someone to contact the Duke of Moravia?" Kyle asked. "Let Miller deliver the letter." Wylin stood up and continued, "We can't fight a local war this time, but I must destroy the Harvest Church army in Belltown and leave no one behind, otherwise I won't be able to lead this army. You should always pay attention to Belltown. If the Harvest Church increases its troops, we will also increase our troops. But if they don't take action after taking Belltown back, we must not take action first, otherwise we won't be able to get compensation." "Lord, I understand." Late at night in Belltown, an aloof young man led his guards on a defense inspection. 5 days ago, he led his army to capture Bailey Town and killed more than 2,000 indigenous people. "Is there anything going on around here?" When the officer guarding the eastern section of Belltown heard this, he bowed, saluted, and replied respectfully, "My lord, everything is fine. No trace of the defeated army was found. Cheer up, we can attack Bailey Town at night, and they can too. As long as the reinforcements arrive. We will be the heroes." The aloof young man patted the officer on the shoulder and encouraged him. "Yes, General." The officer looked excited and replied loudly. After inspecting the eastern section, the aloof young man led his men towards the town. "Master Jessal, why don't you evacuate Belltown temporarily to prevent those people from doing whatever it takes to regain face?" The middle-aged knight made up his mind and advised here. Jessal stopped, turned around, stared at the middle-aged knight with sharp eyes and sneered. "Uncle Rex, don't worry, we just killed some natives. Even if they are lucky enough to recapture Belltown. As long as we show are you afraid that they won't give us any courtesy due to our status? Master, some people don't know the rules on the battlefield, and this time we broke the rules first, which just gave the other party an excuse." The middle-aged knight advised earnestly, hoping that the dandy young master would listen to him. "Okay, I am the commander-in-chief of this army. If you let me hear such words again, get out of here." After Jessal dropped these words, he walked towards the former baron's castle in Belltown without looking back. Looking at the back of his young master, the middle-aged knight shook his head helplessly, and at the same time, he became more and more uneasy. Alas, there are always people who are better than you. If someone makes a move, and the Life Church holds on to this matter, his young master will definitely be in danger of his life, and even the Earl will be implicated, not to mention the Earl's other children who have already grown up. After all, this is not the Ipfeng Kingdom, and the forces it faces are not small forces. I will persuade you again tomorrow. If you still don't listen, then leave here early. At most, you can become a mercenary, which is better than waiting to die here." After making up his mind, the middle-aged knight prepared to perform his duties as a guard once again. 2 days later, Devonshire led tens of thousands of troops to approach Bailey Town. "General, this is the information sent by an assassin." A low-level Silver Knight entered the tent, handed a letter to Devonshire, and arched it to read. Taking the letter from the knight, Devonshire flipped through it quickly and soon understood the relevant situation of Bailey Town. He knew very well that the Lord had an assassination team. After putting away the letter, Devonshire ordered, "Send a message to General Iliffe to let the mine's army start the attack. When the sun sets, I want to see the culprit who robbed Bailey Town. Yes, the knight answered loudly and then got up and left. After receiving the order, Ilif immediately assembled his troops and divided them into 3 parts, launching attacks from the east, north, and south of Bell Town. As for the west, there were tens of thousands of Haina troops here. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the mine's army began to attack the city. After 3 rounds of arrows, the 2 sides began to fight. The 8,000 troops of the Forest Free Alliance and the 20,000 soldiers of the mine's army fought each other in an area of only 2 square kilometers. Outside the town, the remaining 20,000 soldiers of the mine's army strictly guarded the important roads to prevent anyone from escaping from here. On the wall of the stone castle, Jesser waved his sword and killed a ferocious enemy soldier. At this time, a trace of regret surged in his heart. If he had listened to Rex's advice and retreated the troops outside the town, perhaps the current situation would be different. Master, we can no longer withstand the enemy's attack. More and more soldiers of the mine's army rushed onto the crumbling walls, constantly squeezing the living space of the defenders. Jesser looked back and saw that only more than 100 of the 200 guards his father had sent him were still alive. Retreat to the inner castle. At the critical moment, Jesser put away his distracting thoughts, gathered the remaining troops, and evacuated to the inner castle of the stone castle. Under the desperate cover of more than a dozen guards, the remaining dozens of guards were able to escort Jesser into the castle, close the heavy door to isolate the inside and outside. Hearing the noise outside, Jesser looked a little scared and leaned against the wall, not knowing what to do. Master, at this moment we can only. A high-level silver knight came to Jesser and said in a low voice. After struggling for a moment, he finally said the word he was most reluctant to say in his life. Yes, I am the son of the Earl of the Kingdom of Upfeng. I have the right to enjoy the treatment of prisoner, and I can still surrender. Jesser showed a look of joy on his face, handed the knight's sword in his hand to the high-level silver knight, and ordered other guards to make a white flag. Seeing the cowardly look of the people they protected, the surviving guards felt humiliated, but they had to obey Jesser's order. A wooden pole and a white underwear assembled by a guard became an important flag that could surrender to the enemy. The gate was broken open, and hundreds of soldiers rushed into the inner castle with hot blood on their armor. Looking at the flag that was erected, everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to do. I thought I could grab the credit of killing the general, but I didn't expect the other party to be so unethical. Tie them up and take them to see the general. The battalion commander gave the order, and the other soldiers naturally chose to obey, and found a thick rope to tie up the group of surrendered people. Nearing night, Bell Town returned to the hands of the 15th Army. More than 4,000 soldiers of the 8,000 Woodland Free Alliance were killed, and more than 3,000 were captured. When the sun set, Devonshire came to the prisoner camp with the support of a group of generals. Bring the people up. Yes, sir, Ilif replied, and then assigned an officer to bring Jesser and the officers of the Forest Free Alliance army. When Jesser was brought to Devonshire, there was arrogance and contempt in his eyes. As for the other 13 officers of the Forest Free Alliance, they were dejected and worried about their future fate. You gave the order for the Bell Town incident. It was me. Jesser admitted it openly without any concealment. Looking at the stupid nobleman in front of him, Devonshire instantly figured out the whole story. Take him and his trusted guards to Shrively City and hand them over to the Lord for disposal. Yes, sir. Ilif took the order and immediately ordered his subordinates to put Jesser up and put him in a cage, and sent his own guards to escort him to Shrively City. Ignoring the noble treatment that Jesser called out, Devonshire cast his eyes on the forest people kneeling on the ground. Perhaps because of the blood in his body. The forest people have green hair color, slightly pointed ears, and above average appearance. General, do we need to execute them all? Carlyle, the chief general of the Haina army, asked softly. As long as Devonshire gave an order, he would immediately take his men to kill all the captives. Since you made a mistake, you must bear the consequences. Devonshire thought for a while and ordered, Take all these people to the Allen army and hand them over to General Adrian for disposal. Yes, sir. After dealing with the captives, Devonshire ordered the two armies to demolish the buildings in Belltown and build a city on this basis. 3 days later, a Forest Free Alliance army with nearly 30,000 people arrived near Belltown. After learning that Belltown had fallen, they could only retreat more than 10 kilometers to set up camp. At the same time, they sent people to the Billion district to report the matter and request a decision. In the main hall of the Lord's mansion in Shrively City, Wylan sat on the main seat, looking at the culprit who caused the Belltown incident, and began to think about how to punish him. I am the son of Earl Kylas of the Ipfeng Kingdom. I ask for the treatment that a noble deserves. Jesser looked at the black-haired young man of the same age as himself on the main seat and said, "Seriously?" Hearing what this guy said, Wylan smiled contemptuously and said, "If your father is captured by me, I may give him the treatment that a noble deserves, but who are you? You killed my people and still want me to treat you with courtesy. Do you think you deserve it?" "You?" Jessal was furious and was about to scold the other party, but he was directly pressed to the floor. The sound of the floor breaking echoed in the hall, and everyone felt relieved. This thing was captured, but did not feel like a prisoner. He looked arrogant and thought he was at home. Wylan raised his hand and put pressure on Jessal while observing his expression. Losing the ability to speak, Jessal could only stare at the black-haired young man on the main seat with his eyes wide open, wishing to eat his flesh and drink his blood to wash away the humiliation he encountered. Looking at Jessal, who was pressed into the ground and still looked indignant, Wylan put away the power in his hand and did not play this guy who was only a low-level silver to death. Killing him directly would be too easy for this guy. Killing him with the knife of the Church of the God of Harvest, or even his closest relatives personally serving as the executioner, would be the best punishment for him. Lock him up in the shed for livestock. Yes, sir. 2 low-level silver knights entered the hall, bowed and saluted, then got Jesser out of the floor, dragged his broken body out of the hall. Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x250 target type mix. In the hall of the Lord's Mansion of Billion City. The capital of Billion Region, Edgar Sylvester. The Marquis of the North Wind of the Upwind Kingdom, the Left Army of the Woodland Free Alliance, sat in the main seat, presiding over the pre-war meeting to discuss the next main attack direction. When the meeting reached a critical moment, a low-level silver knight entered the hall, knelt on one knee, and reported loudly, "Marshal Edgar, my master, Viscount Bunester, has an emergency to report." Edgar waved his hand to suspend the meeting and signaled the other party to report. Marshal Belltown was lost, and the 8,000 people led by Sir Jesser were wiped out. "What did you say?" A female general stood up and asked loudly. Under the terrifying pressure, the low-level silver knight continued to report, "Marshal, the Church of Life has assembled tens of thousands of troops in Belltown. My master asks for your decision." Marshal Edgar waved his hand to disperse the pressure on the low-level silver knight and persuaded the female general who stood up. "Ms. Lisa, I know you are very anxious. But now is not the time to do things based on your preferences." The red-clothed female general realized her behavior, put her right hand on her chest, bowed her head and saluted. "Marshal, please forgive my rudeness." "Sid, pick it up heavily and put it down gently." After the red-clothed female general Lisa sat down, Edgar looked at the low-level silver knight and said, "Tell Viscount Bunester to remain restrained and not to act without my order." "Yes, Marshal." After the low-level silver knight left, the generals in the hall began to discuss with each other. With the fall of Belltown, many nobles in the kingdom of Ipfeng began to change their positions and criticize Jesser's actions, which damaged the relationship between the Church of Life and the Church of Harvest. On the wooden chair, the red-dressed female general heard these voices, clenched her fists, gritted her teeth, and resisted the desire to refute. "When you captured Bailey Town, you were not like this, and even clamored to further test the bottom line of the Church of Life. At this point, his brother has become the scapegoat. Okay, everyone, be quiet." Edgar spoke, and everyone immediately stopped communicating. The attack on the Lakia region will be postponed. Use the power in your hands to collect how many troops of the Church of Life there are in the Haina region, who is in charge, and who is behind him. Yes, Marshal. The meeting was dissolved, and the red-dressed female general returned to the barracks, entered the tent, and forced herself to calm down. After a long time, when the resentment in her heart dissipated, Lisa asked her guardian knight to invite Pastor Olga. "Lisa, I'm here." The voice came before the person. Hearing this carefree voice, Lisa quickly stood up, walked out of the tent, and welcomed her friend in. "Olga, I want to ask you for help." After hesitating for a long time, Lisa changed her previous stubbornness and asked humbly. "Lisa, this is not like you. What happened?" The female priest with a sexy figure sat cross-legged on the negotiating table, not paying any attention to her exposed body. "It's like this." Lisa took a deep breath and told the whole story. After listening to the story, Olga's expression froze directly, not knowing how to respond to her friend. If her brother escaped back, she could still ask her grandfather for help, and she could do something to push the matter to the Forest Free Alliance, and then push a local nobleman with weight to execute him, and the matter would be covered. Unfortunately, the person has been caught by the other party now. If the Church of Life makes a fuss about this, not only will her brother die, but even the family of her friend will be implicated. "Lisa, I'm sorry about this," Olga said in a low voice with an apologetic look on her face. "I advise you to represent the Enkeluo family and your father to make a clean break with your brother as soon as possible, so that in the next negotiation, I can let my grandfather turn this into your brother's personal disobedience to military orders and his willful behavior." "Olga, really? Really?" Lisa looked horrified and pleaded in her tone. "Lisa, I know you are upset, but this matter is not that simple." Olga took Lisa into her arms, patted her back, and said softly, "Although my grandfather is a legend, he does not have much decision-making power. This time it involves a fight between churches, and we are at fault first. In order to continue to maintain the covenant, we will definitely make some concessions. You can only blame your brother." Hearing her friend crying, Olga could only try her best to comfort her. For Lisa, who has always been strong, this is the first time she has heard the other person cry. She has seen that Jesser many times. He looks like a dandy boy, simple-minded, and does things based on emotions without considering the consequences. She hated this kind of person, but because of her relationship with Lisa, she could only endure the discomfort. After a long time, Olga felt Lisa's steady breathing, looked down at her sleeping face, and raised the corners of her mouth slightly, feeling very happy. "Think about things more positively. It's better not to be dragged down by your brother, so you may be able to go further." For her good friend, she really wanted her to marry her brother. Thinking of this, Olga felt a sense of powerlessness again. Her third brother's character was cowardly. He had no opinion, he didn't dare to do big things. And hesitant about small things, she was very distressed about how to make Lisa like him. "Really, why don't I go back and ask my father to throw my third brother to the Fengxi Mountains for a few years to train and change this character?" After a while, Olga laid Lisa flat on the blanket, took out a cotton coat, gently covered her body, and then left the camp quietly. Above the capital of the Teton King, in the floating city, Miller once again came to the floating city control center, leaned down and saluted, and expressed his respect to the Duke of Moravia, who was sitting on top. "Young knight, this is the first time we have met." Looking at the familiar face, the Duke of Moravia flashed to Miller and asked with a smile, "Your Excellency, this is the third time we have met." "Ha ha ha, you are almost becoming that boy's exclusive messenger." The Duke of Moravia stroked his beard and smiled. "Tell me, what trouble did that boy get into again?" "Your Excellency, under the protection of the Goddess of Life, the 15th Army was transferred to." For 10 minutes, Miller recounted everything that had happened during this period. "So this kid has a handle on the Harvest Church?" Miller respectfully replied, "Your Majesty the Duke, it can be said that the Lord would like to invite you to the platform." Don't be hasty, go back and tell Varen first, and tell him not to hold still. When I find the saint, it's best to invite a legend from the Northern Issy Kingdom Expeditionary Force. Only in this way can the benefits be maximized. Give Harvest Church a hard blow. Forehead. Okay, don't be in a daze. Get on that little griffin and go back first. Yes, Duke. Before he finished speaking, Miller was teleported to Zing's side by the Duke of Moravia. Looking at Zing, who was enjoying the food, Miller looked a little confused. Wait until I finish. Zing raised his head and glanced at Miller, still chewing food in his mouth, speaking vaguely, and then continued to eat. Looking at the big bowl of meat in front of him, the corner of Miller's mouth twitched, but he had no choice but to sit down quietly and wait for Zing to finish the bowl of meat. Half an hour later, the satisfied Zing carried Miller and left Flowing City. A magic puppet looked at the empty basin with a diameter of 2 meters, and a light flashed in its eyes, transmitting the message to the tower spirit. 2 days later, Miller successfully returned to Srivali City, knowing that his grandfather was preparing to do something big. Wylin suppressed his inner desire to negotiate and directly ordered the troops at the junction of the Haina region and the Billion region to intercept the diplomatic team and not allow them to enter the Haina region. Lord, there is news from the Lord Hebrews. In the study, Varen took the letter from Hebrews from Kyle with a curious look on his face. After opening it and reading it, he was surprised by the information recorded on it. The Lord personally declares, on August 18, 9758, in the glorious calendar, I dispersed the Kayanbao army in battalion units and ordered them to spread the method of opening seals. All indigenous people who entered the career path were recruited into the army. On August 23, I assembled 2 battalions of more than 6,000 people, captured a city with a population of 100,000 and killed 3 7-SEAL warriors. I also learned from Kyle's method and recruited professionals to join the army and non-comers indiscriminately, kill without mercy. On September 4, the Kayanbao army expanded from 12 battalions to 16 battalions, totaling more than 50,000 people, and recruiting more than 10,000 soldiers. On September 9, I led my army to capture the provincial capital of Miami Province in the Laba region. Master Barrett and I joined forces to kill 2 low-level warriors of the Holy Seal and defeated 60,000 soldiers who came from the capital of the Laba region, army. On September 18th, the Grand Duchy of Brella was too crazy, and I didn't know if they were taking medicine. In order to preserve my strength after careful consideration, I gave up the provincial capital of Miami Province and the main cities in the territory and returned to the rural areas. This is what you taught me. On September 22, there was a rebellion by a force composed of Brella people. Fortunately, it was suppressed. The officers of the Zinkianbao army at all levels was served by noble children of Cordero Province. If it were an army like the Black Rock Army, it would definitely be these damn Brella people succeeded. On September 25th, I withdrew the other 3 battalions of Brella troops and broke them up into other battalions. From now on, I will never trust any Brella people again. These bastards deceived my feelings. On October 1st, wait quietly, I will assess the situation, please don't worry. After reading it, Varen handed the letter to Kyle. Leaning back on the armchair, Varen couldn't help but feel that Hebrew had really grown up. Kyle flipped through it quickly, removing unnecessary text and distilling the key information. Lord Hebrew has grown up and has the ability to lead independently. Kyle folded the letter and placed it on the desk, smiling. After more than 30 years, this guy is now able to stand alone. It will be easier for me in the future. Looking back at the beginning, this kid was just hiding under the wings of his elder brother. Looking back now, I feel like things are different. Orlando's talent is so great that he puts it to shame. If it weren't for the help provided by fate guidance, coupled with Kyle's help and the chance encounters, he might still be just a golden knight now. My lord, how do you want to reply to the letter? Kyle spread out the paper, took out the quill, and asked. Wylin sat in front of the desk, supporting his chin with one hand and tapping the table lightly with the other hand. After thinking for a moment, he slowly said, just reply like this, tell him, well done, I will do it for you. Feel proud then. He paused, his eyes became serious, and continued also. Warn him not to get carried away, otherwise I promise to hang him on the flagpole to bask in the sun for 3 days and 3 nights. Hearing this, Kyle couldn't help laughing, and then wrote these 2 short sentences word for word, after sealing the letter. Kyle left the study and found a team of knights to send the letter to the Rab region of the Grand Duchy of Brella at the same time. A delegation from the Pufeng Kingdom's expeditionary force arrived outside the town of Magaliga, hoping to pass through this place and enter the Haina region. In the town of Magaliga, after receiving the news, the young officers stationed here immediately put on their armor and assembled their troops to prepare to go outside the town. In the military camp, looking at the troops that were quickly gathering, the young officer looked seriously and said loudly, "Are you afraid?" "No," everyone replied in unison. "If the other party doesn't follow the rules and attacks them directly, then fight them directly. At worst, they will die. The adults above will avenge them anyway." After the Bell Town incident, the loyalty of the servants controlled by the 15th Army rose to a higher level. Everyone is willing to follow a commander who is willing to stand up for them, but is unwilling to follow a cowardly and incompetent general who may even treat them as an abandoned son. "Very good," said off. With an order, more than 700 people left the military camp and headed out of the town. The young officer was at the forefront, ready to meet this uninvited guest for a while. Outside the town of Makalaga, more than 100 people from the expeditionary force delegation of the Pufeng Kingdom was staying several hundred meters away and did not directly enter this inconspicuous town. Beside the head of the delegation, the red-haired young man stationed here was explaining to him the personality and hobbies of the officers of the Church of Life in Megaliga town and the number of troops stationed there. When he heard that there were only 800 people, the middle-aged man looked at the red-haired young man with some dissatisfaction, but did not say anything. With the incident in Bailey Town in the past, he could not say anything that was not conducive to his position in public, otherwise it would be easy for others to be stabbed and sent back to the country. After a long time, the middle-aged man looked at the army coming out of the town. The strength was very weak. He could slap these people to death with a slap, but he couldn't do it. Under the introduction of the red-haired young man, the young officer gradually understood the identity of the ordinary middle-aged man in front of him, the Marquis of Kalima of the Pfeng Kingdom, Butler Kalima, a low-level berserker of soul, and now the commander of the 3rd Legion of the Pfeng Kingdom Expeditionary Force. "Dear sir, I'm sorry, because there are countless Arland Kingdom troops hidden in the Haina district. For the stability of the region and for your safety, Lord Wylan ordered that you are not allowed to enter the Haina district." As soon as the young officer finished speaking, the scene fell into silence. The red-haired young man looked at Marquis Kekalima and the young officer at a loss. He tried to say something to ease the tense atmosphere, but he didn't know how to speak. "How long will it take to pass?" Marquis Kekalima suppressed the anger in his heart and asked in a low voice. The young officer looked directly at him without fear and replied in a neither humble nor condescending manner, "Your Excellency, we don't know yet. We will only open the door to let people go after thee. Order from above to lift, the blockade is issued. Of course, if you insist on forcing your way in, you can only step over our bodies." "Very good, very backbone." Marquis Kekalima's face showed a trace of anger and a trace of catharsis, and he directly pressed the young officer to the ground. Seeing their captain being bullied, hundreds of people drew their swords and prepared to fight to the death. Although the enemies are powerful, they are not cowards. Looking at this scene, Marquis Kekalima snorted and said with a hint of ridicule, "Seeing that Varan Akers is very good at training dogs, you are willing to devote your lives to him." After saying that, Marquis Kekalima took back the leaked breath and turned to leave. This small punishment has achieved the purpose of the demonstration. Don't kill this ant to avoid causing some trouble. After seeing the delegation leave, the red-haired young man stepped forward to help the young officer up. With a wry smile on his face, he comforted, "Brother, don't take it to heart. Marquis Kekalima has a very strong character. This time he just used his own momentum. It's very restrained to oppress you." "I know." The young officer sat on the ground, touched the blood at the corner of his mouth, and said, "This is my duty. I cannot avoid it even if it means death." Although he had known the young man in front of him for less than 2 months, the red-haired young man really admired his character. Unfortunately, the two of them were now in a hostile relationship. After the young officer's breath stabilized, The red-haired young man took out a bottle of magic potion from his arms and stuffed it into the other's arms. Don't leave any sequelae. I'm going back first. After finishing speaking, without waiting for the young officer's consent, the red-haired young man quickly returned to the army and took the troops back to the military camp. During the following period, he felt a headache when he thought of serving the Marquis of Kekalima. He hoped that the negotiation could start as soon as possible. Looking at the Woodland Freedom Alliance army retreating in the distance, the young officer hesitated for a while, but finally said nothing, accepting the red-haired youth's kindness. "Sir, does this matter need to be reported?" An officer came to the young officer and asked respectfully. The young officer stood up, took off the cork of the potion, drank it in one gulp, and then ordered his subordinates. "Just report the arrival of the delegation in the town of Makalaga and treat other matters as if they did not happen." In Srivali City, after Wylan learned that the expeditionary force delegation of the Kingdom of Upfeng had arrived in Magalaga town, he ordered that the border area between the Haina region and the Billion region be strictly guarded, and no one should be allowed to cross the border. Before my grandfather arrived in the Haina region, negotiations could never begin, and the delegation even had to be shut out. After all, the participants in this negotiation are not only the Life Church of the Ilya Kingdom, but also the forces from the Life Church of the Northern Isi Kingdom. If it only involves the interests related to the Life Church of the Ilya Kingdom, he can also bring the delegation in and even entertain them. After all, this is a big sponsor who is ready to compensate them at any time. Unfortunately, when it comes to the Life Church in another country, you have to be more cautious. From the total number of troops dispatched this time, we can get a glimpse of the strength of the Northern Isi Kingdom, and it is even possible that the other party will lead this negotiation. However, there is no guarantee, and Saint Anastasia may personally preside over it. In Flowing City, 5 legends sat around a round table. Except for the silent Saint Anastasia, the other 4 legends began to discuss how to demand huge compensation from the Harvest Church. Whether it is the Church of Life in the Kingdom of Ilya or the Church of Life in the Kingdom of Northern Isi, their interests are highly consistent. When ensuring the southward expansion of the Goddess of Life belief area, they are trying their best to cut off the flesh of the Harvest Church. In the world of Ilrilia, the Harvest Church is famous for its wealth. This opportunity finally came to us, and we must not let it go. A legendary low-level mage wearing a star robe looked at the Duke of Moravia and suggested in a respectful tone, "Elder, the status of your grandson's subordinate who died in the battle is too low. He must be raised up. That's it. You really need to mention it to the top. Otherwise, it will be difficult to use it during negotiations." The Duke of Moravia stroked his beard and replied, "The main members of the lower-level soldiers of the Aram army are Tetons, B. This, the commander of the 3rd Battalion, Kalandin, is a German. So let the Principality of Basaramu recognize him as his adopted son to increase his bargaining chips." A legendary low-level knight sitting in the northwest seat made a suggestion. "Saint Anastasia, the Elder of Moravia, His Excellency the Duke of Monian Anchorage, and the Venerable Lahapa, I suggest that we can also the relatives of the fallen general were given preferential treatment. In order to shut up the Harvest Church, I think the Grand Duchy of Brella can be split into 2 small duchies, and one of the small duchies can be handed over to the rule of Kalentin's relatives. This will better show how seriously the Church takes this matter. It can be adopted. This method is very good. It can completely shut up the Harvest Church so that no one dares to speak loudly at the negotiation table." "I agree." The 3 legends expressed their opinions one after another, and then everyone turned their eyes to the saint. In this conference room, although Saint Anastasia's rank was only a low-level legend, her status was higher than that of the 2 legendary middle-level strongmen, Duke Moravia and Duke Monian Kretch. Under the gaze of the 4 people, Saint Anastasia slowly said, "The goddess has no oracle on this matter." No oracle means tacit consent. Seeing this, everyone began to discuss the details of the negotiation. As for the division of benefits, they can discuss it after the negotiation is over. Now everyone belongs to the Church of Life and is one of us. Naturally, we should take back the compensation from outsiders first and then discuss it slowly behind closed doors. After the meeting, Duke Moravia entered the calculated coordinates into the floating city of Fulio. A powerful force burst out over the capital, and under the gaze of hundreds of thousands of people, the floating city disappeared in the air. Inside the palace, Queen Alyssa watched the scene, feeling fortunate that she had reached an agreement with the legendary strong man. Otherwise, for what she had done, she would definitely be liquidated by the expeditionary force after the war. A floating city appeared out of thin air above the city of Heine in the Heine region of the Kingdom of Ireland, causing commotion below. The general guarding the city saw this, and quickly sent someone to Shrively City to report the matter to Wylin. After receiving the news of his grandfather's arrival, Wylin rushed to Heine City overnight. The floating city of Fullo was moored at the port. Wylin fell from the sky, looked at the busy magic puppets, and walked towards the control center very skillfully. As for Kyle, he did not come this time, but presided over military and political affairs in Shrively City. As soon as he stepped into the control center, the teleportation array was triggered. With his eyes open and closed, Wylin returned to the familiar scene. After waiting for a long time, there was no sound of the trial starting. "This is not a trial, this is my half-plane." The figure of the Duke of Moravia appeared behind Wylin and said with a smile. Hearing his grandfather's voice, Wylin turned around, feeling relieved, and then asked, "Grandpa, why did you bring me here?" "Of course I want to talk to you first, so that you won't be fooled by those old guys." The Duke of Moravia took out a set of chairs and motioned Wylin to sit down and talk. Wylin sat down opposite his grandfather and asked with some confusion, "Grandpa, what's wrong?" "Besides me, there are 4 legends in this floating city. One is a saint, and the other 3 are from the Kingdom of North Issy." The Duke of Moravia projected the appearance of the 3 legends in the air while talking. "This is Duke Monian Kretchy, a legendary mid-level dragon knight. His soul mate is a gem dragon, a low-level legendary dragon with strong strength." Looking at the Duke Monian Kretchy, who was dressed in black, had a firm face and a majestic aura, Wylin asked curiously, "Grandpa, is he better than you?" "In close combat, he is better than me, but I can't let him get close." Hearing this answer, Wylin's mouth twitched. It seems that this Duke Monian Kretchy is really strong, and he can get such an evaluation from his grandfather. Although his grandfather is a legendary mid-level arcane master, his close combat ability is not weak. He once tied with the legendary mid-level knight Caesar Miller Silves. From this, it can be seen that this Duke Monian Kretchy is definitely a second-level legendary strongman. It's a pity that this is a different world, not the Arnadchi subcontinent. Otherwise, if you silently recite his name, you can know the legend that this legend has experienced. The second one is called Lahapa. You can call him Venerable. Venerable, why do you call him that? Although he believes in the goddess of life, he is not a legend of the Kingdom of North Issy, but a legendary low-level ice mage who pursues the truth. Calling him Venerable is to show respect for him. Don't call him wrong. "Yes, I know." Wylin nodded and replied, keeping this sentence in mind. The Duke of Moravia did not introduce this mage in detail. The last one is called Bridgewater Sevis, a legendary low-level knight. You can call him His Highness. "Your Highness, is this person from the royal family of the Kingdom of North Issy?" Wylin asked with curiosity. "Yes, The composition of the expeditionary force of the Kingdom of North Issy is similar to that of the Kingdom of Ilia, and the top leaders are composed of nobles, royal families, and the church." Duke Moravia stroked his beard and answered. His voice in the expeditionary force of the Kingdom of North Issy is similar to that of Bradley Silves, both of whom are marginal figures. When Wylin heard this word popped up in his mind and he said, "The important thing is participation." You can understand it that way. The internal interests have not been distributed yet. When you meet these old guys, try not to say too much. With me here, your part will definitely be indispensable. Hearing his grandfather's promise, Wylin was very moved and then asked, "Grandpa, I want the Enkiluo family of the Kingdom of Upfeng to personally execute their children. I'll remember this little thing." After the conversation, Duke Moravia took Wylin to visit the legends. With his grandfather's explanation, Wylin was at ease when he met the 3 legends and received a gift from them. After showing his face, Wylin returned to Shrively City with gifts. He didn't need to be responsible for the negotiations. In the next step, was to mobilize the army to rush to the Hebrews and attack the Grand Duchy of Brele. 3 days later, the blockade between the Haina district and the Billion district was lifted, but the delegation led by Marquis Kalama of the Epfeng Kingdom did not dare to step into the Haina district. The incident escalated, and he was no longer qualified to serve as a negotiating representative. A few days later, the Epfeng Kingdom Expeditionary Force Command recalled Marquis Kalama and all members of the delegation. On October 22, 9758 of the glorious calendar, Wylan left more than 80,000 people from the Black Rock Army and the Mines Army in the Haina district, and led the remaining 200,000 troops westward to prepare to occupy the Labor District. On October 25, the Teton Kingdom Navy Fleet wiped out the 3rd Fleet of the Grand Duchy of Brele in the waters near the Labor District, captured the 3rd Fleet's commander, Hiroyan, and more than 10,000 soldiers who fell into the water, and seized more than 10 warships. At the bow of the giant ship, a middle-aged man in gray-black armor looked at the driftwood floating on the sea surface, feeling emotional and a little sad. "Kneel down." 2 guards brought a bald man with a naked upper body to the middle-aged man and scolded him loudly. Seeing the bald man with a tough attitude, the other 2 guards drew their swords and prepared to cut off the bald man's legs and make him kneel in front of their commander. "Okay, if he doesn't want to kneel, then don't kneel." Hearing the commander's order, the 4 guards let go of the struggling bald man and stepped aside. "Shiro Yang, long time no see." "But..." The bald man with his hands bound showed disdain, spit, turned his head away, unwilling to look at this traitor. "For decades, I think about you every day. Clement, stop talking nonsense here. Kill if you want, I'm not afraid of you." The bald man turned his head and stared at the middle-aged man, saying loudly, "Killing you is too easy for you." The middle-aged man reached out and grabbed the rope that trapped the bald man. With a ferocious expression on his face, he gritted his teeth and said, "I will chop that damn woman into pieces in front of you and feed it to you to avenge my people. Cut off his limbs and hang him on the stern." "Yes, General." The 4 guards received the order, dragged the bald man aside, took out the battle axe and chopped off his limbs. The seal of the bald man was blocked, and his limbs were only slightly harder than steel. In less than half an hour, his limbs were chopped off.